This novel was requested by Emperor Titus, leader of the Mormor Legion. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 1 Part 1 Vagabond Arkash, crowned princess of slaughter. Chapter 1 The heroine went against fate. The heroine of Autumn Game, Survival, surviving under harsh environment and condition. Autumn Game, date sim, romantic simulation game. My encounter with that woman happened in a back alley of the small rural town where I was living. That woman was wearing a pink dress that was usually worn by young women that came from the city. The dress was strangely worn out. Coupled with her slightly dirty and messy hair, it made her look like an old woman. Her hollow cheeks and bloodshot eyes made her look terrifying, like a ghost. While I was frozen in fear, that person threw away the baggage she was carrying on her back and assaulted me. And "No, you brat, don't resist." "Foo-foo, so this is it." "No, give it back." "Shut up." She took away the talisman pouch hanging on my chest violently as though to tear my chest. Then the woman took out something from the pouch, even though I was told that the pouch must never be opened no matter what. After that the woman laughed out shrilly. As I thought, there is no mistake. This is the world of exclamation mark. That laughing voice was filled with madness. I was so terrified that I couldn't even move. I was living with Otter-san and Okara-san until I was 4 years old. I was happy at that time. In the morning, I would wake up from the scent of soup that Okara-san made. When I went to wake up my sleepy head Otter-san, he would hug me and rubbed his still unshaven beard on my cheek. When I complained, Otter-san would lift me up high to put me in a good mood. I would easily get a better mood with that and laughed before Okara-san scolded us with a face that didn't look scary at the slightest. But such happy days would never return anymore. In that day 3 years ago, a lot of monsters attacked the town where we were living in. It was a great outbreak of monsters that occurred every several dozens of years. Otter-san, who was a soldier of the city, said that he would protect. He fought bravely and never came back. Even so, the monster couldn't be repelled and they entered the town. Okara-san also died in order to protect me from them. I didn't know how did the battle with the monsters ended up. A surviving soldier picked me up who was crying in the middle of rubbles where corpses of monsters and humans were scattered. After that I was put into this orphanage that was located in this distant town. Otter-san's big back, Okara-san's gentle smile. After losing all of them, what was left to me was only the talisman pouch that Okara-san gave me. Without understanding what would happen to me from there on, I was exposed to the harshness of the world without even any time to grieve for losing my parents. The orphanage was an old church. There were around 10 new orphans who were put into there. All of us were crammed together into a small room that looked like a barn. We were only given thin ragged cloth as substitute for bedding and thin soup with only salt and vegetable scraps for food. But even those things were taken away by the older orphans. The old hag who was managing the orphanage only gave us hard black bread and salt soup to us every day without doing anything else. She made the orphans did everything else for managing the orphanage. Drawing water, washing, cleaning, taking care of the garden, gathering firewood, moving baggage, and even other works that were unrelated with the orphanage were undertaken by the old hag, and she pushed them all on us. We had to do all them since even before the sun rose, and we still wouldn't finish when night came. The older orphans who learned to slack off forced all the works on the younger children. A boy who got his food stolen once nibbled a potato in the food storage. But then the old hag beat up that boy with a rolling pin until he puked blood. The next day his body was turning cold on his bed. "I'll be killed." Such thought had crossed my mind for more than once or twice. But even the adult of the towns couldn't be relied on. There was nobody who would try to get involved with the dirty and thin orphans. There was also nobody who wanted to adopt such orphans. Furthermore, that old hag, she would hand off orphans with nice appearance to the nicely dressed adult who sometimes showed up and received a lot of money in return. I didn't want to stay in this kind of place, but I listened to the words that Otter-san and Okara-san said to me and endured. There isn't anyone who is bad from the bottom of their heart. That's why I become someone who can smile and forgive others. The violent old hag was just irritable. The older orphans who stole from the younger children were surely acting like that only because of the bad environment. That was why I become someone who could smile and forgive them. Thinking like that, I endured for 3 years without never stopped smiling while doing my best so that at least my talisman pouch wouldn't get taken away. But was what I did a mistake? The old hag said that there would be an important guest tomorrow and told me to wash my body at the well. I despaired. I hated the way those adults looked at me, and then I became unable to endure life in there anymore with how revolting it was that day. I ran away from the orphanage. It was fine and all that I ran away, but in the end someone like me who didn't have anything got hungry and could only sit down hugging my knees in the back alley from how disheartening my situation was. It was then that woman suddenly appeared before me. Foo, you don't need to feel scared, Alicia. That woman suddenly said my name. I jerked and trembled. How did she know my name? I have been watching you all this time since the day before yesterday, you know. I only know your name and age and also your hair and eye color, so it was really troublesome searching for you. That woman was looking down on me with a twisted smile while caressing the hair and eyes of the scared me with her finger. You are really dirty. But it's fine, I'll make you clean right away. Besides, you are so thin, like this grandfather will be shocked when he come to pick you up. You need to eat properly. Grandfather? When I muttered that word, the woman's bloodshot eyes moved glaringly. That's right, you know, my grandfather. Hey, are you listening? When I regained the memory of my previous life and realized that this is the world of comma, I was trembling in joy and despaired, because the main character heroine will only enroll into the academy that is the main stage of the scenario dozens of years later. At that time I will be an old lady already. I won't be able to get involved with the story no matter what. That was why I thought that if I can at least become a teacher there, for that I became an adventurer, learned magic, and also studied a lot. But it was no good. Only noble can become student or teacher in the academy. That's why, you see. The woman clutched my neck and took out a knife and pitch black stone from her waist. I decided that I'll become the main character. You. The woman's smile was distorted abnormally. Hey, do you know about magic stone? A living creature that absorb magic element more than a certain amount will have a stone called magic stone created in their heart through the intermediary of the blood in their body. The magic stone then will produce magic power inside the body. Not only the magic stone will store high purity magic power in it, the element and even the nature of the living creature that act as the base of it will also remain in it, even though only slightly. Fui was excited when I found this method in an old literature, because if I can use this method, I can imprint memory and personality into a magic stone and transfer them into other person. Magic stone? Magic power? The woman was using difficult words and continued speaking as though she was drunk. The magician who researched it stopped his effort at the animal experiment stage. But I'll surely be able to complete it if it's me. It's no good if you use other people's magic stone. I have extracted my own blood so many times and pour my magic power into them. Then I gathered the solidified composition from them with great perseverance for 5 years before I finally completed my magic stone. It was so hard, so painful, but the talkative woman smirked smugly while showing off the pitch black stone. If I implanted this magic stone into your heart, I'll be able to discard this old body and become the main character. You! Mad. She was insane. Even if she succeeded in doing that, the result would only be a different person that simply inherited her memory and personality, wouldn't it? This woman didn't even realize such thing that even a child like me realized. The woman brandished up the knife. Don't struggle, okay? It'll be over quickly. And I reflexively swung my hand in fear. It touched the knife and my palm was slightly cut. When my hand that was soaked in blood touched the magic stone that the woman was pinching with her fingers, strange thing flowed into my head. The magic stone. He got slapped away by my hand. The woman's focus got diverted toward the tumbling magic stone. A strange sensation that felt like cold and also hot was flowing in from my wounded hand. I felt something as disgusting as that woman from what was invading inside me. I forgot everything else and gave my all to reject it. Because of that, only everything else other than the disgusting part was settling inside me. My emotion that was only feeling fear for this 3 years coldly submerged to the bottom of my heart. Suyui narrowed my eyes and realized a part of myself that was calmly thinking, I have to counterattack with this opening. I moved only my gaze while my body was still being held down by the woman to search my surrounding. I found a rock of an appropriate size and grabbed it. Then I smashed it at the woman's forehead as strongly as I could. Thump. Jaa! The woman tumbled to the side while holding her head. The knife in her hand fell on the ground. I picked up that knife and held it with my right hand while my left hand propped its pommel. Then I leapt at the woman as though to tackle her. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2021/04/IOO2.jpg. Gar. Ha. The knife that was thrust horizontally slipped between her ribs and gouged her heart. The woman's eyes were in disbelief over what they were seeing. The cold and emotionless face of me was reflected there. The woman's hand reached out toward me even though her heart was being gouged. I put even more strength into the knife and gouged. Without even being perturbed by that, a lot of blood overflowed from and the light of life was vanishing from the woman's eyes. My hands were slightly shaking. My fingers froze while still clutching the blood-soaked knife. I peeled them off from the knife bit by bit using my similarly shaking fingers. Now, I understood. What flowed into my head was the fragmentary knowledge of the woman. I didn't understand what was this woman thinking that she did something like this. Even so, from the knowledge, I at least understood that had spent effort in blood and sweat for dozens of years just for the sake of this so-called home game. The world of sword and magic. Seal. In it there was Thursday Continent and the biggest major nation in it was Claydale. Geography and history. Magic knowledge. Fighting skill. The common sense of this world. There were also a lot of things that were too technical and I couldn't comprehend, but I was able to obtain the minimum amount of knowledge required to live in this world. I took back the talisman pouch that was taken from me and the ring inside it from the woman's cooling corpse. Then I carefully struck the disgusting magic stone that fell beside the woman over and over while taking care to not touch it at all. I threw away the remains that I couldn't completely crush into the gutter. After that I rummaged the woman's pockets and stole her knife's sheath and wallet. Then I lifted up the bag that the woman threw away. I had no business anymore with this kind of place. But there was just one thing remaining that was left undone. While carrying the bag on my back, I returned to the orphanage that I escaped from with a different way of walking from before that wasn't making any sound. I didn't enter inside and observed the situation of the orphanage while taking care to not be found. Then inside, the old hag who finally realized that I was gone was yelling and ranting to the other orphans. I quietly entered the orphanage's ground, hid myself in the garden's darkness, and held my breath like an animal in hiding. Sleepiness abruptly assaulted me because I had no stamina, but I held it back by nibbling on the hard black bread inside that woman's luggage. Although I was feeling drowsy, I waited until there was no more sound coming from the orphanage. The light was turned off from the detached building where the old hag's room was located. After one more hour passed, I quietly started moving inside the darkness. My eyes had gotten used to the darkness. Even the faint light of the stars was enough to show me the old hag's location. There was no room that had lock in this old church that was serving as an orphanage. I slowly pushed open the door and sneaked into the detached building where smell of alcohol wafted from. The old hag was snoring. I patiently waited until she turned over in her sleep, and the moment her back was turned toward me, I lightly pushed a towel that was nearby on her neck, and from above I used my whole body's weight to stab into the old hag's brain. A small groan slipped out from the old hag. Her body jerked. I pushed the towel so that no blood spurted out while slowly pulling out the knife so that the blood was wiped on it. I slowly breathed out the breath that I was holding. I unraveled my stiffened fingertips and returned the knife into its sheath. Then I tucked it on my waistband. With this I had no more grief here. In that woman's knowledge, the director of this orphanage where I lived would be replaced by a kind old priest. Perhaps with this, that priest would replace this old hag as the person in charge of this place quicker. With that, the number of orphans who got abused or sold would surely decrease. But what nonsense! Whether it was this old orphanage, or the shrewd orphans, or this greedy old hag, or the citizens who averted their gaze even knowing about the abuse that happened here, or the feeling that woman harbored, or even that so-called home game, all of them were nonsense. Don't tell me that I was born just for the sake of such nonsense. Did Otter-san and Okara-san died just for the sake of such nonsense? I rummaged through the old hag's room and the storage room beside it. I quickly put on leather sandals and changed my ragged cloth that was dirtied by blood spurt with a slightly better cloth. After that I spread out a sheet, stuffed some clean clothes, the coins that the old hag hid, the good quality foods and water flask the old hag kept for herself, and other things into it. Then I sneaked away from this worthless town like a thief. I rejected that at-home game. I'll survive by myself. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 2 Flight. First I sorted my knowledge. It seemed that this world greatly resembled the at-home game that was called Falling in Love on the Silver Wings, or more commonly abbreviated as Silver Love. At-home game. I didn't really understand it, but it was a game that was like an illustrated story. In that game world, it had a story of the main character supporting or getting supported a man or even several men simultaneously to ensnare them. I couldn't believe that such person could really exist, but according to that woman's knowledge, that main character heroine was me. Alicate was my name and also the name of the heroine of the game. In the game she had a family name, but it changed after she was adopted by a noble house. It seemed Oka-san was a noble's daughter. She fell in love with Otta-san, who was a knight apprentice, and eloped with him. That was what the knowledge was telling me. That was why a noble's blood was flowing inside me, and I had noble relatives. That was why if I felt like it then I might be able to live a better life than now. If it was the me from before who didn't know anything, I would feel scared against nobles who were like an out-of-reach existence to me, but I would also hold a longing to live like a princess. Booty had obtained knowledge now. In my opinion, the way nobles lived made me felt terrified rather than longing, and more than that I perceived them as a troublesome existence. And even before that, I had no intention of living a life that was controlled by the fate of the so-called at-home game that was greatly admired by that woman. It seemed that woman completely believed that this world was a world of game, but from where I stood, such world felt impossible realistically. I'm not a game character. I'm a human living in this world. I'll oppose fate and survive till the end even if I'm alone. I also had obtained the necessary knowledge for that. Actually I believed that I should confirm the content of that at-home game to some degree in order to not get involved with it too. But perhaps I wouldn't be able to obtain that part of knowledge unless I implanted the magic stone where that woman's knowledge and personality were copied into my heart. Because the knowledge regarding that woman's previous life was vague in my mind. Perhaps when I gave my all to reject that woman, I unconsciously repelled the part that was intrinsic to that woman, and perhaps that was why I was unable to obtain the knowledge in that field. But, even if I wanted to obtain that knowledge now, I had already broke that magic stone and threw it into a gutter. And even if it wasn't broken, I would never wish to touch that thing ever again. Even so, when I tried to compensate for the vague game knowledge with the knowledge of other stories to make sense of it, I was able to imagine the story, although only roughly. The cheerful, kind, and hard-working heroine was actually the daughter between a noble's daughter and knight apprentice who was born after they eloped. After her parents died from monsters' rampage, she lived in church as an orphan. Various things happened and she got found by noble. Then she enrolled into the academy where the noble children went to, got close with the prince or his followers, then got bullied by the villainess who was the prince's fiancé. But the heroine would receive divine protection from dungeon or went on an adventure, and after going through this and that there would be a happy end. It was a very nonsensical story. What a nonsense. Human could live even without becoming noble or marrying with the prince. I would never admit to even God that I was born for the sake of such nonsense. For the time being I decided to head to the neighboring town that was in that woman's knowledge. In that woman's knowledge, it seemed this world was called Seal and we were located in a major nation called Claydale that was located somewhere in Thursday continent. This region where I lived was a barren territory located at the northernmost of Claydale Kingdom. But that woman didn't remember the minor details like this region's name. I was thinking to travel to the neighboring town because this town where I lived until now was like a large village, so if I went to the neighboring town where the feudal lord the Baron lived, I believed there would be a lot of places there to hide for someone like me who had murdered people. Actually I also wanted to get away from this barren territory before I got found out by a noble. But a small child like me wouldn't be able to go to a long trip. Living in town would be suitable for me, but I would need to pay 1 silver coin as tax to enter into a large town that was surrounded by wall. I would also get taxed if I left the barren territory and passed through other territory, so normally commoners would never go to a trip. But there was also method to avoid paying that toll price. If you properly paid the suitable amount of annual income tax to the feudal lord, you would be able to obtain citizenship and became able to travel to anywhere within the territory. You could also buy peddling right from the merchant guild. A merchant would also get discount when going to other territory. And then there was the adventurer guild. If you registered there and climbed to higher rank, It seemed that you would be able to travel freely within the country. Of course, there was no way to suddenly become a high-rank adventurer from the start. But even the beginner rank 1 would be able to freely enter and exit the town where they were registered to. Adventurer? What was adventurer? When I thought that, knowledge floated up inside my head. Adventurer Guild was an organization that was derived from the Mercenary Guild that received support from the Merchant Guild at the beginning. Adventurer was a mercenary that specialized in exploration who investigated ruin or unexplored land while eliminating monster or the like solo or with a small group. But currently they were just outlaws that simply vandalized the ruins or miners that supplied the town with magic stones that could be obtained from monsters. They had completely become what you call jack of all trades. Even so, higher-ranked adventurers who were elites who could defeat powerful monsters with few numbers were treated favorably. Magic stones stored magic power and could be used like battery. In that regard, adventurers who were supplying those magic stones could be considered as a necessary existence. But, to register in the Adventurer Guild, it seemed that at minimum you needed to have rank 1 combat skill at level 1 or above. Skill level? I tilted my head in puzzlement again at those terms that easily floated to the surface of my mind while I was thinking. Until now I was just an orphan who didn't have any knowledge or wisdom, so I didn't know anything about skill or level. But I didn't have time right now, so I put off confirming them for later. For now my objective was to raise a combat skill to 1 and became an adventurer. Any skill was fine. The Adventurer Guild was located at the neighboring town. If it was in that town, there would be hiding place, but there would also be problem if I headed to the just like this. First, right now I was just a 7-year-old child. Even if I was able to enter the town, there was a high possibility that I would get tricked and sold or killed by bad adult. That was why before entering the town, I needed at least the strength to be able to escape from the likes of thugs. It would be great if I was able to obtain combat skill in the process, but it was uncertain whether I would be able to learn one by just relying on knowledge. First I should ascertain what the current me was able and unable to do. That was why I was considering to hide somewhere at the road that was connecting this rural town and that neighboring town. It seemed that using horse carriage, you could reach the neighboring town at evening if you departed from early morning. In that case, it would take 2 days or less by walking. If there was that much distance, there should be a place like a camping site somewhere on the way for sure. In such spot it was highly possible there would be a watering place nearby, so that place would be my first destination. Goon goon. The sound of bell came twice from the town's clock tower. I was awakened from my half-sleep. That bell was sounded every 4 hours. It rang once when it was midnight, so the bell just now told me that it was 4 o'clock in the morning from how it rang twice. The people who worked at farm would wake up from the bell just now, and the citizens would also start working when the bell rang at 8 o'clock. The orphans in the church would start work from 4 o'clock in the morning, but the old hag only woke up when it was 8 o'clock. So there should be a bit more time until her death was discovered. I confirmed that the horizon was getting brighter and got out from the forest near the town where I hid. Then I started walking on the path that was heading to the neighboring town. I didn't know how far the distance was until the campsite, but surely I would be able to reach it at midnight even with my short legs. That was what I thought. But I underestimated the lack of a child's stamina too much. I had been walking for 4 hours since I started, even so I believed that I had worked really hard with this. When the sky was becoming brighter and I heard the bell ringing 3 times from far away, I finally reached my limit and sat down on the ground. Thinking calmly, there was no way a kid who had never even gotten fed properly and didn't have enough sleep could keep walking for many hours. My sight was hazy and there was dull pain pounding inside my head. As expected, I judged that this was bad. I let go of my tension and slapped my legs to move and hid myself inside a forest that was several meters away from the road. I hid myself behind a tree so that I couldn't be seen from the road. Then I took out the leather water flask from my luggage. The water smelled like leather, but my dry throat gulped it down greedily. But then I choked violently, perhaps because of the fruit wine that was mixed with the water to prevent it from going bad. I calmed down my breathing once more and put the water into my mouth in small sips. With that my mind regained clarity. At the same time it reminded me of my empty stomach. I took a white bread from among the old hag's foods that I brought with me. Thinking that I better eat this before mold grew over it, I nibbled on it. Then a nostalgic taste that reminded me of the past with my family came from it. Soft white bread was a high-class item. Even when I lived with my family, I could only eat it when there was a celebration, but the me who was even younger than now always looked forward to it eagerly. Otter-san, who worked as soldier, always apologized to Okara-san that we couldn't eat white bread every day, and then Okara-san would smile and shook her head. I always thought of that exchange as strange, but if Okara-san was noble just like in that woman's knowledge, then I could understand why Otter-san apologized like that. I felt a bit lonely. To divert my mind from that, I bit off the bread and washed it down with the water from the flask. I felt alive again when my stomach bloated up. Ouch! When I calmed down, I noticed the pain on my feet and grimaced. All the children in the orphanage were barefoot. That was why this was my first time wearing sandal. I wasn't used to it and my skin chafed. Blood was flowing. It hurt but it wasn't scary. I checked that the wound wasn't horrible. Then I took out a clean cloth from my luggage. I cut it with my knife and created a bandage. I also treated the wound on my hand from my struggle against that woman. I had given it a simple treatment last night, but I took this opportunity to wash it with the fruit wine in the flask before wrapping it with the bandage I created. Even though I should be able to do it in the knowledge, a child's fingers were unexpectedly clumsy and it took a lot of time to finish the treatment. But more importantly, I don't have much water. I also used water for the treatment, so my remaining water had decreased a lot. Perhaps because I was concerned with my remaining drinking water, it roused that woman's knowledge to surface. A kid with small body had to drink a lot of water. Perhaps I would be reduced to the state before this again if I didn't drink enough water. When I pondered what should I do then, it felt like it would be good if I obtain water together with sugar and vitamin from fruit. What was this vitamin? Even that woman didn't really have a deep understanding of it, but surely it was something important. But where could I find that fruit from this forest? Then the knowledge surfaced again. When I tried searching around for a bit by relying on that, I found a shrub that reached around my chest with black fruits growing from it. It was a type of berry. It could be found anywhere in the southern part of the continent where this country was at. Sour. I picked one, peeled the skin, and licked the juice. The sweetness was thin, the sourness was strong, and it was somewhat astringent. It seemed that the fruit was normally eaten as jam or dried fruit. Even so, it wasn't like it couldn't be eaten raw. I checked that there was no snake nearby and used a nearby large leftosa grass. I used it as a plate and started picking the berries. After I finished picking berries, I sorted out my luggage before eating. The luggage that I brought from the orphanage consisted of several clothes and fabrics, foods, and several coins. The simple cloth I was wearing right now was what usually worn by commoner children. There was no difference between male and female, so it was a bit too big for me, but for the time being it was fine like this. As for the foods, there was one white bread remaining, then other than that there was dried meat and a block of dried cheese, so if I divided them and ate them bit by bit, I believed they would last for 3 days. As for the money, including that woman's possession, I had 15 silver coins, 8 small silver coins, and 13 bronze coins. The food that I could buy from shop or food stall would cost several bronze coins, and a single silver coin could be used to stay in an inn for 3 days, so this was quite a lot of money. The problem was, when I checked the inside of that woman's bag, there was a bundle of withered grass and 2 pots that seemed like potion. And then at the bottom there was a small book that looked like a notebook. Curious. I got that impression from my knowledge when I saw that book. Book was expensive but wasn't that rare. According to my knowledge, in the past book was made using animal's leather that was processed to be parchment in this continent at the past, but it was replaced with plant paper since 120 years ago, and now such book was becoming the mainstream. The raw material for that paper was the tosal grass that I used as plate replacement just now. This grass had big leaves and short hairs like downy hair. It was very elastic, and since the past it had been used to wipe hands after using restroom. In fact, I once also used it like that, but it was also said that it had no other use than that. This leaf was soft but its fiber was long, and even animal wouldn't eat it other than goat. A noble in the past hated to use leaf for wiping and ordered an alchemist to research the leaf. That was considered as the beginning of plant paper. When this tosal grass was heated, it would lose its color and became a paper with a faint tinge of yellow remaining. After dozens of years its quality had been improved at the current time. A book that could cost more than 10 gold coins in the past had turned cheaper until 10% of the original price now. And the reason why I thought this book was curious was because this book was made from parchment. It seemed to have been reread a lot of times until the parchments were eroded and turned flimsy, but the inside was written with detailed description of medicinal herbs, poisonous plants, and also mushrooms and minerals that could be used as medicine. They were even thoroughly accompanied with illustrations. I wondered if that woman had that kind of side to her. But apparently she stole this from the personal property of the master she studied magic under. That woman, she was really beyond any help. But I was honestly happy for finding this. I had knowledge and I could understand letter when I saw one. But practice was required for writing and reading sentence. This would become a good studying material for me. The other 2 potions were apparently also something that woman stole from her teacher. They were healing medicine with very good quality. It seemed that woman planned to use these to heal me after implanting the magic stone into my heart. Then there was the bundle of withered grasses. The grasses were medicinal herbs. But this one wasn't anything really great. They were grasses that could be found growing anywhere and often used by ordinary household as common medicine. I took one of them and chewed it in my mouth. It really smelled like grass, but I endured it and kept chewing. Then I smeared it on my wounds before bandaging them once more. When I realized, the sun had climbed really high above my head. I felt that I would reach my limit soon in keeping hold of my consciousness. So I stored back my things into the luggage and carried it on my back. Then I used my knife to cut off my hair that I had grown long by that old hag's order because she wanted to sell it. I greedily devoured the berries that I picked. Then I hid myself in a tree's shadow like a wounded beast trying to heal its wound and silently closed my eyes. I was scared of darkness before all these. I was scared of pain. I was scared of hunger and loneliness. But I was scared of them because I didn't know of any way to survive. My eyes cracked open slightly from a faint sound, and swung down my knife on the head of the snake that had approached until my feet. The snake whose head was stabbed wriggled for a while. I continued to stare at the snake that was slowly turning unmoving without any ripple in my emotion. I felt scared because I didn't know anything. But I didn't fear small pain anymore, because now I could understand the knowledge of how much I could endure and still not die. There was no more reason to feel fear anymore. I came to think like that because I obtained dozens of years of knowledge from that woman. But I didn't think that I stopped being myself because of that woman's fault. I am Alice here and nobody else. I was thinking of such thing while having a light sleep just for a bit to recover from my body's fatigue while staying on guard against the surrounding. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 3, Encounter. In the end, I was able to reach the campsite that was my destination at the afternoon the next day. My food stock had decreased. My remaining foods were only a white pan and a piece of salty dried meat. In my calculation, my foods would only last for 3 days even if I scrimped on them. Thinking of the distance until the neighboring town, I would need 2 more days, and I also had to devise some kind of fighting method. There wasn't anybody at the campsite. I approached while being on guard against the surrounding. Then I touched the remaining ash of bonfire there with my hand. The ash was new but there wasn't any heat remaining from it. I didn't have anything to lit fire, so it would help if there was any live coal or the like remaining here, but it was pointless to ask for something that didn't exist. I grabbed a handful of the bonfire's ash and smeared it on my head. I had cut my long hair, but my pinkish blonde hair was very conspicuous. It would be a bit easier for me if my hair didn't attract attention by doing this. I hid my luggage in a shade of tree near the campsite before searching for a watering place with only a knife and flash in hands. I tried searching because I thought that there would definitely be one, and I found a watering hole welling up from under the road that had been hardened from the steps of the passerby. Fundamentally, river water should be cleaner at the upstream. Even so, I judged that it was dangerous to drink the water without even boiling it first. I wet a cloth and only wiped my body. It wasn't like I was fussy about cleanliness, but it would be stupid if I ignored my sweat and grim and got discovered because of my smell. I couldn't prepare water and also fire. This was because in that orphanage, the older orphans used daily life magic to start fire. I never saw any flint in the orphanage. There was magic in this world, and what was generally used was called sorcery. The difference between the two was that magic was something primitive that had existed since the past. Magic that had been academically analyzed and turned into something that could be used by relatively a lot more people was called sorcery. For example, a carriage that you created from zero starting from its blueprint would be magic, while the carriage that was sold in the market would be like sorcery. Something like that. There was no question which one of them would be easier to learn until you could use it. It seemed that woman was a sorcerer and she had a lot of knowledge in that field, but she was lazy in learning things that were outside her scope of interest. There were a lot of dubious parts in her knowledge. Troublesome. Magic had 6 types of elements, which were light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind. However, to be more precise, there was also non-elemental magic that had no element at all. So it could also be said that there were 7 types. Human could use sorcery with the element that suited them if they had a certain amount of magic power. There was no convenient technique or tool to investigate which element they could use, so it would take quite some time to investigate. It seemed that the majority of commoners gave up in using sorcery at that stage. It seemed that woman imagined that there would be convenient tool where one could understand their element just by holding their hand over it. Then she felt indignation when she learned that reality wasn't as sweet as that. It was only unnecessary knowledge that she was remembering well. One day I also planned to learn sorcery, but what I needed right now was daily life magic. Daily life magic was classified as non-elemental. You could make fire or create water with that, but it wasn't really generally understood why it wasn't classified as elemental magic then. That woman's teacher taught her important things that seemed to be related with the world's root, like the difference in the amount of magic power used, or principle of causality that interfered with space, and the like, and yet that woman didn't really remember them because she was disinterested with the topic. There were 6 types of daily life magic, and even most commoners were able to use them if they were adult, but not all of them. Even people who could use daily life magic could only use 1 or 2. That was what the knowledge told me. But that woman's teacher made her to at least learn all 6 types to be an accomplished sorcerer. Creating a light source that was as bright as a candle, light. Erasing light and blocking off lamps light, dark. Solidifying earth element object and hardening it for an hour, hard. Making small fire on a fingertip, fire. Creating a water that filled a glass, water. Making breeze to the direction you chose, wind. Among these 6 types, the one that was learned the most was light. The second most was fire, then the third most was water, but there was almost nobody who learned the other 3. That was why if you asked whether it was impossible to learn all of them, that wasn't the case. It was simply that learning all of them was troublesome. But weren't these magic the basic of the 6 elemental magic? Even commoner could use this daily life magic. Because of that, no magical analysis was ever performed to simplify them. It seemed that normally you could learn them accidentally after watching them performed several times. As the basic of sorcery, you needed to chant for using elemental sorcery, but a daily life magic that was non-elemental magic could be used simply by using the invocation word that consisted of only a single syllable as long as you could imagine it properly. That woman was made by her teacher to learn them despite her reluctance, so she remembered the training method clearly. But I stumbled in the stage before that. It seemed that you first had to sense the magic power inside yourself in order to do the training method, but I couldn't really feel my own magic power. Can't be helped. For now, I tried searching for things related to magic power inside that woman's knowledge. First, as a premise, all living creatures in this world possessed magic power without exception. That was because there was magic particle that was the foundation of this world. Magic particle filled not only the air, but even the water and the earth. There were various theories like it magic particle existed thanks to the spirits or the souls were creating it, but in short, it seemed that by breathing, drinking water, eating the blessing of earth or animal meat, magic particle was accumulating in the body. What turned that accumulated magic particle into a state that could be used as energy was magic power. When someone had a certain amount of magic power, it seemed that magic stone that could produce magic power on its own would be formed inside the body. But I set aside that matter for the time being. In other words, there was also magic power existing inside me without any doubt. But perhaps because magic particle was also filling my surrounding, I didn't understand which was my own magic power. Magic stone was formed from magic particle through blood as the intermediary. In that case magic power should also be flowing inside the blood. I placed my finger on my wrist and felt my blood vein. Thump. Thump. I felt my blood flowing. I closed my eyes and focused to sense the magic power that should be flowing inside my blood. Faintly there was something no good. The result, that faint sensation. I didn't understand whether it was really magic power or just my imagination. It was pointless even if I was feeling impatience, but I had no leeway to be leisurely, so my concentration was straying. But there were a lot of things that I had to do, so for now I searched for a safe place to hide my luggage while studying the surroundings terrain. I also picked some blackberries while repeating drawing the image of absorbing a lot of magic particle through breathing. But in the end, I was unable to sense magic power. Perhaps there was a need for me to change my way of thinking. It was difficult to sense water in air, but it was easy to do so in rain. That was why I guessed that it would be faster to have someone pour a lot of magic power on me so that I could directly sense it. But such method wasn't realistic for me while I was avoiding people like this. I went upstream the small river for a bit and found a crack between rocks. I hid myself there and washed the berries in the small river. I ate them while sorting in my head what other things I had to do other than learning magic. I should train to be able to use knife. That woman was a sorcerer, but she also had short sword skill, which was a skill to handle short sword. Let's have rehearsal about skill that I had been putting off. Skill referred to the skill or technique that human possessed. It wasn't really anything special. That woman thought of skill as special ability cheat, but the world wasn't such an easy place. As usual, she arbitrarily felt indignation when she learned that special ability really existed after a fashion, like the divine protection gift from spirit. But that was different from skill. That woman's teacher said that skill was the printing of ordinary ability. It seemed that when you consciously performed an action many times over, that action would react with the magic power inside the body, and a phenomenon where that action was printed into the soul would occur. Such phenomenon was generally called skill in this world to describe it in an easier to understand way. That was why even without possessing the skill, you would be able to do the same thing. However, by printing it into the soul as skill, it would become harder for the skill to fail and you wouldn't be able to forget the skill. For example, it was said that when training in swordsmanship, you would need to train for 3 days to regain what you lost from skipping a day of practice. But with skill you couldn't forget the technique that you learned, so the training efficiency became better and it became easier to master even more technique. Even when your health was in a bad state or when you were flustered, you could still subconsciously do the action that you could do consciously, so skill made it easier for the people in every kind of field. But skill wasn't something that could be obtained easily, and even more training was required in order to raise the skill level. Skill had level according to the person's proficiency level and technical experience. There was a technique to investigate someone's skill and verbalize them. It also quantified the skill into skill level to make it easier to understand. It wasn't easy to raise your skill level. Far from that. Even just learning the skill itself was generally difficult. Learning skill level 1 wasn't so easy that it could be done just from memorizing martial art form. You couldn't obtain skill unless you repeatedly performed the correct movement accurately over and over. In that woman's case, because she only did it grudgingly, it took her until 3 years to obtain short sword skill level 1. In contrast, she obtained fire sorcery skill in just several months. Rather than a matter of talent, wasn't it simply being a matter of her preference of like and dislike? That woman was a rank 2 sorcerer. By rank 2 it meant that she had 2 levels in skill that was related to combat. That woman's skills were fire sorcery and water sorcery level 2 and short sword skill level 1 I think. She also had other skills but they were just general skills, so the memory about them was hazy. An owner of skill level 1 was a beginner but wasn't an amateur. It seemed that in the common sense of this world, reaching level 2 meant that person had finally became fully fledged in that field. Becoming level 3 would make that person called an expert in that field, and such person would even be hired by noble for their expertise. When one became level 4, they would get invitation from nobles and even countries, and becoming a level 5 would make people respect you and came to you for teaching. They were typically called as master in that field. But there was still a level above that. People in level 6 had surpassed the framework of human. Such people would be the head royal sorcerer or knight order instructor of a mage nation, and they would have title like sword saint for example. They were an unreachable existence above the clouds. According to an uncertain information, skill level could reach until 10, and it seemed when you reached such level, you wouldn't be human anymore and became something like demigod or something. Though that was just a fairy tale. It looked like that woman felt dissatisfied because skill wasn't a special ability cheat, but I was relieved that skill wasn't cheap power bestowed by God other person like that woman dreamed of, because, if that was the case, then didn't that mean that such uncertain existence like God was having complete control over yourself? A special ability cheat that was easily bestowed might also get easily erased by the whim of the existence that granted it to you in the first place. Such anxiety would constantly reside in my heart. That was why I had no interest to something like a powerful weapon that was only one of its kind in the world. Because something like strength that would be gone if it was snatched away from you couldn't be said as your own true strength. The surrounding was growing slightly dark while I was thinking that. I wasn't feeling really hungry from eating berry, but I had gotten really worried by the remaining amount of water in my flask. The berries were rehydrating me, but it wasn't enough with just that, so if I was unable to learn the daily life magic, my only choice would be to drink the river water even knowing of the risk from it. Even so, it wasn't something that could be learned that quickly, so I decided to consider about the magic power more after it got dark and tried to practice with knife as much as possible before night came. I tried practicing from the knife handling form that I found in that woman's memory about short sword skill. It seemed that since I stabbed that woman, I was able to at least subconsciously hold the knife properly. I took a form where only one side of my body was facing to the front to reduce the surface of my body that could be attacked while thrusting the knife forward with one hand. But it was slow. Even though this was my first time using the knife properly, my movement was too sloppy. There were various forms that I could try but stopped that. First I'd practice just this thrust. I repeated the thrustant form over and over until the sun set and I couldn't see my surrounding clearly because of the darkness. I sighed. I had been concentrating too much until the surrounding had been enveloped in darkness when I realized there was only the sound of water flowing nearby that echoed inside my ears extremely clearly. I guess I'll practice to sense magic power just for a bit before going to sleep. As I thought that, I caught glimpses of scarlet light blinking inside the darkness far away. There was someone at the campsite. I still wasn't planning to come into contact with other person, but if it was bandit or the like over there, it would be better for me to get away from here quickly. Thinking that, I secretly tried peeking at the campsite from a bush without making any sound. I could see the back of a man grilling a skewered meat near the bonfire there. That back was so large that I unconsciously stared intently to it. Then that man suddenly raised his voice. "Who's there? Come out." Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 4 Magic Power. I was found out. The big man whose back was turned toward me grabbed the large sword beside him and stood up without making any sound. I couldn't really see the man's face because of the backlight, but his sharp eye glint made me thought that he wasn't an ordinary person. "Are you a monster? If you don't come out, I'll smoke you out from there." He unsheathed his large sword and declared that with a low voice. The moment I felt the something that he radiated, my body turned cold and my limbs started to tremble. Could it be this was what they called killing intent? What a blunder! Even though I should run away immediately the moment I was found out. The strong aura that I felt for the first time paralyzed my heart for a moment despite the knowledge I had about it. So I hit my legs that were still shaking and quickly turned around and started running. There was still a chance for me to escape. Unlike me who had been lurking in the darkness this whole time, the man was sitting in front of the bonfire so his eyes shouldn't have gotten used to the darkness yet. I crossed my arms in front of my face so the shrubs wouldn't hurt my eyes and run through the forest at night while keeping my body low to the ground. So I heard the sound of the thickets being scattered apart and branches snapping from behind me. That man was coming after me. In contrast with his strong presence, I couldn't hear his footsteps at all. My heart was becoming frightened again, but I pushed down my emotion deep inside just like when I killed that old hag and breathed out. I spurred on my legs that were screaming in pain to turn direction perpendicularly. The sound of thicket rustling that got slightly louder told me of the man's bewilderment. I changed direction once more while the man's bewilderment still hadn't settled down. I hid my body behind the trees while running through the forest with stifled footsteps this time. If that man was still coming to chase me again after this, That meant he held a clear killing intent toward me. That man's electrifying presence was getting distant. I reduced my running speed as I raised the sound I was making and held my breath. At that moment, there was the sound of air being sliced and a hand axe loudly stabbed the trunk of the tree where I was hiding. So, that man's presence wasn't getting distant. He was suppressing his presence as he was searching for my position. The man realized that he failed to kill me and fiercely dashed through the forest, fast. More than that, my immature body didn't have any stamina. I judged that I couldn't escape and aimed for the single moment where the man raised up his large sword to make a large swing. I leapt forward with my knife ready to thrust forward. But before my blade reached his leg that was thick like a log, the man immediately hit me with the large sword's pommel. There was a sound of something hard breaking and the man's shocked voice. The air in my lung was forced out from the impact. My body was sent flying like that and rolled through the forest. I listened to the man's footsteps running toward me with my hazy head while my consciousness was sinking into the darkness. My bad boy. You were too agile, so I thought that you were a kobold and chased you. Right now I was sitting in front of the bonfire at the campsite together with that man. A kobold was a type of low-ranked monster with the form of a dog that was standing straight. I didn't expect that I would be mistaken as such thing. This man was apparently an adventurer. He thought that it would be dangerous for the travelers if there was a monster wandering at the road of this territory, so he chased after me, but because I was running around too much, he got obstinate and attacked. Here, I guess this isn't enough as apology, but for now eat. The man urged me to eat the skinned and chopped snake that he had been roasting on the fire until just now. To me, I never ate a snake before, but I once heard from someone that some older boys who couldn't endure plain food of the orphanage went to the forest and caught snake to eat. There were many green snakes in this area. They only had weak paralyzing poison that wasn't fatal. It wouldn't attack large animal unless to protect itself. The me right now didn't feel disgusted with snake like a normal girl. The smell of roasted meat tempted me to take a bite, and then a light taste that contained a lot of juice spread inside my mouth. Honestly speaking, the taste was thin and it wasn't really delicious. But because of my empty stomach and the long time I spent only eating bad food, I devoured the meat hungrily and drank the water that the man gave me before I finally felt alive again. The man who was watching me eating waited until I finished before opening his mouth. So, boy, what is a kid doing in this kind of place? Where is your parents? The man nicely misunderstood me as boy due to my short hair and the ash covering it. It seemed that he was a good person at heart despite his stern face. Oh, perhaps I should call him a simple soul instead. Seeing me keeping quiet toward his worried and sensible words, he might be thinking of me as an orphan without any parents, and changed the topic with a light sigh. Does it still hurt? I shook my head slightly at his question to me. The man healed me with the sorcery of heal, which was a level 1 light sorcery. Even so, there was a faint bruise remaining between my chest and left shoulder. It would feel painful if I touched it, but it wasn't to the degree that I couldn't endure. When I lightly reviewed my knowledge about light sorcery, the level 1 of light sorcery consisted of heal and cure. Heal restored stamina, but it could only close a wound while the pain wouldn't vanish completely. The other one, cure, could heal wound and restored like before, but its effective range was small and it would also take time until the treatment was finished. It would also conversely reduce the stamina. Even heal could treat a wound completely without leaving behind a scar if it was just to the degree of a cut and it was used as soon as the wound was created. Its effective range and healing speed was also high, so heal became the common medical treatment sorcery. The usage of cure was limited only to certain cases, like when an unmarried girl got a large injury that would leave behind scar. Because of how troublesome the sorcery's construction was, even people with aptitude for light sorcery had the tendency not to force themselves to learn it. Even my bruise would get quickly healed if cure was used, but this man said that even he couldn't use it. While I was silently sorting out my thought, I sensed that the man was getting impatient. I too had a lot of things that I wanted to ask, but I still couldn't open up myself to this man and looked down. There I saw my knife that was snapped from the large sword's pommel lying on the ground. Sorry, your knife got broken. But that thing isn't suited for combat, you know? It might be a short sword that a noble daughter usually keeps for suicide when in a pinch. It only has sharpness going for it with thin blade that might chip just from hitting a rabbit's bone. The man became talkative as though to make an excuse for the broken knife, but it wasn't like I was blaming him. It would be troublesome to not have a knife, but this was also the result of me pointlessly running away, and without this knife there was a possibility that my bone might break and my wound wouldn't be healable with the man's heel, so I thought that it couldn't be helped. When I shook my head slightly to indicate that I wasn't blaming him, the man behaved in a way that seemed to be lacking in composure before he held out the knife on his waist toward me along with its sheath. Use this as replacement. It's too big for a kid, but I used this for dismantling monster, so it's really tough. The knife was pushed on me. When I took it out of its sheath, the knife looked was somewhat old, but its steel blade had been carefully polished. It wasn't as thin as my previous knife, so it would be difficult to stab deeply with it, but it also wouldn't chip if it hit the bone. It wasn't a knife that was simply made from pouring iron into a mold, but a knife that was made from steel that tempered and forged properly. It should be quite an expensive product. For him to easily hand such thing to an orphan like me, even if his guilt was playing a part in it, this person was too good-natured that it made me felt stupid to put up my guard against him. Thank you, Uncle. I'm still 21 years old. I thought that he might be around 30 years old, but he was unexpectedly young. When I observed him more carefully once more, it was only his face that was stern, but his skin was youthful. I couldn't see it because of his unshaven beard, but it wasn't like he had an ugly face. I could even feel amiability from his face that was sulking in a way that was befitting his age. That I too unconsciously smiled. Ooh, you finally smile. Kids look the best when they smile. His hand boisterously rubbed my head. I pushed away his hand and stared fixedly at him with my face returning to serious once more. Hey, teach me the way to use magic power. What's with that? So suddenly? It's inconvenient not being able to use daily life magic. I don't really get it, Butte. In the first place, it wasn't like I learned it after someone taught me. The uncle said that when using daily life magic, he felt a flow inside him that was different than usual, and from there he understood that it was magic power. In other words, in my case I was trying to learn magic in a reversed order. At this rate it would be difficult for me to learn magic while time passed in vain. As expected, I got the feeling that the fastest way to learn would be for me to feel strong magic power of other person. Hey, can you use strong magic power? Well, yeah, my sorcery isn't really good, but if it's body strengthening then it's using quite a lot of magic power, you know. Can you do it now? I can, but well, it's fine I guess. It's dangerous, so step back. Dangerous? Body strengthening. If I got it right, it should be a skill where warrior-type fighter poured magic power throughout their whole body to strengthen their physical ability. Why would such thing dangerous? I got really puzzled and took several steps back from him. Then I felt like a surge of strength was filling his whole body. The bonfire's flame was greatly flickering. Amazing. So this is body strengthening. I was feeling power that was overwhelming me just from watching him. I was taken in by the sensation and carelessly approached him to touch his arm. Uncle opened his eyes in surprise when he felt my touch. In that moment, there was a snapping sensation and my hand that was touching him bounced away. My body tumbled backward together with that. Boy. Uncle hurriedly ran toward me. I wasn't injured, but there was a small pain like paralysis remaining in my hand. He scolded me while I was in a daze from what just happened. I told you to step back. Nothing will happen if you can use magic power, but a kid who isn't familiar with magic power will get impacted hard like just now. Yes, that was shocking. I was shocked and felt a bit of pain, but it wasn't to a degree where I couldn't move. I grimaced just a bit while standing up. When I moved my hand to unravel my numbed fingers, Uncle watched me with an exasperated face. But that was this was magic power, huh? Inside my blood, it was only slight, but I felt the same kind of power like when I touched Uncle. As I thought, my assumption that magic power was also contained inside the blood wasn't mistaken. Using that woman's knowledge, when I focused to the blood vessels that were flowing through my whole body and the capillary vessels stretching through my whole body, I became able to clearly feel the faint magic power that was focused in my blood flowing all over in me. When the magic power gathered in my heart together with the blood from all over the body, it became just slightly stronger together with the heart's beating. When I circulated it to my whole body again, I got the feeling that my body was becoming just slightly hotter. Boy, is that body strengthening? No, it's still not taking shape though. It seemed that by circulating magic power along the flow of blood, I entered a state that mimicked what body strengthening did. With this I'd also be able to learn daily life magic, and I might also be able to learn elemental sorcery. My morale rose and I circulated my magic power even further, but then I suddenly got dizzy. Uncle's arms caught me and kept me steady. Oi, stop that already. Body strengthening is also consuming magic power even if only bit by bit. You'll faint. Yes, although that woman had short sword skill, she wasn't using body strengthening. That was why my knowledge for that was spotty. When I obediently nodded to Uncle's words, for some reason he let out an exasperated sigh while watching me. Uncle? I'm not Uncle. Just call me Feld. Well, I guess it will be alright even if my return get delayed by a day. Uncle, or rather Feld stood up and looked down on me. He made a fierce smile that might make a normal child started crying. For the whole day tomorrow, this Feld-sama is going to strictly teach you the basic, so prepare yourself boy. What did he say? Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 5 Training inside the forest. It seemed this good-natured big man Feld would spend a whole day to beat the basic into me. I didn't understand how he reached that conclusion. I more or less trusted Feld, but the fact that it didn't feel like I would be able to escape with how strong Feld was and my uneasiness in regard to close-quarter combat just by relying on that woman's knowledge made me decided to obediently accepted his offer. We woke up together in the morning of the next day. Feld shared his black bread with me and we lightly toasted it over the fire before having breakfast. The children in the orphanage often complained black bread is hard and taste bad, so I want to eat white bread. Certainly black bread was so hard that it felt like you were biting a leather sandal when nibbling on it, but I didn't really hate it. It didn't have softness like white bread, but the inside was sticky and it had proper taste when you bit into it. If it was made from properly grinded flour and baked carefully, the result wouldn't be that bad. Black bread tasted bad usually because of the fault of the maker, because they used bad quality black wheat flour and cut corner in the cooking. Even then the black bread at the orphanage was the worst though. First boy, have you ever seen your status before? Feld stood up imposingly after breakfast. I shook my head at his question. In the first place I couldn't instantly understand the term status, and I only finally understood it when the information surfaced from the knowledge. It seemed that status didn't exist in that woman's so-called previous life. But in this world there was a convenient technique to display your strength in numerical value based on your life force, magic power, ability, etc. Status was the information of your personal capability that could be seen through appraisal. But there wasn't anybody who could do such thing near that orphanage, and I also had no memory of having my status checked when my parents were alive. But according to that woman, or rather according to the lesson from that woman's teacher, the commonly used appraisal wasn't any great sorcery that connect the mind to the information of this world or peeking at the information of the opponent's soul, but something that sensed the opponent's strength through the user's sight, smell, skin, and magic power, revised the information, and converted the information to numerical form. That was why what appraisal could find out was only the opponent's current magic power, stamina, and their overall combat strength in numerical value. Other than that, it seemed there was also complete appraisal that could perfectly read the opponent's information, but that woman's teacher told her that even if by some chance she got the chance to learn it, she absolutely mustn't do so. The reason was that taking a peek at the information of other person's soul and the world would put a burden to those who had limited length of life. It seemed the cost of performing complete appraisal for such person would be their lifespan. One couldn't such skill properly unless they were dragon or high elf who possessed eternal life span. It seemed that in the past there was someone who obtained such appraisal ability through divine protection, but that person held strong suspicion toward other people and he didn't tell anybody else about his ability. Because of that, it seemed his lifespan was decreasing pointlessly without he himself realizing it. Convenient ability that could be used without any visible compensation that needed to be paid in exchange for it, especially the special ability cheat that woman was longing for. When facing something like that, it would be better to think that there was definitely something hidden behind it. Can Feld use it? Yeah. Not long ago I finally became able to use it as skill. This is your capability from my perspective. Can you read letter? Feld said that while writing on the ground using a wooden stick. Magic power, 813 stamina, 2226. Overall combat strength, 21. Well, You're just a kid, so it's only this much. Have you memorized the numbers? It seemed that my numbers were really weak. I compared the letters with my knowledge and adjusted while nodding with a conflicted expression. Then Feld threw something at me. That's called appraisal crystal. It was created by processing a special crystal that reacts to magic power. By peering using that, it will assist you in reading and quantifying a living creature's strength and magic power. After you use that many times, you will naturally become able to use appraisal by yourself. But for now, peer at your own body and think, I want to see strength. It should be good for around 2 more uses, so use it while firmly imagining your own numbers just now in your head. A tool to assist you in appraising. I did as I was told and peered at my own hand using the crystal while wishing to appraise. Then some kind of letters and numbers floated in the crystal. Compare the numbers there with the numbers from before. Are you able to match them successfully? Alicia Race, human. Magic power, 813 stamina, 2126 strength, 3 endurance, 4 agility, 5 dexterity, 5 overall combat strength, 21. After I nodded saying that it matched, Feld suddenly activated his body strengthening while telling me to appraise him next. Feld Race, human. Magic power, 177 210 stamina, 354 370 overall combat strength, 1378, during body strengthening, 1764. The difference was too wide that I couldn't even grasp how strong he was. Was it Feld who was strong, or was it me who was too weak? Even while being dumbfounded, I read up the numbers before he silently nodded. Well, the numbers are mostly matched. There will be minute differences in the number between each person depending on how they read the numbers. That crystal I'm using should be engraved with the commonly used way of reading in this continent that the Adventurer Guild decided on, so if you remember it, then it should be easier for you to do a comparison with other people. I stared at Feld's numbers for a while before the letters vanished. Then the appraisal crystal also lost its radiance. How many times you need to use this before you can learn appraisal? Let me think, it was around 60 times for me. But well, normally you can't learn it until you use it 100 times. You can buy this. Usually one of it can be used for around 10 times. Its market price is around 3 silver coins per piece. So expensive. No. Perhaps I should consider it as cheap if you could see how strong the opponent was with this. But a silver coin could be used to stay in a normal inn for 3 days with breakfast provided. So I guessed that the average adventurers would rarely use this. With this you have learned the basic of using appraisal crystal. Also based on your combat strength, it looks like you don't have any combat skill at all. Well, that's just what I expected. We are going hunting next. Feld suddenly carried his large sword on his back and charged into the forest. I hurriedly followed after him. Crouch. Don't make any sound. Feld, who was going ahead, suddenly crouched down inside a bush. I had to give it my all just to follow after him. It felt like I almost lost sight of him for an instant when he crouched down in the blink of eye and his presence thinned down. Lower your voice too. I'm also not specialized in stealth. Even so, I have experience hunting in the forest, so I have stealth skill in level 1. Also don't use body strengthening, okay? A sensitive prey will sense you. I'll teach you the way to use magic power later, but first sense the magic particle that the forest is teeming with. Yes, perhaps there was the prey that Feld mentioned nearby. I also calmed down my breathing that had gotten slightly ragged to not make any sound while focusing to sense the magic particle in the surrounding. Use the magic particle to feel the flow of the wind. Sniff the scent in the air. It's fine even if you're unable to do it right away. Just focus. Your learning speed will be very different depending on you focusing or not focusing. Yes. For now I just nodded, but I was unable to really understand what he said. I had become able to sense my own magic power somehow, but I could only sense the magic particle at the surrounding hazily. I couldn't differentiate between the plant's magic power and the animal's magic power. Feel the difference between your own magic power and the magic particle of the surrounding. The animal will notice you if you simply move silently. Match the nature of your magic power with the surrounding magic particle. Your presence will grow faint if you match the flow and size of the surrounding magic particle. Understood? Was he really planning to beat the basic into me in one day? I noticed that the day would end with me still being unable to do anything if I just stayed in a daze, so for now I focused in trying to sense the magic particle of the surrounding. I read the wind using the flow of magic particle. Did it mean that magic particle was filling what was called atmosphere like in that woman's knowledge? In that case, rather than reading the wind using magic particle, was the magic particle flowing within the atmosphere the flow of wind itself? I focused my mind trying to sense the magic particle moving at the surrounding. It felt like I was sensing something moving, but I still didn't feel it clearly. I followed behind Feld even while concentrating and desperately advanced inside the forest. "Stop, boy. Look over there. Can you sense that something is there?" Perhaps he was pointing at the bush ahead, but I couldn't sense at all whether there was something there. As long as there is no obstacle, then plants will grow spreading to the side. If there is sunlight, then branches will grow with the leaves turning to that direction. With that in mind, can you see whether there is a natural branch here? Certainly. When I looked closer, there was a branch that was bending unnaturally. After I noticed that, the unnatural parts within the forest became noticeable to me. If you notice, then look at the movement of the leaves. There is a part that's different from the wind's flow. The wind was flowing and leaves were swaying from right to left like a wave. When that flow ended, there was a branch that was making a slightly different motion. The prey is there. Can you feel it? The sensation is like when you performed appraisal. He was asking for the unreasonable, but after he told me that something was there, certainly I got the feeling that something was there. "It's a rabbit. We're going to hunt that first." Suddenly Feld readied his hand axe and threw it into the bush. A faint cry entered my ear. Feld immediately headed to the and I followed behind him. We found a rabbit that died instantly from the axe that was embedded deeply into it. We'll process it before heading to the next. After that we spent the morning hunting continuously in the forest without paying attention to my understanding and stamina. Feld hammered various lessons into me despite my bewilderment, like bleeding and skinning the prey, or how to remove the organs. "Oi, boy, we're going to roast the meat." "Yes." I stood up while frowning. Rather than because of the fatigue I was feeling, I was frowning because of the bad nutrition balance of eating only meat since yesterday. Fire. Feld's daily life magic lit the dry leaves on fire. After that he burned some small branches on it before tossing in thick branches next. He could use sorcery, but it wasn't his main expertise. He could only use fire, water, and light. I arranged the skewers around the bonfire while staring at the flow of the daily life magic's magic power that I had never seen from nearby until now. That woman's teacher made her continuously watched burning fire while single-mindedly needing magic power as training for fire. She'd done it for many hours every day until she even saw fire in her dream when sleeping. Was this the same with what Feld said about reading the flow of magic particle? The existence of spirits was tightly connected with the physical phenomenon of this world. The believers of spirit faith claimed that fire was burning because there was fire spirit at that place, and in fact flame could burn by consuming only fire magic particle. Putting aside whether there was really spirit there or not, physical phenomenon was also related to magic particle. Could it be that magic particle that was non-elemental at the beginning became elemental magic power by coming into contact with creature or object that possessed element, and became the fuel of that elemental magic? Did human who possessed element converted the magic particle they absorbed into their own element? That was why. Could it be that perhaps the daily life magic that someone learned would grow to become that person's magic power's elemental attribute? No. That woman was able to use all 6 daily life magic, more or less. That woman's teacher also said that learning all 6 types of daily life magic was a requirement to be an accomplished sorcerer. From that, was it a mistake to think that daily life magic was connected to magic element? But the sorcery that Feld could use was light sorcery and fire sorcery. It was almost exactly the same with the daily life magic that he could use. Perhaps magic power's element was merely a matter of affinity. You could still use magic outside of your element, only that it was harder to learn. Fire was the one that woman learned first. It was the one that she spent the most time and effort to learn. And then the sorcery that woman could use was fire and water, so perhaps that was simply because it was the sorcery that left the most impression in her. But was there only few people who could handle multiple elements? There were also people who had interest to all elements, even if their affinity was bad and it was harder to learn. There should be people who persevered and attempted to learn multiple elements. Could it be By possessing a lot of magic power, magic stone of that element would be formed in your heart. But by possessing multiple elements, it might cause some kind of harmful effect that even that woman didn't know about. It's cooked already, boy. Eat. Eat. My thought was interrupted by the skewered rabbit that felt held out to me. I accepted it. Honestly speaking, I was too tired that I didn't have the slightest bit of appetite, but there was no guarantee that I would be able to obtain proper food after this, so I forcefully ate it even if I had to wash it down into my stomach while searing the movement of magic particle inside the burning fire into my eyes. Get up, boy. We'll start with the next training. Feld's voice roused me as I was dozing off with full stomach. It seemed that he was going to teach me the way to use weapon next. He asked me what kind of weapon I wanted to use and I answered him that it was knife. Hearing that, Feld pondered for a bit before nodding in understanding. Right. That's not a bad choice because you can learn the level 1 of spear skill or short sword skill relatively quicker. The skill I'm using is sword skill, but the battle skill will differ depending on the type of the sword, so I can't use the battle skill of one-handed sword. It's said that sword skill and short sword skill are separated from each other despite both of them being bladed weapon, because the handling of short sword is even more different than great sword and one-handed sword. But it's only the battle skill that is outside of my reach. I can still use knife or baton to some degree. In other words, even though Feld only had sword skill, it didn't mean that he was an amateur in using baton. The skill you could use was seared into your soul, so if you were powerful to some degree, even if your weapon wasn't the weapon you specialized in, you wouldn't be reduced into an amateur in battle. To be more specific, if you had level 3 in sword skill, you could also handle weapon that had similar way of usage with the proficiency of level 1 at least. What is battle skill? If the knowledge was accurate, battle skill was the special move that was used by warrior-type combatant. But that woman didn't have any battle skill despite possessing short sword skill. You will be able to use it with an application of body strengthening. Battle skill is considered as non-elemental magic with one monosyllable chant. There are also monsters that can use battle skill with their roar, so I don't really know about it in detail. But body strengthening and battle skill are pretty much treated as advanced level non-elemental sorcery that rivaled element magic. How do you learn it? More recently you can ask to be taught battle skill at Adventurer Guild if it's just rank 1. You will need to pay though. Other than that, the only way is to take lessons from someone who can use it or becoming a disciple at somewhere. So it was the same like magic. You needed to learn it from someone else. Troublesome. After that, Feld instructed and corrected my knife holding form, my slashing form, my thrusting form, blocking form, etc. From there I understood how that woman's short sword skill was pretty half-baked. I got impressed instead that she was able to acquire short sword skill with that. He taught me of several basic forms while correcting my movement by hitting my arms or waist. But there wasn't any time for me to perfectly learn them. So after seeing that I had become able to move somewhat properly, Feld trained my hard through practical training. I was using the knife while Feld was only using a wooden stick, but in the end my knife couldn't even snap the stick. After that I got thrown many times to learn the way to fall safely. Feld himself was teaching me with earnestness. But was it really alright to train a 7-year-old child in this way? After continuously training with everything I had, I became unable to move again from fatigue. Feld poured water on my head with water and forcefully recovered my stamina using heal. Originally it isn't good to use heal too much like this in training because you won't build up your stamina this way, but we have no time, so it's fine I guess. You are really determined boy, so I think that you will be able to become quite strong. After you learn the short sword skill, if you also learn body strengthening, wait, you can use it already, aren't you? Anyway, just be careful of running out of magic power. What will happen if your magic power run out? You will simply faint. Normally your magic power will recover after sleeping for a night, but if you faint from running out of it, you won't wake up for half a day. Besides, you will get starved if your magic power decreases until rock bottom. If you're unlucky, you might even die from emaciation while you are unconscious. So never use all your magic power unless it's really an emergency. Understood? Certainly that was dangerous, especially in my case. There was a risk of getting killed by wild animal while I was unconscious. I should be careful of that if there was even the slightest risk to my life. After that I was taught of the way to use body strengthening and the points that I should be careful with. Originally you would naturally become able to circulate magic power to your whole body in the process of obtaining close-range combat skill level 1, and from the you obtained body strengthening. Also, body strengthening would consume 1 magic power for around every count of 100, though there would be some degree of variation depending on the individual's proficiency in controlling magic power, so I was taught to bodily learn how long I was able to fight. In my case I was already able to do the basic of body strengthening, so it seemed that I would be able to learn short sword skill relatively quickly if I was able to perform the forms properly. I seriously trained so that I could remember every single thing that Feld taught me. Feld also seemed to feel my earnestness and treated me not as a mere kid but as a person. Perhaps both of us was sensing that the time of parting was approaching. Well, I only taught you the basics of the basics and it was in a rush on top of that. But I think that I've at least crammed the minimum into you. I need to get back onto the road already, boy. Stay in good health. Feld said that when he ran out of time with the evening approaching. He shouldered his luggage on his bag. Yes, it was a sudden encounter and harsh training. But there was kindness and warmth of an adult that I never felt since I became an orphan from his words and large hands. I looked down because the kid side inside me felt slightly lonely. Then Feld rubbed my head that was covered with ash and sweat roughly. Be stronger the next time we meet. Yes. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2021/04/i003.jpg. With such parting words, Feld turned his large back on me and started walking toward the direction of the town before night came. The good-natured and kind large back. Seeing that back, the figure of Otto-san who I thought of having the largest back overlapped with it. I saw off that back until it was completely gone from view under the evening sun. I took a deep breath and swallowed the loneliness of my heart into myself together with it. Normally nobody would bother with an orphan, but even though it was only for a short time, Feld had taught me the way to live. I held nothing but gratitude for him. I held the rabbit meat trapped in leaves that Feld left behind for me and stamped out the bonfire before another traveler came. Then I hid myself inside the forest. I checked whether the food that was hanging on a branch had gotten swarmed by insect or small animal. Then I climbed on a tree and focused my hearing to the sound of the small rivers flow nearby from on top of a thick branch. I had put out the bonfire so that nobody could find me, but I already didn't need it anymore. Fire. I held my hand forward and chanted the daily life magic. A small spark lit although it was still crude. And then I listened to the waters flow while chanting water. I slurped at the water that dripped from my fingertip. To regain my stamina and magic power, I had a light nap while every few minutes I would be on guard against the surrounding that was growing dark. A certain incident became a hot topic in the town where the orphanage that Alicia was living in was located. In this country, influential nobles with the rank of count and above would act as caregiver that managed some dependents, which were nobles with the rank of viscount and below who were possessing territory in some distance around them. One of them was Count Taurus. There were 2 murder incidents that occurred in a town in his territory that was governed by Baron Horace that was located at the north near the border. One of the victims was a woman who seemed to be an adventurous sorcerer. Looking at how her possessions were stolen, the murder was thought as a robbery crime. The territory of Baron Horace was located at the countryside, but there was a forest at the north where monsters lived in large scale there. The area around here was bustling with a lot of adventurers. It was rare for those adventurers to visit this small town. Even so, for the citizens who were aware of the temperament of wandering adventurers, they considered this incident simply as a result of a quarrel between adventurers and didn't pay much attention to it. But it was a different story when the victim was a citizen of the town, which was the old woman who was managing the orphanage. It wasn't because the citizens looked up to the old woman, but because she was a necessary person who undertook the troublous job of taking care of the orphans while only getting small sum of donation. Because of that, even when the old woman went a bit too far when disciplining the orphans, the adults of the town would pretend to not see anything. With the murder of the old woman, the mayor who was governing this town investigated the orphanage. There he found proof that the old woman was selling children as sex slave to fill her own pocket. The mayor suspected that perhaps the old woman was murdered with the involvement of a slave trafficking organization, so he tried investigating where the children were sold to, but he couldn't even grasp how many of the orphans had been sold. so. In the end, the incident was treated as an unresolved case. Baron Horace, who received the report from the mayor, asked his caregiver Count Taurus to introduce him to someone who could manage the orphanage. Until that person arrived, it was the Baron's servant who took care of the orphans. Their temporary caretaker assigned the orphans to do voluntary labors for the town. Among them, a 7-year-old girl who was assigned to clean out the mud from a ditch picked a half-chipped magic stone. Her eyes sparkled as though she was mesmerized by its bewitching radiance. Yes, I want to be the main character heroine. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2021/04/io04.jpg Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 6 Forest Survival. That day no other traveler came to the campsite and morning arrived like that. Even so, when noon came, there was a possibility that a horse carriage of merchant or the like would stop by there to have lunch. The average adult would be on their guard when they saw an orphan, thinking that they might be a thief. The shrewd adult might use the chance to steal the belonging of a kid using this spot on the road where there wasn't any guard nearby. It would be better to think of Feld as a special exception and not trusted other adults so easily. Even so, I wouldn't progress just by hiding forever. That was why, in order to survive, I went around picking wild blackberries again while starting to diligently practice magic. I could sense my own magic power now, so I could use fire and water even if they were still shoddy, but my usage of them still wasn't in a practical level, and I also couldn't use other daily life magic. Light would be the most convenient magic to learn next, but I intentionally planned to learn hard first. Hard was a magic to harden the ground. It was commonly used in construction job to shorten construction time by hardening a mud wall so the workers could do other work while waiting for it to dry. Apparently, I entered the forest, dug a ground that looked soft, choosing a branch, grabbed a lump of soil in one hand, and then I was at a loss. What did it mean to harden? When I clutched the soil inside my head, it looked like it had been solidified, but when I touched it, the lump easily crumbled. It could be called as hardened like this. After clutching and crumbling the soil several times, the soil turned yellow from its originally dry brown color. It wouldn't solidify even when I strongly clutched it. Water. I chanted water, which also served as practice. Water dripped from my fingertip. Its amount had increased slightly compared to last night. The water drips were absorbed by the dry soil. It could solidify again with this, but this time it became mud because of too much water. A dry soil would become powdery like sand. To solidify something like that, you needed something like water to tie the soil grains together. Hard. When I chanted while imagining the magic power tying the soil grains together, the earth lump inside my hand became hard while its shape was still the same. I did it. Did I learn hard with this? To check, I threw the lump to a nearby tree to see how hard it had become. Then the earth lump easily broke when it collided on the tree. The magic power dispersed and the lump returned to be a normal soil again. I thought that I was able to use it, but it wasn't perfect. The practice that woman's teacher made her was also to knead a lump of soil barehanded. But what was different? The soil that woman used had a color that seemed to be gray. I stopped the magic training for now and returned to the stream for a meal. I ate the blackberries as breakfast. Then, using a wet cloth, I wiped my body and washed my sweat and the ash covering me because it would feel unpleasant if I left them any longer than that. After the ash was washed off, my pink blonde hair that was the same like Okara-san was sparkling. I couldn't feel calm like this. Perhaps I shouldn't use only ash. I wonder if I can use the gray-colored soil at the riverside as substitute. Wait. I found a soil layer with gray color at the ground near the riverside. I took a pinch of that soil and rubbed it with my fingers. Then the knowledge taught me what it was. Clay? I tried pouring magic power into it while chanting hard, but the clay didn't really harden. It felt difficult to harden it compared to normal soil. Did I do something wrong? What was the difference between soil and clay? I was trying to fill the gap in the clay by pouring magic power, but I see. From rubbing the clay between my fingers, I noticed that the clay was so fine it was as though there wasn't any gap at all between it. And then that woman's knowledge taught me that clay was made from particles that were even finer than normal soil. Hard. This time I poured in magic power not to tie the particles together. I held the image of making the magic power permeate into the particles' gaps to fuse the particles together. The clay became really hard. When I flicked it with my finger, it made a sound like porcelain. When I tried throwing the clay at a tree hard, The tree's trunk got scratched while the lump of clay didn't get a single dent. Furthermore, the magic power didn't disperse even when it left my hand. The lump was still keeping the magic power and hardness. So this was hard. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to learn it without that woman's knowledge from previous life. After that I picked up that clay in order to ascertain how long the hardness would last. I also wanted to learn the daily life magic, but I could do magic training even at night. I looked at the sky and took out that handwritten medicinal herb dictionary from my luggage while the day was still bright. It didn't only contain various medicinal herbs. If it was something that could be used in medicine, even mushrooms and minerals were described in great detail with illustration attached. But the me right now was unable to make the knowledge wholly mine despite having it. I had to learn to read by observing words letter by letter. For now it would be difficult to differentiate mushroom even if there was illustration of it. So I spent time searching for wild grass that seemed to be edible, and then I searched for its description in the book. I read the writing letter by letter and ascertained the plant's safety. I collected plants and studied for a while before I suddenly realized the smell of bonfire that was drifting from far away. It was already noon. There must be a merchant carriage stopping by so they could have lunch. If you were unable to arrive at this place at this time, even with a carriage you would be unable to reach the town before evening. I returned to a hollow near the stream where I placed my luggage while gathering dry branches. When I turned my focus toward the campsite, I strongly felt the smell of burning wood. Felt told me to feel the magic power of the surrounding and sniff the flow of wind and smell. I backed away one step at a time, ascertained the smell. I felt the increase and decrease of the smell. When I compared the magic particle that I felt at the surrounding and the flow of that smell, I got the feeling that I could see the movement of the magic particle for just a bit. Wind. I chanted and poured my magic power to match the movement of that smell and magic particle. Then the smell dispersed, although only slightly. I was doing training to feel the magic power of the wind, so I thought I would learn this quickly, but I managed to learn it easier than I expected. I planned to hide in the forest if a traveler came, but I changed my plan because I could use hard now. I began to collect clay. After that I was focusing on kneading the clay without thinking of anything else when the smell of burnt wood drifting my way vanished. It was unexpectedly fun toying with clay, but it wasn't like I was just playing around. I finished preparing. I took the rabbit meat that was wrapped in leaves and a bit of food from my luggage, and also the dried woods and wild grasses that I collected from the forest before carefully heading toward the campsite. There wasn't a human presence remaining there anymore. I applied hard on the crooked clay bowl that I prepared to harden it, then I used my knife to chop the rabbit meat and threw it there together with the wild grasses that I had cut. Then I poured water from above using water. I staggered slightly. I had used too much magic power today. I shouldn't enter a starving state if I used magic just one more time. Fire. I put the clay bowl beside the new bonfire and lit fire to it. Sparks crackled and smoke faintly rose from the dry leaves. It would be hard for me to use fire one more time, so I breathed out while tossing in completely dry leaves bit by bit into the fire. I sighed in relief seeing that fire was burning well. My magic power status was 13. With this I had used daily life magic 8 times today. It seemed that daily life magic consumed 1 point for each use, so my remaining magic power was 5 now. Perhaps this was the bottom line. I sensed the magic power amount that was remaining inside my body and engraved this sensation deeply into my memory. I only placed the bowl beside the bonfire, so I thought that it would take time until the wild grasses were cooked completely. But clay that was hardened with hard could only last for around 1 hour. I was wishing that the grasses would finish cooking before that while using the free time to start shaving a wooden branch that I picked to make a spoon. After some time the wild grasses looked very well boiled in appearance, so I used my spoon that looked like a crooked spatula and tried eating it together with the rabbit meat that was also boiled together. This was bad. The side that was close to the fire was cooked, but the other side was only half cooked. The wild grass's astringent taste also remained behind strongly. It was painful to eat this. I also put in dried meat that was preserved with salt, so the food had some taste, but it wasn't so effective in erasing the astringent and weird taste. I learned with my stomach that it was no good if I didn't strictly select the type of wild grass to be used in cooking. This time I was experimenting with cooking for the first time in order to cook the foods that I had left for a whole day inside the forest. The foods were more or less preserved, but I was scared of eating them as they were without cooking them first. My cooking resulted in a failure. But I got a slightly better understanding of what I should do next time for better result, so I believe this was quite a worthwhile experience. The wild grasses soup tasted worse than even the salt soup the orphanage's old had created, but it wasn't poisonous, so I ate it all. Thinking again, both tasted bad, so it wasn't really any different. But it have been bothering me that I was eating nothing but meat lately, so eating wild grasses somehow calmed me down. Like that I finished the meal that was unkind to my stomach and tongue. I gathered some new ashes and wrapped them in a leaf before returning to the forest. There I started training with knife, which didn't use magic power. Originally I should secure some food, but setting aside wild grass or blackberry, I didn't have any method to secure meat. That was why, other than practicing knife forms, I also practiced with knife throwing at the same time. Originally it was inefficient to practice multiple things while you still hadn't obtained skill that memorized your state of ability acquisition, but the me right now had very scarce amount of methods in order to survive, so I wanted to have a trump card no matter what it was. First, before I forgot it, I repetitively and carefully traced back the knife forms that I was taught yesterday. Feld said that skill acquisition would be quick as long as I was able to at least choose the forms, but I couldn't be that optimistic, so I was thinking to repeat the forms that were taught to me many times to quicken my skill acquisition as quickly as possible. In the first place, skill wasn't something that could be obtained easily. If skill could grow quickly like weed in the field just from training for several days, even civilians should be able to obtain a lot of combat skills before they grew into adult. Then, how great a skill level 1 actually was. Although that woman was ill-informed about close-quarter combat, her knowledge at least knew about the common sense. For example, if you asked how great sword skill level 1 actually was, a child who went to a swordsmanship dojo in a town for several years would finally be able to learn it when they were around 12 or 13 years old. To become level 2 from that, they would need be diligent in doing practical combat training and obtaining the ability to work in occupation of fighting where they put their life at risk. Becoming level 3 would put someone at the level of career soldier or knight who had done their duty for more than 10 years. When someone reached this level, they would be able to call themselves a warrior and no one would be able to refute it. But this level was a domain that the average people could arrive at by doing their work normally. To go even further than that, it was said that they would have to go through training that demanded them to make sacrifice with their private life, and they also needed to have talent in that field. Ordinarily there was nobody below 10 years old who had level 1 skill, and there was also nobody who became level 3 at around 20 years old. That was why for a small child like me to obtain skill, I couldn't just simply train frantically. It was necessary for me to train my forms perfectly and accurately to a degree that it was impossible for a kid. I sharpened my mind and repeated my revised forms accurately over and over. A child had unexpectedly high degree of focus. A normal child tended to get bored quickly, so they couldn't continue it for long. But I understood that this was a necessity for me to survive, so my focus was unwavering. I continued the short sword skill training for around 2 hours. Then I felt fatigue welled up inside my body and sighed. I should replenish my water when I became able to use water during the morning. When I pondered about the remaining amount of magic power that I could use today, the necessary information surfaced in my head from the knowledge. Even if I consumed my magic power, in this world that was teeming with magic particle, my magic power would recover for about 10% in 1 hour. If I was sleeping, it seemed I would recover 20%. In that case, even if I consumed my magic power until the very limit, it would fully recover if I took 5 hours of sleep. The last time I used magic power might be around 2 hours ago, so I who had the magic power capacity of 13 should have recovered around 2 or 3 magic power. First I'd wash my hand in the stream, through the water that smelled like leather from my water flask, then chanted water to fill the water flask bit by bit while paying attention to my remaining magic power amount. With my current training, the amount of water I could produce with 1 magic power was only around a single cup. Thinking that I might be able to do a bit more, I used water once more and my head turned dizzy. But, with this I became convinced that 10% of my magic power recovered in 1 hour. It seemed that magic power would increase bit by bit after obtaining sorcery skill and using magic power, but the magic power that I could use right now was too small that my training couldn't progress as I wanted it to. Then was there no way to quicken the magic power's recovery? Let's think about it later. I drank water and recuperated my willpower. Then next I trained in knife throwing. In knife throwing, there was the method of throwing it straight and throwing it with rotation. To hit a close target it was better to use straight throw, while rotating throw was used to target a slightly further target. Apparently, knife throwing's distance limit was 10 meters. Even if you used body strengthening, it would be more efficient to use bow normally to aim further than that. First I tried to target a tree trunk that was 2 meters away. The way to hold the knife wasn't different whether you threw it straight or with rotation. The only difference was in the way you swung your arm and the timing to let go. So I tried throwing the knife straight. Bam! The knife hit the ground without even hitting the tree. I tried to throw using my elbow and below, but what should I do so that the knife could fly straight? Well, the only thing I could do was practice, but after repeating it many times, I understood that a 7-year-old child's muscle power was just insufficient for this. Change of plan. I gave up in knife throwing for now and tried stone throwing. I was fixated to knife throwing because that action required short sword skill and throwing. I could practice both of them at the same time with that. Stone throwing only required throwing skill, so even I should be able to use it. As I pondered of how I should throw the stone, the knowledge of a throwing weapon called slingshot surfaced in my mind. It seemed it could be easily made if you just have string and cloth or leather. Change of plan again. It seemed that even a child could produce relatively high damage with slingshot, so I decided to make it. It seemed that a woman also hunted rabbit with that when she was a child, so I also understood the way to make it. I noticed that I didn't have string as I made that slingshot. Should I cut a cloth thinly to be used as replacement? Would it have enough resilience? I would also need a part for the slingshot to hang on my fingers, so I felt that using string would be better. As I rummaged through my luggage while thinking that, the hair that I cut off came out. I kept it because I thought that perhaps I would be able to sell it, but it had a length of around 30 centimeters, so perhaps I would be able to use it as string replacement if I intertwined them together. First I tried braiding them together by tying up the ends of several hairs together. The result was really twisted. They would come apart when I strongly pulled them. After that I kept trying many times before I finally became able to neatly tie them together. It was already evening at that point. Let's go picking some berries. It had become really dark when I finished picking up blackberries, so I hurriedly returned to the usual tree where I slept. I guessed that my magic power should have recovered slightly too. I dried some of the wild grasses that I picked during the morning on a rock near the stream. They had withered quite much, so I bundled them together and used fire to lit them up slightly. It was written in that book that this grass repelled insect, so I tried using it. I didn't know whether this was the right way of using it, but I placed it below the tree and surrounded it with rocks. A fire this weak shouldn't catch any attention at all, so I believed that it would be fine. I climbed on the tree and it still hadn't gotten completely dark, so I created the slingshot before eating only blackberries as my dinner. Inside the forest that had grown dark, I could see the light of bonfire from the direction of the campsite. But of course this time I didn't go to check the place. I slowed my breathing and hid my presence. But I got slightly curious and turned my focus toward the campsite. Could I use this as training to feel the magic particle in the air and detect presence like Feld told me? I focused my eyes toward the direction of the campsite and sharpened my senses to feel the magic particle at the surrounding. As I strained my eyes to sense the magic particle, I got a feeling as though there was something. Did I become able to sense the presence of small animal, or perhaps there was fairy or spirit like what I heard from fairy tale? It was as though such thinking became a stimulation that pushed a certain knowledge to surface in my head. It seemed that it was said that the magic particle in this world was created from the spirits. In that case then perhaps there were really small spirits around Heraba. There were several types of fairy based on their element. If magic particle was converted when they touched some kind of elemental object just like I assumed, was it the spirit that was the source of the converted magic particle? In that case, which spirit created the magic particle that was teeming in this forest? We were in a forest, so was it earth spirit or water? Right now it was night, so perhaps it was the darkness spirit that generated the magic particle. When I pondered that, strangely I got the feeling like darkness spirits were overflowing inside the forest. There was moonlight tonight, so I could at least see the outlines of objects around me, But perhaps because my thought reached such place, a particularly darker spot inside the forest entered my eyes. Was that spot looked even darker because of the bonfire's light entering my sight? Was that really the case? As I got curious by that, the darkness looked as though it was different when the rest of the place. If that was the power of darkness spirit magic particle of dark element, what was the other parts? The tree parts looked especially different. So was it magic particle of water or earth element over there? If darkness had blackish color, what color water and earth had? In my imagination I pictured that water had bluish color while earth was yellowish. Then light was whitish while fire was reddish. As for wind, what kind of color it had? Perhaps the remaining color, faint green, was its color. As I was thinking such thing, I imagined that the magic particle around the tree was yellow and blue and strained my eyes. Strangely, a pattern with yellow and blue mixed together appeared over the tree trunk. And then it felt like I could see red color around the light of the bonfire that was far away. Strange. I faintly felt green color from the breeze that was shaking the tree leaves. When I strongly held the image of color in my mind, the inside of the forest that was only filled with pitch black darkness instantly felt like it was colored all over. Perhaps it was just my imagination. It might be a hallucination that my mind was showing me at this time. But if this was really happening for real, I took a deep breath to take in air along with the magic particles at the surrounding that I could see. When I matched the color of my own magic power with the magic particle I inhaled, my existence that was standing out from my surrounding until then felt like it was suddenly melting into the forest. The next morning I woke up together with the morning sun again. There should be people still staying at the campsite. When I focused my sight to there, it felt like I could see red color. It was harder to distinguish the color in the day rather than night, but my perception that was seeing elemental magic particle as color last night was still persisting. It seemed this wasn't my imagination. It looked like my brain was really perceiving magic particle as something that had color, but felt, and also that a woman's teacher said to feel the magic particle. Then perhaps seeing was abnormal. Currently my limit in sensing magic particle at my surrounding was several meters, but with seeing then I could detect magic particle until a bit further away. I got the hunch that this would become my weapon. If I trained this sense to feel magic particle a bit more, the range I could see magic particle with my eyes might widen. Let's strongly focus on this perception right now and train to be able to look at the colors clearly. I focused on seeing the color of magic particle and feeling it with my senses while starting to do my daily routine of picking wild grasses and blackberries. My food situation was really dire. My dried meat and cheese would run out tomorrow, so perhaps I should head to the town soon. Midway I stopped by at the upstream of the small river and washed the blackberries and ate them before washing my face too. I rinsed my mouth thoroughly and rubbed my teeth with a stalk of medicinal herb that I had shaved. It was like a habit that my parents always told me to do when they were alive. At the end I replenished the water in the flask with water while pondering about the last thing that I was able to do last night. I became able to see the colors of magic particles. Then by focusing on the surrounding colors and inhaling them as particles, and matching the color of my magic power with them, it felt like my presence was melting into the forest. If that wasn't just my imagination, then it would be very advantageous for stealth. When I strained my eyes while keeping in mind that magic particle had color, the surrounding scenery got faintly colored and even places that I couldn't see became visible. I recalled the sensation from yesterday while absorbing magic particle through my breathing. Then I dyed the transparent non-elemental magic power inside me with the same colors of my surrounding. Even though my surrounding was overflowing with elemental magic particles, why was it my own magic particle was colorless? I would enter a starving state when using too much magic power was because the organism of this world was absorbing magic particle as one of their nourishments too. In that case, did the body only absorbed the magic particle's elemental attribute as nutrient? I stopped thinking that for now and checked whether I was successful in my camouflage. I observed the surrounding magic particle while absorbing each of the earth's yellow, the water's blue, the wind's green, and the darkness is black in small amount, but in exchange I absorbed a lot of the light's white. I couldn't completely become the same with my surrounding, rather than because of the rate of the particles that I absorbed. It was more because of my magic power control that was too immature to fine-tune that rate of absorption. Furthermore, just by moving a little, the rate of magic particles at the surrounding would change, so I would need to fine-tune the magic power again each time. I had to use this continuously the whole time while in stealth. Feld also said to read the flow of the surrounding magic particles and match yourself with that while during covert action. The flow of magic particle, perhaps he was telling me to match the density of the magic particle and to match the elements unconsciously. It was extremely troublesome, but well, there was no other choice but to do it. I trained in matching the color of magic power while resuming my gathering of the wild grasses. I learned a lesson the hard way yesterday with the edible wild plant. So what I picked today was mainly the medicinal herbs that looked like they could be used as medicine. The medicinal herb that was used in the average household as household medicine was growing relatively anywhere. It seemed the herb could suppress the propagation of bacteria in wound. When eaten it could heal stomachache from light food poisoning, and it was a type of antidote that had disinfection effect. It was then a green snake suddenly appeared from a nearby bush. Green snake was a meek snake that wouldn't attack a prey that was bigger than a wild mouse. Even so, it would attack if there was danger. If it bit me, I would get paralyzed and unable to move for 1 hour. It would be alright if it was in human settlement, but I didn't want to get paralyzed in this kind of place. But the green snake didn't notice me who was right beside it. It didn't realize I was here because I was matching my magic power with the surrounding. In that woman's knowledge, it seemed that snake was able to sense a living creature's body heat. In that case, was it possible to trick even heat detection by matching your magic power with the surrounding? No. Perhaps the snake of this world wasn't detecting a creature's heat but their magic power instead. Either way, I was honestly happy that I was able to perform camouflage in a level that could deceive wild animal in such short time. I pulled out my knife while matching my movement with the flow of wind around me. Without pause I swung down the blade at the green snake's head. The green snake struggled and tried to entangle me. In response I slowly stabbed deeply without panic. After that I severed its head and bled it out by wringing it in order to eat it later. At afternoon I practiced with my knife and the slingshot that I just created. With my knife, I was only tracing the short sword skills forms accurately. Sometimes I would also use body strengthening while being careful with my remaining magic power amount. Fundamentally it took a lot of time to obtain close quarter combat level 1 because the person hadn't learned body strengthening and martial art, which were the basic of moving your body. That was why if I practiced while also mixing body strengthening with it, I predicted that my acquisition of the skill would be faster compared to other kids. For the slingshot, I practiced throwing stones that I picked from the stream to a tree trunk over and over. At first the stone wouldn't fly straight, but my accuracy improved somewhat after continuing for an hour. Even so my limit was at 3 meters if I wanted to be able to hit my target properly, so even more practice was required in order to improve my hit rate. But then, I noticed a mysterious phenomenon. When doing the slingshot practice, I was also doing the training of pouring magic power to my whole body at the same time. Then suddenly it felt like my hit rate increased. Was I unconsciously performing body strengthening? But did body strengthening have such effect? Even when I investigated my knowledge, I didn't find any memory like that. I poured magic power to my whole body once more and shot the slingshot. There my magic power was flowing to the slingshot, or more accurately only to the string that was made from my hair, although only slightly. Even after it was cut from me, my hair still had my magic power slightly remaining in it. It reacted to my magic power and adapted so that the magic power flowed into it. I, who was able to perceive my own magic power, poured it along the flow of my blood. I thought that body strengthening was magic power flowing on its own through the blood flow, but perhaps it was my will that was moving the magic power itself. In that case, there was a possibility that I was unconsciously moving the hair string as an extension of my body, and it slightly compensated for my accuracy. If I poured my magic power while perceiving the slingshot as an extension of my body, then perhaps my accuracy would increase even more. I felt like this could be used as a new weapon for me. I began creating a new weapon using my severed hairs while the day was still bright. And then, this might be usable. Under the evening sun, I tried using the newly created item. It was only barely usable. The premise was that my opponent didn't have their guard up against me, but considering that my fighting method had increased with this, let's move to the next stage and headed to the neighboring town. I replenished the water and sorted my luggage before the day was over. I stuffed the minimum amount of luggage and half of my money into the bag of that woman who attacked me. Then the next morning, I departed at the same time when the sky was getting brighter. From this campsite until the neighboring town, an adult would usually arrive around evening if they departed from early morning. Then a child like me should need around 50% longer to arrive at the city. That assumption shouldn't be too far from the actual answer, wasn't it? I trained to sense the color of magic particle while walking. Sometimes I also mixed body strengthening in it. I could only rely on my body clock and the angle of the sun to know the passage of time, so I was especially careful to not overuse my magic power. Even so, if it was something that I could do, then I'd do it as much as possible. I also used this time to practice with the remaining daily life magic that I hadn't trained until now, light and dark. Light was a magic to lit a light that was as bright as a candle, while dark's effect was to block light. It could also extinguish the effect of light. The reason I put off learning these two was because I didn't understand the principle behind them. Unlike the others, if it was water, then I just needed to imagine gathering water vapor from the air. After I became aware of the particle's colors, I became able to produce a lot of water by focusing to gather water element magic particle. Then perhaps I could do the same by gathering light's white magic particle to use the magic light. A small light was lit on my hand after I chanted. The light was so small that I wouldn't notice it was there if I wasn't already aware of it. The light vanished the moment I lost focus. Was it no good by simply gathering light element? If the light succeeded, then the light should continue to shine for around 30 minutes. Come to think of it, it felt like the light that I saw in the orphanage was attached to other object. I severed my magic power from myself. That magic power would get consumed bit by bit to maintain the magic itself if I consumed it as fuel, like how oxygen served that role for fire. Light. As a test, I tried applying light at the tip of my knife. A dazzling light spread out. Dark. I hurriedly gathered the darkness magic particles and threw it on the light. The light's light in the darkness offset each other and vanished. The strong light just now, was it because of my image of it burning with fuel? I got the feeling that the magic power I cut off wasn't dispersing but burning up in the blink of eye. I wouldn't be able to use this properly without training, but I was able to use dark immediately, so let's be satisfied with this. I would enter the forest when there was carriage or traveler passing by and waited until they passed through. While waiting, I picked some berries and used small fire to roast my last dried meat and cheese to fill my stomach. My remaining foods were only the blackberries and wild grasses that I picked from the forest. I still couldn't hunt rabbit using my slingshot. I could also search for snake, but I prioritized going to the city. Evening came and the sun was starting to set. While I was worrying whether to use light and kept advancing or lurk in the forest to wait until morning arrived, I suddenly noticed a change in myself. I can see in the night. It was just 2 days, but as the result of using that time to strengthen my perception that magic particles had the color of elements, I became able to differentiate the plants, ground, and sky based on their element, although it was only faintly. When I focused even deeper, I felt like I could even see the position of animals that didn't have any element. I could sense clearly for around a radius of 15 meters, I guess, but I could walk even at night if I could sense that much. I entered into the forest first and searched blue water element and picked blackberries that contained a lot of that element. Let's continue walking as long as my stamina permitted for today. The fatigue that I was feeling was still faint, perhaps because of my frequent usage of body strengthening. After I finished with my small meal and break, I matched my magic particles' size and color with the surrounding magic particles to erase my presence while walking through the road. After that, I took several breaks in between while advancing through the road at night. When it was late at night, the large wall of the neighboring town that I saw for the first time finally entered my sight. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 7 Slum Quarters. I finally arrived at the neighboring town when it was late at night. That town was covered by a stone wall with height that reached the roof of a 2-storied building. The gate of that town was already closed, but even if the gate was opened, a street urchin who was slightly dirty all over from exploring and training in the forest like me wouldn't be able to enter easily. Why was it difficult for a street urchin to enter a town? That was because the action of people in this country was limited based on their social status. According to my knowledge, the countries of this continent seem to classify people into 4 social statuses, broadly speaking. First, the ruling class. The nobles. They could travel anywhere if it was within the country. They could also go to other country if they had compelling reason for it. Next was commoner. They were people who paid tax as citizen. They could travel anywhere within the territory of the noble where they were registered. In the case of this area, it was the territory of a baron. But to go to the territory of another noble, they would be charged with a toll of 1 silver coin as tax. The people without any house who were called as free folk had social status below them. They didn't pay tax, but in exchange they were levied with limitation anywhere they went. They had to pay 1 silver coin as toll every time they entered a city. The lowest social status was slave. In other words, they were people who sold themselves. It might be easier to understand if I said that they were commonly known as serf. They tilted the field under their master and received pay depending on the amount of harvest. They could also have family within limit, but they had no freedom to stop doing their work. Just like how that orphanage's old hag sold orphans, there were also nobles and wealthy people who kept illegal slave as lover, but that wasn't a common thing, so they were the exception. My current status was a free folk. I would be levied with a toll of 1 silver coin to enter the town. Furthermore, free folk who wasn't registered and wasn't even a citizen was in a risk of not receiving help from the guard even when they became a victim of crime. If I unluckily encountered a troublesome guard, it was even possible that I would be robbed from all of my money and sold as slave just by claiming I was just a street urchin. I wanted to enter the town even if I had to brave such danger. Wasn't only for food resupply, but because I wanted a weapon that even I could use and a certain thing. By joining one of the 4 guilds of Adventurer Guild, Merchant Guild, Sorcerer Guild, or Alchemist Guild, even free folk that didn't have any freedom would be able to at least obtain a treatment almost like commoner depending on their rank. But even to join the Adventurer Guild, where registering was relatively easy, you needed to have combat skill level 1, so it was impossible no matter what for me right now. Returning back to the topic, unlike the rural town where I was living at before this, entering this large town where its feudal lord or baron was living in right from the front gate was difficult. But that woman's knowledge taught me a trick to enter the town. I took a nap on a tree at a nearby forest. Then I investigated the outer side of the wall when the dawn was nearing. I finally discovered my objective when it was getting brighter. There were 2 silhouettes walking at the forest near the outer wall. Were they children? They were picking wild grasses inside the forest, caught a snake skillfully, then they returned toward the wall again. Those children observed their surrounding first before entering a bush near the wall. Then they vanished. I also erased my presence while heading there. When I tried checking inside the bush, I discovered a hole with a size that a child could pass through. The hole was hidden by covering it with a plank. As I thought, that woman knew that in a large town that had slum quarters, the residents there would have a method in order to leave the city. I covered my head with the ash that brought to erase the glossiness of my conspicuous pink blonde hair. After that I wrapped a cloth around my neck to hide half of my face. I slowed my breathing and quietly infiltrated into the town. After I passed the hole that a small child could pass through by crouching, I quietly lifted up the plank at the entrance and peeked outside. Sure enough, it seemed that it was the slum quarters at the other side. I confirmed that there wasn't any sign of people around and got out of the hole. I returned the plank to its former position and erased my tracks. Now then you wonder where I could find a shop that would buy even from a street urchin. I guess that kind of shop wouldn't be located at the main street, but inside the slum quarters or the area for low-income earner that was near the slum quarters. After I confirmed that the glossiness of my hair had been properly covered, I matched my presence with the surrounding magic particles while starting to explore the surrounding. It seemed that this area was an old residential district. When I tried peeking inside a building through rotten and grumbling door or window, I smelled a sour scent like when some food went rotten. There was almost no human presence inside, but there were signs of people living there. Right now there didn't seem to be anyone here. I didn't know whether it was because they only returned here at night, but more importantly inside the city magic particles with element were less compared to inside the forest. It was a pain to erase my presence here. There were a lot of inorganic substances here and few nature. It wasn't like nature was completely non-existent, but it felt like light element and dark element and non-elemental were occupying the majority of the area here. It wasn't just the element. I had to match myself with the magic particles size. If I wanted to erase my presence well, I would need a different kind of training than in the forest for this. I got slightly fatigued mentally as I looked around, Then I found a well, so I thought to take a bit of water from there. I didn't want to use magic when I was mentally fatigued. That well wasn't dry and it had proper water in it, but it looked slightly murky, so I only used it to wet a cloth to wipe my sweat. Then I felt a faint presence approaching me as I did that. "Oi, you! Who permitted you to use the well, huh?" That voice came from a slight distance away. "Child?" I slowly turned round. Over there I found a boy around 10 years old and a girl around the same age as me, wearing slightly dirty plain clothes. They were the children who I caught sight of outside the wall. They had similar hair and eye color, so they were most likely siblings. The voice of that boy that was filled with a threatening tone reminded me of the older orphan who took away my food and pushed his work on me, so I reflexively glared back. The boy and girl slightly flinched from that. "This place is our turf. You have to pay for using the well." A town's well shouldn't be a personal property of someone, though. I had no reason to go along with that kind of street urchin logic, but I rethought it that the minimum rule always existed anywhere. I flicked a bronze coin to the ground near the boy's foot before turning around to leave. But then the boy raised his voice again. If you got money, then hand over more." Nichan. The boy's greed must have won over seeing me giving out money so easily. The little sister beside him tried to stop him by pulling the boy's sleeve, but he shook her off and headed toward me. "Bash, you are." I didn't wait for him and circulated magic power to my whole body while striking his leg to push him down. I straddled the fallen boy and looked down coldly on him while taking out my knife and brandished it up. Stop. Seeing the knife, the girl jumped to collide on me. I immediately rolled to avoid her and got back on my feet while taking a stance with my knife. But the girl only clung on her brother and cried. I couldn't feel any intent to attack from her. The boy too had already lost his fighting spirit. He was staying flat on the ground with pale face and shaking body from getting almost killed by me. When I approached with the knife still held in a stance, the boy twitched with a fearful expression. Even then he hugged his sister who was clinging on him to protect her. "Where is a shop that will buy even from street urchin?" "3 blocks ahead." "Is that so?" "Thanks." This was tough. Anyway, I learned what I wanted to know, and I had no plan to kill or get involved with them now that they had lost their will to fight, so I walked away. It was then I heard an adult's voice from behind. "Or you brats, what the hell are ya doing there? I told you to pay money if you want to use this well." I got a bit curious and looked back. There a slightly dirty man with red face was swinging up a wine bottle to threaten the siblings on the ground. I see. This man was wangling money from street urchins who were using the well. We weren't using it. "Shut up. Who care?" "I don't give a damn. Just pay the money." "No." The man tore away the little sister from the boy and snatched the bronze coin in his grasp. "Tsk, just bronze coin. You're damn broke, huh? Don't take that, old man. I'm going to use that to bite bread fishery." "Then go steal or whatever. Get me the damn money." The man swung down the bottle on the children. Even that kind of thing could easily kill if it hit a child in a bad place. In that moment the face of that old hag lifting up a rod to beat up the orphans flashed in my mind. "Hyun, Jaya!" A rock grazed the head of the drunkard. The man screamed and held his head. The shocked faces of the boy and girl entered my eyes. But the one who was the most surprised here was myself, who instantly threw a rock from my slingshot even though I should have decided to not get involved. "Yo! Why you damn brat." The man was instantly infuriated when he realized I was the one who threw the rock. Crunch. The man smashed the empty bottle on the well and changed it into a wicked weapon. The man was drunk. But even though he was drunk, there was no way a child who had only trained for several days could win against an adult head-on. Wait. That was why I quickly turned my back and ran away. The drunkard chased after the feeling me. I hoped those siblings used this time to run away. But right now I was the one who was in far greater danger. The man seemed to be very angry. He persistently chased after me. I took out a certain thing from my waistband before turning on the corner of a building and laid in wait. Was I the one in the wrong here for being the one attacking first? But I would never quietly wait to get killed. The moment the pursuing drunkard showed up from the corner, I swung it down with all my strength. The drunkard was struck on the top of his head. He staggered before falling face down. It went well. What I used was my new weapon. a cord with length around 1 meter that I created from intertwining my hair together, and a cloth filled with weight attached at its end. The weight I used wasn't a rock but around 10 bronze coins. Proper bronze was heavier than even iron. Furthermore, coin was acutely angled in part. The impact that was strengthened with centrifugal force and magic power exploded not from flat surface but sharp point. I immediately unsheathed my knife and got on top of the man. I dealt the finishing blow by stabbing deep into the fallen man's brain. I would only leave behind a troublesome seed of trouble for the future if I left him alive. I pulled the fabric of his collar and pulled out the knife while wiping it with the cloth so that blood wouldn't spurt out. Then I scavenged the man's belonging to make it look like a robbery. There were 3 small silver coins and 5 bronze coins inside his dirty wallet. While I was counting, the boy came to check the situation with a pale face. It seemed he didn't run away. I threw the wallet filled with the man's coins to him. Deal with the corpse using that. You know how if you are a slums resident, right? After I said that, the boy took the wallet and nodded many times wordlessly. The life of slum residents was cheap. That was even truer if you didn't belong to the mafia. Even these street urchin siblings and even I were the same. That was why, in order to survive, no matter who my opponent was, I had no intention to be merciful to them if they were my enemy. I didn't say anything more and sent a cold gaze to the fearful siblings before turning my back on them. I immediately left that place and walked toward the direction where the shop that I was told about was located. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 8. First time shopping. I tried going to There's op that would buy even from street urchin that I heard from the boy. The money I had from the old hag's hidden saving and that woman's money amounted to 15 silver coins and 8 small silver coins. I didn't count the bronze coins because I also used them as the weight of my weapon. I left behind half of them with my other luggage at the campsite, so I only had 7 silver coins and 8 small silver coins in hand right now. That shop was located in the middle between the slum quarters and low-income earner residential area. It didn't seem like there would be much danger if I was here, but sometimes I would feel an unpleasant stare, so I kept my guard up. When I entered inside the shop, there were few foods placed at the right shelf. The left shelf was filled with sundries, and at the back was an old man with unpleasant look in his eyes glaring at me. Look what we got here. An eerie brat with unpleasant look in his eyes. What he said could also be applied to himself. Even so, perhaps because I was erasing my presence or perhaps because he sniffed the smell of blood. He didn't chase me away, but he seemed to be on his guard. I want a small blade that can be used for throwing. I only have those things lined up on the shelf there. Go order to blacksmith if you want something else. He pointed with his chin. The shelf there had kitchen knife and iron blade for dismantling animal lined up. There was also smaller size of those blades, but they were a bit heavy for the current me to throw. Also, do you have appraisal crystal? The biggest objective of me coming to this town right now was to obtain appraisal crystal to check my status. I had to use appraisal skill dozens of times to learn it, but even more important than that was appraising myself to have a grasp on my own strength right now. For that, I judged that I needed appraisal crystal even if I had to use my limited amount of silver coins to buy it. 4 silver coins per piece. That's more expensive than the market price. Feld told me that the market price was 3 silver coins. This is that kind of shop. If you don't want it, then go buy it in a proper shop. I see. So this was that kind of shop. Then do you have scrapped crystals? The shop owner scowled when I asked that. So he had them as I thought. New appraisal crystal was transparent and they would turn murky bit by bit as they got used. Most crystals could be used for around 10 times. But what happened to the half-used appraisal crystals of adventurers who died in their work? Ignoring the proper adventurers, if adventurers who lived like day laborer every day picked up such thing, they would gather it without using it and sold it, wouldn't they? Even in that woman's memory, she once gathered the appraisal crystals she picked and sold them. It was unknown whether such scrapped crystals could still be used, so a normal shop wouldn't sell them. And so I wondered if perhaps people who wanted to learn to use appraisal would purchase those crystals in this kind of shop, and it looked like I was right. They are in the box lying over there. If you buy them all, then it's 8 silver coins. If you only buy some of them, then it's 1 small silver coin per piece. Can I choose? Do you have money? I have. I took out a silver coin from my pocket and showed it to the shop owner. He still didn't trust me after that, but he permitted me do whatever you like to choose from among the scrapped products. In the case of scrapped appraisal crystals, Faulty items that couldn't be used even though they still had slightly remaining magic power in them were mixed in. There should be jackpot among them that could be used for more than 3 times. There were around 100 scrapped crystals inside the box. It would be a jackpot if I bought them with 8 silver coins and managed to get a use of 50 appraisals from them. But if I was unlucky, it was also possible that all of them were amiss, so I had no intention of making such bet. Normally it was impossible to judge the remaining faint magic power in the crystal. That was the reason why they were sold for cheap, but I chose 20 scrapped crystals from among them without hesitation. I brought them to the counter and lined them up there in front of the shop owner. I also want a strong shoulder bag. Do you have one? They will be to store these too. Don't come complaining to me even if they all don't work. It's 2 silver coins for all of the crystals. For the shoulder bag, it's 8 silver coins for one made from leather. I won't complain. I'm fine with the goods and price. I'll also take a small bronze flask. The preserved food and salt here, also whetstone and this one too please. Iron skewer. There were 3 slightly thick iron skewers lying around, so I also bought them. Was a cook who got fired stole them from his workplace and sold them here? They had soot clinging on them, making them pitch black, but perhaps they were made from steel. Certainly only a cook or someone who camped every day would have a use for that. But why were you surprised it was sold even though you were the one selling it? After that I bought a small bag of salt, a chunk of dried deer meat, and a bag of dried vegetables. They all cost 4 small silver coins. The small bronze flask cost slightly expensive, 7 small silver coins. The skewers and whetstone cost 2 small silver coins. Here, 4 silver coins and 1 small silver coins. You can count even though you're just a brat. Since obtaining money, I also started using the knowledge to practice counting. I could only do addition and subtraction for now, and I would need to write on the ground to count for counting further than that. But I was able to count the price of my shopping in my head and gave that amount of money. The shop owner weighed the silver coins' weight with a scale while muttering, "What can you buy from me? I'll buy anything, but don't bring me medicinal herbs that grown anywhere like the brats around here. Just go hunt rabbit or something outside. I'll buy it for 1 small silver coin if you properly process it." Understood. I stuffed my purchases into my shoulder bag before moving to exit the shop. But then the owner called at me with a displeased voice. "Oi, ash smeared. If you want to get a proper weapon then go to the dwarf blacksmith at the end of this street. He is an eccentric old man, but if you tell him that the general store old man is the one who tell you to go there, he will make you a weapon as long as you can play." Yes, Ashsm, did he mean me? Besides about this dwarf, if even this old man called him an eccentric, then how eccentric he could be? What? Those siblings were waiting for me when I got out of the shop. Did they still have business with me? When I glared at them, the big brother made a somewhat fearful face. It's that, I have properly threw it away so. Right. So it was about that. We won't say anything to anybody. Right. Was there still more? The boy was looking around restlessly. Then the little sister tugged at the sleeve of her indecisive brother. I am Gil, remember that. I'm Shuri. The little sister said that from behind her flustered big brother. What's with the sudden self-introduction? Could it be that they wanted to know my name? I didn't understand why these two were approaching someone who had threatened them like that this insistently, but if these siblings didn't have any intention to do anything strange, I guessed it would be fine to at least tell them my name. No, it would be better to not use my real name I guess. Perhaps there were children who remembered my name in that orphanage. And it would be a drag if a noble who claimed to be my relative got involved like in that so-called home game. I am Arya. It seemed to be really sloppy to use that name, but if I used a fake name that was too different from Alicia, I wouldn't be able to recognize myself, so it would be better to not change my name too drastically. When I told my name, the big brother Gil muttered it's like a girl's name while the little sister Shuri kept hiding behind her brother while nodding up and down with blushing cheeks. Why did she turn red? For some reason Shuri's gaze at me was sparkling. It made me felt strangely awkward. Well, it didn't matter I guess. I wouldn't get involved with them too deeply anyway. After that, I checked what kind of shops could be found at this area. I bought a smallish chunk of black bread from a stall that was selling bread. It was heavy despite its small size, but it would last for a while with this. Perhaps because the slum quarters were nearby, I felt some gazes coiling around me when it became clear that I was a child and furthermore I had money with me. Unlike that drunkard, It was still impossible for me to fight an adult who was planning to attack me from the start. When having money, staying inside a town was far more dangerous than staying inside a forest. There were a lot of necessities that could be obtained in town, but perhaps it would be better for me to keep staying in the forest and trained until I became stronger. Even while I was doing such thing, those siblings were following me from slightly behind me. Could it be that they wanted to have a street urchin comrade? I might considered it a bit if I could trust them and they could fight. But the current me already had my hands full with just taking care of myself, so I could only ask them to give up. I consciously erased my presence and shook them off. Then I immediately went outside the city from the hidden hole. There I was finally able to take a breather. Perhaps using this area around here as my temporary base would be fine, but there was a possibility of monster appearing from the north of this town, so as expected, it would be better to return to the campsite where it was near the road and few dangerous creatures would appear. It also had a stream nearby. But before going back, let's do something first. I put down my shoulder back for the time being and took out one appraisal crystal from there. I could only feel a faint magic power from the half-used crystal, but my eyes were able to see the color of the magic power that was leaking out from there. The 20 appraisal crystals had thick colors that radiated multiple elements. They might be still usable for 3 or 4 more appraisals. I felt sorry for the shop owner, but there was no idiot who would intentionally buy defective product when they could actually discern the good product, so I asked him to let me choose. I would have to use appraisal dozens of times until I could learn it as skill. If possible, I was planning to learn appraisal using only the crystals here, and then I peered into the crystal once more while thinking appraisal. Then my current status was displayed inside the crystal. Aria, Alicia, race, human, magic power, 37 45 32 up, stamina, 23 30 seconds 6 up, strength, 3 endurance, 4 agility, 5 dexterity, 5 daily life magic times 6 new magic power control level 1 new, stealth level 1 new, night vision level 1 new, search level 1 new, overall combat strength, 23 2 up. Surprising. As expected, I hadn't learned even one combat skill, but my skill that should be completely non-existent was suddenly increasing by so many. Most likely by becoming able to see magic particles element as color. The magic power type skill like stealth, night vision, and search were liberated in me. If I learned short sword skill next, it would make me look like a thief or assassin apprentice. My stamina was still not full like before. I didn't have any injury, but perhaps it was because my current lifestyle didn't allow me to fully recover from fatigue. My magic power had increased drastically, might be thanks to the daily life magic and the magic power type skills. Perhaps when skill was seared into the soul, the foundation on where magic power could be accumulated also got expanded by that much. That was my hypothesis. But it was just the right time for my magic power capacity to increase. If I had 45 magic power amount, I should recover around 4 MP each hour. With this much MP, I would be able to increase my training in magic power type skill. The day was approaching noon. I shaved the dried meat with a knife and nibbled on a bit of black bread. Then I shouldered my luggage and began to move while also training my body strengthening. As expected, the luggage was heavy, but I was able to somehow return until the campsite using the same amount of time when I was departing. I was growing little by little. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 9 World of Magic. 2 weeks had passed since I began my survival vagabond life. By the way, in this continent 1 week was called as Spirit Week, that was divided into 7 days of light, darkness, earth, water, fire, wind, and void. The day of light was used as holiday. People got into work again at the day of darkness. It was the cliched gag of the old men to lament darkness has visited the world when they had to get up to work at the day of darkness. Originally darkness that was governing over rest was used as the holiday, but the Holy Church forcefully switched the holiday to the day of light. I had gotten used to life in the forest after spending 2 weeks here, but this country was located at the southern part and the climate was warm, so I could somehow manage here. But if the season was late autumn or winter, there was a possibility that I would have dropped dead unceremoniously. Due to what I did to the old hag and also that drunkard, I had been on my guard for these 2 weeks, but there wasn't any pursuer coming after me. I was continuing my usual training and basic training of magic power control. During that time, I showed myself in the city once more to resupply for things that I couldn't get in the forest. I caught sight of those siblings during that time, but perhaps because I handed them the drunkard's wallet at that time, it seemed they were able to eat properly and their complexion seemed to be better. For now my relationship with those two was more than stranger but less than acquaintance. For some reason the big brother Gil was considering me as rival, but the little sister Cherie would smile broadly and waved her hand when seeing me. I had tested many times my discovery of the phenomenon of using magic power to move my hair as an extension of my body. As the result I found out that I could move it for just several centimeters when I swung it around. As I thought the world wasn't that easy. Even so, when I tried experimenting 100 times, I got the feeling that my accuracy increased by 20% while the power also rose slightly. The bigger problem was how I created the cord just by tying up my hairs together to lengthen the length, so the cord would become frayed after using it dozens of times. Perhaps the cause was my low dexterity, but my dexterity had increased by 1 thanks to me continuously braiding my hairs into cord. Aria, Alicia, race, human rank 0. Magic power, 4352 7 up. Stamina, 2836 4 up. Strength, 3. 4 endurance, 4, 5 agility, 5, 6 dexterity, 6 1 up. Non-elemental magic level 1. Daily life magic times 6 magic power control level 1. Stealth level 1. Night vision level 1. Search level 1. Overall combat strength, 24, with body strengthening, 26 1 up. I still hadn't learned short sword skill, but in exchange I obtained non-elemental magic level 1. I also still hadn't learned appraisal skill, but I got the feeling that its precision increased quite a lot because I used it with concentration. Non-elemental magic that had skill level was body strengthening and combat art. Body strengthening originally should be learned together with close quarter combat skill, but I ended up learning it first. Looking from the increase of my combat strength, it seemed that body strengthening level 1 strengthened you by 10%. That meant, Feld's body strengthening was level 5 inches. Other words, he could use close quarter combat skill level 5, which was the limit ordinary person. No wonder he was strong. I only learned magic power type skill because my body was still small and couldn't handle physical type skill. That was my guess. It was said that learning close quarter combat skill would be quicker if you had body strengthening. But even if I could possibly learn a skill that usually took 2 or 3 years to learn in just 6 months, the me right now didn't have any leeway to spend that much time. Was it no good to just trace the forms accurately? Perhaps there was some kind of trick to learn it. My magic power increased must be thanks to my magic power training and learning body strengthening. That was a non-elemental magic. But my stamina increased not only because I got used to live in the forest. I thought it was also because of the pain that came from my leg joints. At first I thought that this sudden pain in the legs that I felt for the first time was caused by excessive training and fatigue. But the knowledge inside me taught me that it was growing pains. It seemed such phenomenon would occur when human body rapidly grew. But that should occur when I was over 10 years old and my body got bigger. Then why was such phenomenon occurring in a 7 years old like me? It made me anxious and I tried to investigate it in the knowledge. Then an information about magic power surfaced. It almost never happened with commoner, but it seemed that the children of nobles who trained their magic power since their childhood would grow quickly. Noble had fast growth and slow aging. That was because the nobles were the ruling class who were chosen by God with noble blue blood flowing in their body. A part of the nobility seemed to say that about themselves, but according to that woman's teacher, it seemed to be a phenomenon that occurred simply because they had a lot of magic power. Certainly my magic power right now was a lot more than some random adult. But, according to my knowledge, even among nobles' children whose growth already quickened when they were 7 years old should be few in number. Perhaps, rather than because of the influence of the number of skills and combat training, it was because there was no children who would train this desperately when they were still just 7 years old. In other words, my conclusion about this current situation was that because my magic power had grown to rival an adult, my body went through a rapid growth and caused my joints to be in pain. That was why the pain wouldn't vanish even if I rested my body. Therefore it wasn't a reason for me to stop training. Even so, as expected, the efficiency of training in this condition was bad, so for now I was prioritizing training in magic. But before that, What kind of magic should I learn, I wonder? Before thinking about what to choose, it should be more important to ponder about what type of magic user I wanted to become. First was the type that I had been considering all this time. Becoming a sorcerer who used my own magic power to interfere with the surrounding magic particles and used elemental sorcery. This was the most common magic user, and this style could be used in any condition, so it was convenient to use. The second was spirit user who employed the power of spirit by making request to the spirits at the surrounding using their own magic power as compensation. The consumption of your magic power could be curbed if you increased your affinity with the spirits. Conversely, if the spirits got into a bad mood, then the magic's power would decrease, and the area would limit your option. Like how you couldn't use earth element on stone paving or couldn't use wind element inside a cave. You would get hated by water spirit if you used fire inside a forest. The third was summoner who used magic circle to summon their contracted spirit or monster. It seemed similar with spirit user, but in this case once you formed a contract, your summon would obey and fight for you every time unless there was some great extenuating circumstance. You would need to focus your mind when summoning, but once the summon came, the caster could also fight as a warrior or sorcerer, which was an advantage. To form a contract with the summon, you would need to subdue the target or made it took a liking to you. Also, while the summon was out, your magic power would be consumed, so it seemed that it was normal for high-ranked sorcerer to learn self-defense. There was nobody who could pick this route as a beginner. Because of that, if I was to learn magic, my only choice from the start could only be sorcerer. Sorcery had 6 elements. A sorcerer would use sorcery of the element that suited them. That was the common opinion, but I was suspecting that perhaps an individual's element was simply based on their like and dislike that was affected by their experience, preference, and the environment around them until then. And then by using that element many times, that element's magic power would form magic stone inside the body. Perhaps that was the case. But did all the magicians until now fail to notice something like this that even a child like me could think of? Perhaps they had noticed, but they still were unable to learn many elements simply because they lacked the time to train so many elements. Let's assume that the element that was your forte, that was your preference, could be learned by training 10 times, while it would take 100 times of training to learn an element that you disliked. Setting aside a race like elf that had eternal life, if a human wanted to master sorcery, then it should take them dozens of years just to do so with one element. That was why it was more efficient to abandon the elements that you weren't good with and focused on the element that you were good with. And even elf who specialized in magic couldn't use fire element if they were wood elf who lived in a forest. This must be because they were unconsciously avoiding fire that could burn the forest. Also, there might be a catch to this matter, just like with divine protection cheat. For now, training in multiple elements would be inefficient, and if by some chance a catch really existed, then it would be better if I limited the element that I learned to just 1 or 2. Then first, I shouldn't test all the elements to see which one I was good with. I should consider of the fighting style that I wanted to adopt before my interests and preferences could solidify, and only chose based on efficiency. If I simply considered battle, then fire magic would be the most optimum. Fire was effective against most living creature, and you could expect the damage to spread wider if the fire kept burning. If I had to list its weak point, it was that spreading damage might also come to hit myself, and flame didn't have physical weight, so emission type fire sorcery tended to be slow. For example, with the spell Fire Arrow, it only had a speed that was equal to a rock that a boy threw with all his strength, so any proper fighter would dodge it easily. With Earth Sorcery's Stone Bullet, it had physical destructive power, and you should be able to obtain a speed that was around the same with a slingshot used by adult, but Stone Bullet that had low magic power could be blocked easily by hard armor or shield. With Water, if you could create Ice Arrow, then it would have speed and also quite a strong power, but water sorcery had a lot of spell that was for affecting living creatures, so their physical destructive power was low. With Wind Sorcery, it was difficult to discern it with naked eyes, so it was hard for the opponent to detect it, and it was also fast. But its effect against living thing or object was lower than other elements. Light Sorcery could recover stamina and healed wound. It also had convenient spells like for curing poison, but it had very few method to attack. Darkness Sorcery had a lot of spells for illusion and support. If you became an expert in it, it seemed that you would even be able to learn space-type spell or teleportation. but you wouldn't be able to use that kind of spell unless you were at the level of Royal Court Sorcerer. And like light sorcery, darkness sorcery also had very few methods to attack directly. Every single one of them had their own weakness and advantage. From that point of view, fire sorcery had a power specialized for attack, water sorcery could also cover wound and do simple treatment, so that a woman who could use both might be ideal as a common sorcerer. In the first place, what was I looking for from sorcery? I wanted a weapon as a method to survive, and even though my magic power had increased somewhat, the amount was still only around a normal adult. I got the feeling that it would be dangerous for me to rely on attack sorcery that would consume a lot of magic power. Besides, I could just train in short sword skill and throwing if I wanted attack power, so I should learn the type of sorcery that could assist with that. The skewer I threw stabbed the ground. During these 2 weeks, I had trained my throwing using the iron skewers. The skewers were scorched and rusty and pitch black from the soot clinging on it. I spent 2 whole days grinding them with the whetstone, and as I thought, they were made from steel. It would be hard to use them as they were, so I tried grinding the tips to be sharp like a blade. It took time until they became usable, but I was really glad that they were steel. I didn't know what I would do if it turned out they were just casting after spending this much time. But although my throw could pierce the ground, it still couldn't stab a tree trunk. Perhaps that might seem to be completely no good, but being able to throw the skewer completely straight was already a very great improvement. Light sorcery and darkness sorcery would be a good for assisting in close quarter combat and throwing. If I had these two, after a close quarter combat I would be able to treat my wound by my own, and my small stamina could also be recovered. I had also learned stealth, so it should have a particularly good affinity with darkness sorcery's illusion. I wouldn't force myself to fight head-on. I'd outwit the enemy, laid trap, and ran away if it was no good. I'd just leave fighting fair and square to the honorable knights or muscle monster like Feld. Then let's practice sorcery immediately. That was my plan. But even though that woman should have done the general training to investigate her element, she had completely forgotten everything about darkness sorcery. No, she wasn't interested to it at all, so there was also a possibility that she was listening to the lesson of her teacher from the start. In exchange, she had a lot of knowledge about light sorcery. When I pondered why was her knowledge that polarized, it seemed the me in the Otome game was using light magic, so she became desperate to study it. If asked why she didn't manage to learn it even though she was that interested in it, it was because she managed to learn fire sorcery and water sorcery easily. It seemed that she had so much fun with them and got bored with learning light magic. From this I learned how important it was for a sorcerer to have concentration. Now then, let's train in light sorcery. When it came to learning sorcery spell with skill level 2 or in sorcery term, 2nd rank sorcery or above, usually people would become an apprentice of a master and learned from them like that woman, or joined the sorcerer guild and paid to be taught the sorcery that they wanted. The exception was the nobles who entered the sorcery academy. They would be taught the fundamental sorcery there. Then how did the ordinary people who didn't even know their element learn the basic of sorcery? The sorcerer guild had written a book about the level 1 sorcery, or 1st rank sorcery, into a book and sold it in order to increase the number of sorcerer, so it seemed they learned from there. The training of that elemental magic started from accurately memorizing the spell and chanting it accurately. You also had to learn the meaning of the incantation at the same time. The spell wouldn't activate unless you understood how the meaning of the incantation influenced the world. That was what that woman's teacher said. First was the spell. The spirits used the language called spirit language to interfere with the world. The ancient elf simplified that language so that even human could use it well. To be blunt, spell was like the degraded version of the spirit language. Even though it had been simplified so that even human could use it, it was originally the language of a being that possessed different way of thinking, so to understand it human would need several months. In the worst case it could even take several years. That woman only had vague recollection for the meaning of spells, even for her own spells that she was using, but the meaning of light sorcery's spell was the only one that she remembered. Though she couldn't comprehend it. The 1st rank light sorcery was heal and cure. I lightly reviewed them. Heal recovered your stamina and also forcefully made the body's wound to heal naturally. That was why when people without knowledge used it, Incidents like bone getting healed while still bending the wrong way or terrible scars remaining behind could happen. Cure wasn't natural healing. It was closer to regeneration. It completely healed wound with not even a scar remaining, but its range was small and took time. If it was forcefully used to heal deep wound, it seemed there were cases where the spell consumed the person's stamina and drove them to the verge of death. Common injury could be treated with just heal, so there were people who didn't learn cure like Feld. That was the actual state of affairs. Heal's incantation was Raitai Zahika. Its meaning was heal that target. The spell was strangely long, even though it was so short in human words. Was there some kind of meaning to it? It was the result of making spirit language into words that human could use. So perhaps that caused excess to show up. Cure's incantation was Raitai. The meaning was turn the body back to before. Both spells were strangely hard to remember. In that woman's knowledge, it seemed there were times when her pronunciation was subtly different so the sorcery didn't activate. It seemed there were tricks like it was easier to activate the sorcery if you rhymed when chanting, but in the end I thought that the correct answer was what that woman's teacher kept preaching on. Understand the meaning of the spell correctly and chant the spell accurately. For now let's try chanting it once. Fortunately or perhaps not so fortunately, I never lacked for small wounds because of living in the forest. It was a bit different. Sure enough the effect that I hoped for didn't activate. Even when I tried checking with appraisal crystal, my magic power hadn't decreased at all. Normally people would chant heal at the end, but heal wasn't a spirit language but common language. It wasn't a part of the spell but just an activation word. In other words, it was something that people chanted in order to make their image clearer. There wouldn't be any problem even if that word was omitted. Even so apparently most people couldn't activate magic unless they said the activation word. It was the same with battle skills that were non-elemental magic where people had to say the activation word, with the exception of body strengthening. Perhaps it would be better for me to use the activation word while I was still starting. My first chanting failed. Perhaps it was because my pronunciation was bad or my understanding of the meaning was lacking. After that I kept trying while changing the pronunciation bit by bit, but I was still unable to see any sign of the heal sorcery activating. I tried searching that woman's knowledge a little. The heal that woman's teacher used and the heal that Feld used were the same thing, but when I tried recalling back, I got the feeling that my impression of their pronunciation was somewhat different. Feld said that it took him half a year until he was able to use it. It seemed that during that time the only thing he did was practicing spell chanting by repetition. How was he became able to use it with that method? As I thought, was he learning the correct pronunciation by repeating the pronunciation? There was only a vague recollection, but I tried recalling the heal that woman's teacher used and compared it to the heal that Feld used. It was slight but there was a differential so I thought. In fact, the spell that was chanted by that woman's teacher felt like it was somewhat shorter in some parts compared to the spell that woman memorized. Could it be the spell was shortened? The sorcery could activate even with that? I tried forming a hypothesis. Even with the common language of mankind that I was using, there would be some differences depending on the region. People would shorten their words and the like during their livelihood. But even though they talk not using the official words, if both the talker and the listener understood the correct meaning, even shortened word would still carry the correct meaning. That must be why there was a need to correctly understand the meaning in chanting a spell. Perhaps the spells that had been passed down by the ancient elves should be considered as the proper style. Why was it shortened? Because it was originally too long. To be more accurate, it was a drag how long it was so it was shortened. It might be through that process the proper style had fallen out of use like how it was with humans' ancient writing. But that wasn't all bad things. There were people who remembered wrong even the words of the modern common language. The meaning of modern words were getting harder to understand. Conversely, people who knew about the correct meaning would find it difficult to understand the meaning of the modern words and as a result the conversation might fail. But if they could understand the meaning of the modern words properly, the modern words should be able to convey a lot more than the ancient words. Sorcery had evolved and degraded like that until now. Spell was getting harder to understand and easier to misunderstand. Conversely, once you managed to properly understand it, it should become easier to use it compared to the primitive sorcery. My hypothesis until here was based on that woman's knowledge. From here on it would be just my assumption. Spell 2 originally should be a sentence at the beginning. What kind of change it went through until now? For example, in the common knowledge the spell was treat all the injuries on the body of that person and heal them. That would then became, treat the injuries on that person and heal them, and then, treat and heal that person's injuries, then became, heal the injuries on that person. The meaning here became harder to understand. Heal that person, and at the end it became like that. It felt like an extreme logic even if I said so myself, but I believed that what happened was something similar to that. The meaning would just barely get through depending on the situation and pronunciation. But in the first place, if you didn't even understand the meaning, then even just a slight accent would make the sentence ended up as a mere sound without any meaning. That was the hypothesis that I tried to build up, but I wondered how accurate it could be. Of course there was also a method like Feld where he remembered the spell, and on top of that he also learned the meaning and effect instinctually by repeating the spell over and over. But I felt unsure of trying that method, because it was unknown whether words that even I myself didn't understand the meaning of could possibly get through to the other side. I needed strength in order to live. I was a girl and furthermore a child. If I did the same thing like normal like Feld, a man who was blessed with powerful body, then surely sooner or later I would be defeated in the crucial moment. I wouldn't be picky with my method. I would become strong. Even if I had to take a slightly roundabout way for that, I wanted to obtain true strength with my own power. Let's start analyzing the spell for real from now. Assuming that heals incantation right Iwaruzutri Hika was a sentence, it should be divided into several words. Perhaps there was also a word that got shortened even more among them. It might also be possible for a word to get mixed with the word after it. If I knew of other spell, I would be able to research them and searched for some points of similarity, but that woman only knew spells of light and fire and water until the second rank. I wished to say that it was splendid how she managed to remember that much, but I couldn't praise her because she didn't remember the spells that she didn't use much. Then let's change the way I practiced spell. First I'd search for the single word that was mixed in the spell, although I wouldn't know whether I was right or wrong even if I chanted haphazardly, so I'd search for the word that definitely existed in the spell, the word heal. The spell, which was a degraded spirit language, wouldn't have any effect from simply getting chanted. Not only you had to understand its meaning properly while speaking it, you also had to put magic power into your voice. When I tried doing it, it turned out to be not that difficult. Perhaps it would be difficult for sorcerer who had only just started practicing, but to put it simply, I just needed to stimulate the magic power in my body. Doing that would cause magic power to fill into your action itself. In my case, the state of body strengthening was close to that. I believed that at the final stage, I would need to be able to stimulate my magic power even without doing body strengthening, but for now I was searching for the single word in the spell while training my body strengthening and fighting skill. At the same time, I tried picking out a part of the heal's incantation that seemed to be a single word and chanted it while thinking eel in my head. Even if I failed, I paid it no mind and kept repeating my attempt over and over. However, in order to not let my combat training become half-baked from doing that, I paid attention while moving my body carefully. At the same time I kept speaking while thinking heal. There wasn't any result at all in the first day. I never thought that I would find it that easily in the first place, but concentrating your mind while training your body at the same time put a heavier burden than expected on myself, so I slept like a log that day. There was also no result in the second day. I was only guessing, but perhaps there was insufficient character in my pronunciation. Like perhaps I was only speaking here from what should be heal, so I tried mixing various sounds into my speaking. At the third day, there was zero result just like before. However, my stamina decreased slightly and my maximum stamina amount increased by 1. The fourth day, I got used to do both trainings simultaneously. There was no result, but I noticed that I consumed just slightly more magic power than usual. The fifth day, I searched for a word that consumed magic power. Perhaps because I was constantly using magic power, it felt like the efficiency of my body strengthening and daily life magic increased. The sixth day, I got anxious whether it was really possible to search for the word with this way. In the first place, other sorcerer would have found the word already if it was that easy, wouldn't it? Perhaps because I was thinking such thing, I got my fingertip cut by rabbit bone. It hurt, The seventh day. Right Hika. When I made that voice, light element magic power shined slightly from my hand. I had a mistaken idea. The word heal didn't exist in the incantation of heal. I was under the impression that heal was a medical treatment sorcery. I guessed that most sorcerers would also think so too. But that wasn't it. When I tried recalling heal's effect, it was recovering the body's stamina while at the same time gradually closing the wound. Yes, this was a recovery spell. The wound was simply healing naturally from the process of the stamina returning back. Right Heroine Survival. It was only slight, but those words consumed my magic power. There were still other similar words, but the effect that was like magic only got activated when I combined these two words. This was only my guess, but these two words combined would become the word that corresponded to heal. But that wasn't the accurate meaning. It had more different meaning. If heal's sorcery had recovery effect, did the word had the meaning of stamina, or perhaps life force? If there was word that made use of that term, then it might be returning the stamina, from the feeling that I got when chanting. It might be right return Hika stamina. After that I kept repeating my training while changing the pronunciation bit by bit and changing the words with something that seemed to be similar in meaning. Because the attempts were steadily consuming my magic power, I became unable to train my body using magic power, but right now I was focusing to sorcery training. And then 2 days later. Right Warazutariza Hika heal. My hand slightly shinned when I chanted that incantation. The small wound on my finger that I got several days ago was vanishing. I did it. I still didn't get the meaning completely, and the effect of the sorcery was also weak, but the heal was certainly activated. My status also had light sorcery level 1 added when I looked choosing the appraisal crystal. Aria, Alicia, race, human rank 1 up. Magic power, 2465 13 up. Stamina, 3237 1 up. Strength, 4, 5 endurance, 5, 6 agility, 7, 8 dexterity, 6. Light sorcery level 1 Union elemental magic level 1 Daily life magic times 6 magic power control level 1 Stealth level 1 Night vision level 1 Search level 1 Overall combat strength, 26. With body strengthening, 28 2 up. Claydale Kingdom was a major nation even in Thursday Continent. It annexed Dandel Dukedom 150 years ago. Then it also annexed Melrose Dukedom 120 years ago. But it wasn't a peaceful annexation. Before it, Claydale Kingdom continuously applied political and economic pressure on both countries. Before at the end they applied military pressure. That was how Claydale Kingdom invaded both countries. Those two dukedoms, Dandel and Melrose's royal families, weren't crushed or killed. They were left alive as margraves that consolidate the northern and southern area. The two royal families being left alive was a political problem. Claydale Kingdom surpassed those two countries in every field, but it didn't have military power that was sufficient to invade them with brute force and manage the countries after that. In order to suppress the dissatisfaction of the people and nobles in those regions, the power and name of the old royal families of Dandel and the Melrose were necessary. What am I going to do this place? It's the world of Silverlove. In one of those old royal families, the youngest daughter of Dandel House, the first daughter of Margrave Dandel's legitimate child, was an 8-year-old girl. She was tormented by high fever for several days, and then she was different from before. When she woke up, she had regained the memory of her previous life. The memory and ego of herself who lived until this age of 8 years old were also still remaining. They got mixed with herself from her previous life, and her mind went through chaos before she finally understood her situation. Clara Dandel, 8 years old, a daughter of Margrave Dandel House. She would enroll into the Sorcery Academy at 13 years old. Then the prince who was her fiancé would annul their engagement at the graduation party. After that she would either get banished to other country, or in the worst case she would get executed. She was the Otto Games villainess. The former high school girl Clara, who understood that she was that Clara, started writing her game knowledge in a note behind her maid's back. She was racking her brain for several weeks for a way to avoid the worst result. In the end she drew a single conclusion. Perhaps there is no other way than to kill the heroine. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 10. The Targeted Children. I finally learned heal and obtained light sorcery after spending 10 days training. It felt like a long time, but 10 days were astonishingly quick based on common senses. It really wasn't normal speed when the one doing it was a kid learning from zero. However, It was worth it. My rank increased from 0 to 1. Your rank was based on the level of your highest level elemental sorcery or combat skill. With this I had cleared the minimum requirement to join the Adventurer Guild, but I had no intention to join immediately, because if I didn't obtain a level 1 close quarter combat skill at minimum, a child like me might immediately become a prey of the other adventurers. I was continuing with my close quarter combat training, but I still hadn't learned the skill. Should I continue with the combat training more, or should I investigate the meaning of Heal's spell and raised my sorcery's precision? I also wanted to learn the other spell Cure, but my supplies would decrease to dangerous level soon, so I made up my mind to go to the town after so long. Originally I planned to gather things that could be sold for money before I went to the town next time, but I was occupied with my sorcery training and couldn't gather too much. The old man of the general store told me to bring in rabbit, but I would eat the rabbit myself if I managed to hunt one, and my dismantling was also still unskillful, so I didn't think that I would be able to get a skin in a state that could be sold. Can't be helped. I was bringing the unique wild grasses that I found during my life in the forest for these 3 weeks. I wouldn't be paid even if I brought a detoxifying herb that was growing anywhere and used as household medicine or bug-repellent grass that could be found relatively easily. It wasn't like that they didn't have any worth at all, but I would only get several bronze coins for a jute bag that was stuffed full with those grasses. It wasn't worth it. I was reading the handwritten medicinal herb book that a woman stole from her teacher. At first I couldn't read it unless I drew out a vocabulary from my knowledge like searching a dictionary, but now I had become able to read if I was doing it slowly. I managed to find a magical fragrant fruit by relying on that knowledge. This was a fruit that grew from a shrubbery that lived in a region with few magic particles. The flesh was only 2 or 3 millimeter thick and it was astringent, so it wasn't suited for eating. But this fruit had the trait of storing magic particles in its seed in order to survive in a harsh environment. Using this seed, magic potion to recover magic power could be created. The medicinal herb book also had the basic of alchemy written in it. I myself planned to start studying alchemy one day, but right now I couldn't do anything. It was a stroke of fortune that I could find this magical fragrant fruit. There was only one tree of that type growing on a mountain's cliff and it only had a few of the fruits that could be taken. But it would be better for me to sell them rather than just keeping them like this. Only the seed of this fruit had any use, so I could keep them preserved for a long time, but it would be seen as a fresh product if the fruit part was still there and it could be sold with higher price. I finished eating before departing. The dried vegetables and dried meat that I bought before were almost gone completely already. I used the last remaining scraps of the dried vegetables and dried meat to make a soup that was seasoned with only salt and drank it up. The bowl and pot were something that I got from hardening clay with the daily life magic hard and then burning it. It wasn't good enough to be sold, but during these several weeks I became able to create something that was quite usable. The soup I created wasn't delicious, but I felt like vitality was slightly welling up inside me when something warm entered my stomach, and in the first place I had resistance against frugal meal. After that I took off my clothes at my base that was located at the upper stream of the small river and washed my body. An appearance that was completely like a street urchin wasn't desirable. The other party would take advantage of me if they sized me up based on appearance, and street urchin that didn't receive protection from the feudal lord was an easy target for robbery. That was why sometimes I would also wash my clothes, but perhaps I should buy new clothes soon. My outfit was old clothes with relatively good quality, but it was getting frayed from my life in the forest. Furthermore, due to my growing magic power, my body was also rapidly growing. My clothes that only reached until above the knees had become too short for me. It now only reached until halfway of my thighs. It wasn't like it bothered me even if it got seen, but the troubles might increase if I got found out as a girl. I didn't really understand why that would happen, but the knowledge told me that was how it was, so I should be careful. Now then, let's depart. When the sun was starting to set, I shouldered my bag and left the campsite. With my social status right now, the soldiers patrolling the road were the most troublesome factor for me. It would be troubling if they took me into custody because I was just a child, and I had no confidence that I would be able to run away if the soldiers turned out to be evil. However, if it was night, I had night vision skill even if it was just at level 1. So I thought that I would be able to manage somehow. It was an ability that I obtained by seeing color in magic particles, but its precision was definitely increasing through my life in the forest for these 3 weeks. The soldiers were troublesome, but they were also removing dangerous creatures like wolf for me, so night was safer for me. I used body strengthening and started walking on the road without making any sound. I trained to match my magic particle with the surrounding to erase my presence, while also training to move without any sound at the same time. What I learned from trying it out was that in order to erase sound, it wasn't enough to just move slowly and quietly. I noticed that muscle strength was also important. If I used the muscle in my legs and my whole body to soften the impact, then the sound I created from moving would naturally get smaller. And then if I moved by matching the flow of magic particles around me, I would blend to the surrounding even more. I used the body strengthening not to speed up, but to erase my sound by suppressing the impact from walking while walking through the path heading to the town faster than usual. Phew. A normal carriage would take half a day to travel from that campsite until the town. By walking you could reach the town at night if you left the campsite at early morning. The first time I headed to the town, I left at morning and arrived at the town late at night the next day when it was nearing dawn. This time, thanks to my increasing magic power, I became able to maintain my body strengthening. Perhaps it was thanks to that I was able to arrive to the town in around the same time with the first time, though I left at night. Even so, I got really tired, so I slept until morning in the surrounding forest to recover my magic power and stamina. I should be able to move immediately if I used heal, but Feld said that it would become harder for my stamina to grow if I used magic to recover, so it would be better to not use it as much as possible during my training. I slept on a tree and woke up when the bell rang out 3 times. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I infiltrated into the slum quarters from the usual place. I erased my presence by matching myself with the surrounding magic particles and also erased my walking sound with a way of walking that didn't use my heels. Thanks to obtaining stealth skill and search skill, fewer residents of slum quarters noticed me. But despite the knowledge that I had few actual experiences, so it would be better if I didn't let my guard down. I felt a presence. What was this? He didn't really understand. It wasn't a presence that was easy to sense like Feld's surging aura. To be more accurate, this was a bit different from presences. I call it an out-of-place feeling instead. It wasn't that there was something, this out-of-place feeling. It was like something that was always there wasn't there now. Was it just my imagination? Even while thinking that, I fastened my pace a little and got out of the slum quarters. It didn't feel really good, so let's immediately left from this town after I finished shopping. So you're here again? Hush smeared. When I passed the general store's door, the old shop owner glared at me. Preserved food again? Yes. Do you have something nutritious that can be kept for a long time? Nutritious? You know about strange word even though you're just a brat. I don't know any food like that, but if you want something that can make you feel full, then I have nuts. The owner scowled with irritation. Even so, he still went to the back of the shop and brought a smallish jute bag. It's filled with some nuts, 5 bronze coins. They are charred. The nuts were already roasted to make them lasted longer, but quite a lot of them were charred or cracked. I told you this is that kind of shop. Go to a proper shop if you want proper things. Perhaps this was leftovers that were gathered from stall or cart. Their appearance was bad and the taste was also bad. That was why they couldn't be sold to customer, but rather than throwing them away, it would be better to sell them even if the price was dirt cheap. Also, there was also people like me who would buy even something like this as long as they were cheap. Give me some extra. I'll give you extra if you buy a bit more. Got any more order? Can you buy this kind of thing? I took out the magical fragrant fruits that I had from the bag I shouldered. The old shop owner's eyes slightly widened, then he glared at me again. Where did you get them from? I picked them from inside the forest. I can't explain where because there is no landmark. I see. What he saw from me seemed to convince him. After the shop owner understood that I wasn't stealing them, he stared fixedly at the fruits before making a thinking gesture for a bit. Do you know what they are? Of course. They aren't that bad, but they are uneven. And it looks like it has been some time since you picked them, so they are starting to spoil already. Taking into consideration of the time I'll need to search for a buyer, he won't be able to buy them with the regular price, you know? No problem. This shop is that kind of shop after all. When I said that, the shop owner grandpa smiled slightly. There are 6 of them, huh? Then I'll buy them all with 3 silver coins. If you don't like it, then go to somewhere else. I'm fine with that. I obediently nodded at the grandpa's words. Perhaps it was half the price of the regular price. Most likely, even if I brought them to other shop. The chance was high that they would also size me up and reduce the price. Besides this, Grandpa, despite his fierce glare and curt attitude, I could feel his sincerity for business even when he was just facing a kid like me. I also bought beans, dried meat, and also salt and sugar crystals even though they were slightly expensive. Perhaps buying dried vegetables would be cheaper from a street stall, but as I was thinking about what I should do, the door behind me opened and small silhouettes rushed in. "You brats, don't make a noise." The two silhouettes that rushed in cowered from the grandpa's angry yell. "Children?" As I turned around in puzzlement, one of them raised her voice before I could confirm their identity. Arya." It was those siblings. The little sister Cherie yelled my name and hugged me. She had completely forgotten that they had gotten yelled at just now. The big brother Gil was looking alternately at me and Cherie and the shop owner in fluster. Then his gaze settled on me to run away from the grandpa's sharp gaze. "Hey Arya, just where have you been, huh?" "Outside." "Why?" It wasn't like they were my comrade, and we also weren't friend. I pushed away Cherie from me while casually answering him. Jill closed his mouth with a flinch before he suddenly remembered something and took out his sack. "Even I can go outside. I come here to sell the rabbit that I hunted outside. Yeah, won't it be better to eat it yourself?" It looked like he had hunted rabbit outside the town, but perhaps it had taken him more effort than expected. The rabbit's skin was ragged and its blood hadn't even been drained out. When I calmly turned my gaze to the shop owner, the grandpa was sighing in irritation seeing the rabbit's condition. "Arya, have you grown taller?" Cherie, who was watching the exchange between Gil and me, interrupted. I noticed it because of the increase of my magic power and the growing pains, but Cherie noticed because her eye level that was about the same with me when we met for the first time was lower now. "By the way, why were you two in a rush like that just now?" It would be a pain to explain it, so I changed the topic. That made Gil recalled what happened just now and clung on that topic. "That's right, there is this strange uncle outside." He was sighing after staring hard at Cherie and me. "It was unpleasant so we ran away here." A strange uncle? Was it Feld? While I was thinking of such rude thing, the shop owner Grandpa, who seemed to be listening to our talk, raised his voice. "I heard recently there is an unfamiliar man hanging around in this area. From the way he is dressed and his stature, there is a rumor that he might be a thief." "You brats, don't get yourself kidnapped out there." "Yes, thief, how troublesome." For me right now, such opponent would be several levels more troublesome than some unskillful soldier. Thief wasn't just a mere robber or thug, they had skill for the sake of stealing. Perhaps they also had some way to fight. They were managed by a criminal organization called Thief Guild that was like mafia. They wouldn't do anything flashy that could cause the country to take action, but in the end they were people who only moved for the sake of money, so it couldn't be predicted what kind of act they might perpetrate. The feeling that felt like presence that I sensed when coming here might be that man. If that wasn't just my imagination and he was really there, I felt that he was someone with skill that was far beyond the reach of the like of me. "Let's leave this town right away." My shopping was only half finished, but I shouldn't risk the danger, so I immediately headed toward the hole in the wall surrounding the town. As soon as I left the shop, I used my stealth to shake off the siblings who were trying to follow me again and arrived in front of the exit. There I noticed the presence that I felt when I just arrived here. To be more accurate, it wasn't a presence, but there was just something that was too conspicuous in its non-existence that I felt something was out of place. If I assumed that the skilled thief was there, then perhaps this was stealth skill at work. My mind made that kind of connection. When I quietly moved my gaze around, I noticed there were magic particles with unnatural color. If I tried to sense the magic particles, I wouldn't notice because this out-of-place feeling was blending with the surrounding. But that strange magic particle color looked like human shape. When my gaze stopped there, that human-shaped magic particle suddenly swelled up. Body strengthening? I wouldn't understand if I hadn't directly felt Feld's body strengthening before. No, it was mostly just a coincidence that I could arrive at such thought. The moment I thought that, I had leapt to the side almost unconsciously. A moment later, an iron blade stabbed the spot where I was standing on just now. A man appeared with his human presence registering in my senses. It seemed that his stealth had been removed. The man threw a manly smirk at me who had just dodged his throwing knife. "Looks like I'll be able to enjoy this a little." Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 11. The compensation for risking life. A man pointed his blade at me in a corner of the slum quarters where there was nobody around. He looked to be around his early 30s. He had medium build and height, brown hair and eyes. And he gave an impression as though I would lose sight of him right away if he blended into the crowd. The man put on a masculine grin and let out his killing intent. The instant I felt that, I activated my body strengthening in full force and ran away. The man's stealth skill was several levels above me. Most likely there was an incomparably vast gap of fighting skill between us. That was why I abandoned the option of fighting or hiding and chose to run away with all my strength. The hole that led to outside the town couldn't be passed through by adult male. I believed that I would be able to get away if I entered there and started running without looking back. Then I heard the sound of something slicing through wind and a sharp blade grazed the tip of my nose. Oi, don't run. The man's killing intent was slowly leaking out. Cold sweat trickled on my back. He was playing with me. The difference of strength between the man and me allowed him to do so. This man, he wasn't just a thief. There was no opening for me to use appraisal crystal on him. But the pressure that I felt from him was close to felt, although it was a different type of pressure and his wasn't as strong as felt. Would I be able to escape from this man? Even so, it was far better than choosing the option of fighting. I started running the instant I decided that. The man immediately chased after me. But that was because the man underestimated me as a kid. If not, he would have already ended this by throwing a blade into my back. Shoo. Oh? The man raised his voice from the skewer that I threw behind at him while running. I had been practicing, but I still hadn't obtained throwing skill. I still couldn't stab a living creature deeply with that weapon. But the man still felt like playing around. I didn't think that he would chase me too deeply when there was a risk of getting injured. The skewer was easily deflected by the man's blade. However, because of that, his focus was diverted for an instant from me. I gathered magic particles of light around me using that opening and forcefully dyed my magic power with the color of light. I forcefully combusted the magic particles all at once and emitted a strong light just for a moment. Ooh! The man's surprised voice resounded. I wouldn't let the opening that I created with much effort to slip away. I turned at the corner with a leap in that instant. But then man muttered something in that moment. Noise, auditory hallucination, sorcery. In that moment I heard the sound of that man stepping on the ground from the direction I was heading. I immediately leapt to the side. My sight was also imperfect due to the light, but I should have taken away the man's sight. I didn't know the true identity of the sorcery just now, but when I tried to break away from that spot by relying only on the color of magic particles and my senses, my head suddenly got grabbed strongly from behind. Got you, Tsu. The man who should be in front of me was behind me. Furthermore, he was knowing where I was accurately even though his sight should have been blinded. Why? I put off thinking about that for later and pulled out the knife on my waist. Almost reflexively, clang, a hard sound rang out and the knife in my hand was deflected and sent flying. Phew. With an exhale I deeply suppressed my shaken heart. I endured the pain on my scalp and forcefully changed my stance while striking the wrist of the man's hand that was grabbing me with my elbow. The man's hand slightly slackened and I forcefully slipped off from it. I rolled on the ground and took some distance from him and looked up to the man while on all four. So this was real battle. The man narrowed his eyes that were still slightly blinded. He frowned from the ash that got stuck on his hand while displaying a fiendish smile that bared his fang. I wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp if it wasn't for the ash that I put on my hair to hide its glossiness. The opponent wasn't being serious, so I could still endure, but my body was trembling from this overly wide gap of strength and the pressure that the man was radiating. It wasn't like the situation was turning for the better just because I had gotten away from his grasp. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to get away from him. He also wasn't an opponent who I could fight and win against. But, I sucked in the surrounding magic particles to erase the fear that was swelling up in my heart while dyeing the magic particles inside me in light once more. I focused my mind to recover my stamina while breathing like a cat. There was no opening to use heal, but, after obtaining light sorcery level 1, I got the feeling that I would be able to obtain the effect just from focusing to it. When I concentrated, perhaps it was just my imagination, but vitality really returned slightly to me. I wouldn't run away anymore. I switched my mind from escape to battle. It felt like something clicked inside my head and the gears were moving in harmony. Surely I couldn't win against this man even if I fought him. But I wasn't giving up on living. I'd grasp for life inside the jaw of death. I'd struggle to the death and show this man what I could do as I tore into him. I pulled out a skewer from my waistband and held it between my teeth. My strength was lacking, My speed was also lacking. I understood that I couldn't get much speed with just the muscles of my legs, so I activated my body strengthening in full force and grasped the ground not with just my legs but also with my arms clawing on the ground. I tightened my whole body to the limit like a bow that would launch myself as an arrow. The man's expression changed when he sensed the clear change in atmosphere. "I'd make you regret playing around while attacking me. Even if I couldn't win, I'd leave behind a wound that made you regretted this no matter what. If that wound became the cause of defeat for this man in the future, that would become my victory." Now just as I was about to unleash an attack with all my strength at the risk of my life, in that moment, wait, time out. The man yelled in panic and held up his hands in surrender while throwing away his short sword. What was he scheming? The man raised his voice even louder when he saw me still planning to continue. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2021/04/io05.jpg. Wait, it was my bad. I'm sorry. I was just looking for a slum kid who looked usable for a job. Huh? What did he say? Haha, really sorry for that. It was the first time a brat saw through my stealth, and the way you ran away was just too splendid that I reflexively ran after you. The man sat on the ground and pressed his hands together to show that he had no intention to fight. I was using heal on myself while glaring at him with a narrowed gaze. This again. It was this kind of adult again. It happened with Feld and then with this man. Was I producing a smell that caused this kind of men to chase after me? If I trusted everything that this man was saying, it seemed that he was looking for a kid that he could make to do a work. I wondered if a kid could really be entrusted with any work, but I guessed there was a lot of uses for them, like fighting in a cramped place or making an adult let their guard down. Then when I asked why a skilled man like him was doing something like that, it seemed that he was going to test the kid, and if it seemed like they were useful, he was going to secure the kid with hope that the kid would grow to be someone who could be continuously entrusted with works in the future. Ooh. You can also use heal even though you're just a brat. Where did you learn that? Who cares about that? And what does a thief like you want to make a kid do? I ain't a thief. Despite appearance, I'm actually registered with the Adventurer Guild. You are looking at a fully fledged awesome scout here. Don't lump me together with that kind of unrestrained bunch. Here, look at this. Got it. The man enthusiastically shoved his guild tag that also served as an adventurer's ID on my face to show it. Rank 4, just as I thought. He was someone really skilled. I believed that there were some thieves who also registered themselves in the Adventurer Guild, but thief who was this skilled including in combat aspect 2 should be really rare. Ordinary people often confused thief and scout together, but they were actually really different from each other despite some similarities. Thief put importance to not being found rather than getting into combat. They were criminal who trained in stealth, detection, and things like lockpicking. In the end they were people who couldn't win against their own desire, so the capability of the bottom feeders in the Thief Guild wasn't that high, but they were surprisingly good in the matter of cunning. Scout was similarly putting importance in stealth and detection, but they prioritized being able to find rather than avoiding being found. They would find traps in ruins or dungeons and remove them, or gathered information and handed the profitable information to their client. Originally Adventurer was mercenary that specialized in investigating ruins and brought back information, so even now it seemed that there were many scouts with high combat power who registered with the guild. So, do you get it now? Yes. The man talked about his own work proudly. He gave off the smell of a slightly troublesome adult just like Feld. Perhaps that was why this man's presence reminded me of Feld. So, uncle. Don't call me uncle. I'm still 35. Call me Viro. That was already the age of uncle. At the very least he was even older than my father. So Viro, what do you want to make me do? Is it Adventurer Guild's work? I still hadn't believed him fully. Even so, with Viro's strength, it should be far more profitable for him to investigate a ruin rather than tricking a child and selling them. Even so, that still didn't mean he could be trusted fully, but for now I lowered my guard by a level. It's not a guild's work. There is this client that originally hired me through the guild, but right now I'm in a personal contract with them. This job is something that they are contracting me to do. I won't do anything bad. Booties, it's something that I can do. It's not anything criminal. Well, the job is to help out with security. Besides, there won't be any problem if it's you. Kyuku. Viro seemed to recall something from my question and slapped his own knee while laughing. I couldn't find anything other than the normal brats around here. Even the slum brats will take time until they become usable. But while I was getting disappointed from my find, a good pick like you showed up. You have good senses, and you can also use sorcery even though it's still crude. Also, what's with that killing intent at the end there? That wasn't a killing intent that a brat should be able to make. For a second I thought I was facing a cornered demonic wolf there. Viro described the aura of my desperation like that. Killing intent, he didn't really get it, but I had murdered 3 people, so it wouldn't be strange even if I had killing intent. But how did I actually obtain that? Was it because of my training to put my will into spell, so my killing intent was seeping out together with my magic power? I wanted to ponder a lot of things, but right now I focused on my talk with Viro. What will you do if I refuse? I'm not gonna do anything. It's pointless even if I force someone unmotivated to do a job. When I tensely asked what he would do if I refused, Viro said that with a harmless expression. What's the work is about? What do you mean by helping with security? There is proper task that I want to leave to you, but before that I'm planning to work you like a gopher as test to see whether you can really be of use or not. I'm going to see whether you can properly understand what you are told, whether you will make any stupid blunder, and the most important thing is whether you have the guts to be entrusted with something dangerous or not. Tilda. If it was about guts, then I might have more compared to the average children. You are a bit hardcore, but it's praiseworthy how you fully focused on running away the moment you realized that you aren't a match against me. There is nothing to criticize about your guts. In that case, perhaps it's fine if I skip forward a bit and test you directly. Viro's gaze on me sharpened. It was the same gaze that Feld made when he declared that he was going to train me. It seemed that he had acknowledged me, but I got the hunch that things would become a bit troublesome. But my answer was already decided. Yes, understood. That's great. No, you really saved me. After all, my client is going to scowl at me if I don't bring someone back soon. Viro sighed in relief and massaged his own shoulder like an uncle. It wasn't like I trusted him. Even so, I felt that staying at Viro's side would be beneficial for me. Viro was an adventurer and a scout. He was like the completed superior version that I aimed for. I'd stay at his side to observe his stealth and combat skill and made them my own. I believed that would be a shortcut for the current me to grow stronger. Yosh, then let's go to the guild right away. After it was decided so, Viro, who was sitting on the ground, stood up without making any sound. Guild? You mean adventurer guild? Why? Did he have something to check there? Then what should I do while he was doing that? As I pondered that, Viro made a puzzled face for some reason. What do you mean why? Of course it's to register you as adventurer. Huh? I don't have any combat skill, you know. Certainly I had learned light sorcery, but I got the feeling that the problem that I would get from registering as adventurer with just that would be greater than the benefit. When I explained that, it was Viro who made an exasperated face this time. What are you saying, huh? You were able to fight like that, complete with body strengthening, when you are still just around 10 years old like that? So there is no way you don't have any combat skill, right? I couldn't understand what he said for a moment. When my mind caught up, I hurriedly took out an appraisal crystal and tried checking myself. Then he found the short sword skill that I couldn't obtain until now had been recorded in my status together with an unknown skill. Aria, Alicia, race, human, rank 1. Magic power, 3375 up. Stamina, 2952 up. Strength, 451 up. Endurance, 561 up. Agility, 782 up. Dexterity, 6. Short sword skill level 1 new. Martial art level 1 new. Light sorcery level 1. Non-elemental magic level 1. Daily life magic times 6. Magic power control level 1. Pressure level 1 new. Stealth level 1. Night vision level 1. Search level 1. Overall combat strength, 36, with body strengthening, 38. 10 up. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 12. To Adventurer Guild. How was I able to obtain combat skill that I didn't manage to learn until now? Furthermore, it wasn't just short sword skill that I had been training for. I also obtained the skill martial art at the same time. In addition, I also obtained pressure. Could it be that time I must have obtained pressure from when I directed killing intent toward Viro? In that case, It would make sense if I also obtained the other skills at that time too. I had been training in short sword skill all this time, but I was able to obtain martial arts skill must be from all the practices of falling safely and the way of moving my body that Feld taught me. For all of them to bear fruit simultaneously like this, perhaps experiencing a real battle where I risked my life had given a strong impact into my soul. Come on, don't just look dazed over there. We're going to the guild. Yes. Viro lightly tapped my shoulder and started walking ahead. I hurriedly followed behind him while continuing my thinking for a bit. Skill wasn't something that could be obtained that easily. I knew that I had knowledge that rivaled adult, though it was unbalanced to certain aspects and better foundation than the average children to obtain skill. But although obtaining short sword skill was just to be expected, being able to obtain martial art too was too much of a result. But according to the knowledge of that woman, it seemed there was a story being able to cut down a man with a sword is to have the skill of Dan 1. I didn't know whether in that woman's previous life, Dan 1 was equal to level 1 or not, but I obtained the skill might be because I went through such fight that pushed me to the limit. Well, Viro wasn't serious at all in that fight though, but being captured by a thief would be the same as being death or worse. So I was also desperate at that time. However, I got the feeling that it was slightly different with the case of pressure. Certainly my fight against Viro served as the impetus, but a normal kid no. Even a normal adult couldn't learn pressure easily. A battle that puts your life at risk, a clear intent to kill your enemy, and then experience I guess. A normal commoner would never emit something like killing intent. And a child who was able to emit killing intent and learn pressure might be a very odd existence from the perspective of ordinary people. It would be better if I didn't expose my hands too much until I became a bit stronger. I followed behind Viro outside the slum quarters and came out to the main street. I believed that I had cleaned up myself somewhat, but I felt a little dirty again after going through that fight. I cleaned myself partly so that I wouldn't be sized up when making a deal, but the biggest reason was because I didn't want to stand out. More than 3 weeks had passed since I killed the old hag, so it was hard to imagine that there was still pursuers searching for the culprit. Even so, surely there were still people in this city who remembered that such incident had happened at the neighboring town. The clothes she was wearing was somewhat worn out, but it was a simple type of clothing that most people worn, and her hair was sprinkled with ash so that her originally pink blonde hair didn't stand out. And yet, I felt gazes from several people being directed to me as I walked on the street. Was it because they were thinking of me as a resident of the slum quarters? Nobody said anything because right now I was together with an adult, but if I was alone here there was a possibility that I would get dragged into some kind of trouble. While I was thinking such thing, I turned my gaze to the adult in question, Viro. It was then he looked back with a slight grimace and met my gaze. What? You know, if you want to hide your face, how about you use something more proper to wrap around your neck? I'll buy it for you over there. It's fine I guess. I see. The ragged cloth that I wrapped around my neck to hide my face was standing out. This fabric was just a makeshift scarf that I got from cutting ragged clothes that I didn't use anymore with a knife and wrapped around my neck simply to hide my face. I had washed it, but certainly its appearance was still not good. Oh, I see, Thena. Over there. Viro looked relieved for some reason and looked around before he found a stall and headed there. I also followed behind him toward where he was looking at. Yes, welcome. The auntie who seemed to be the stall owner called out to Viro cheerfully. It seemed this stall was selling cloth, but it also sold some simple clothes that served as example of the clothes at the same time. Do you have something like muffler to be wrapped around the neck? One that can hide your face? I don't have muffler in this season. But if it's a thin shawl then I got some over here. I see. I don't really understand what you want, so you can choose yourself. Yes, I didn't really get it, but I wouldn't hold back if he was buying for me. But, this country was located at the south part of the continent, so they basically only had thin clothing for protection against cold. And so I chose something long with pleasant texture on skin. When I took off the ragged cloth wrapped around my neck, I heard a small commotion for some reason. Oh my! The auntie slipped out an astonished voice. I looked around wondering what was going on and found a girl around 10 years old staring at me with a face that it was as red as sherry. I wasn't used of getting seen with that kind of gaze, so for now I wrapped the new black shawl around my neck. When my face was covered I heard faint sighs from around me. I couldn't understand and turned my gaze to Viro. He was pressing his head with one hand as though he was enduring a headache inside. "Let's just go." Yes, I didn't know what happened, but it seemed that Viro was prioritizing heading to the guild. Once more I followed behind Viro, who started to walk away. Viro was muttering, "That makes you stand out even more, ain't it?" with a small voice. "And this is the Adventurer Guild." For some reason Viro spoke loudly in self-abandonment with a voice that reverberated through the street. Viro entered inside with a walking pace that got slightly faster. I also followed slightly behind him. Although I had knowledge, this was my first time coming here. I didn't know what this place had. As I entered inside while being slightly on my guard, I felt the gazes from several adventurers inside on me, but I couldn't see any sign of anyone trying anything. Perhaps because Viro was together with me. As I looked over the inside of the guild, I saw a board that had many papers pinned on it and several counters with receptionists behind them. The Adventurer Guild was derived from Mercenary Guild. It was a support group for mercenaries that specialized in exploration. Their sponsor was the Merchant Guild, and in exchange the Merchant Guild was prioritized for buying the monster materials and finding from ruins and other places that the adventurers obtained. At the beginning, when the guild was just formed, adventurers also received requests from the country to investigate undeveloped region that would be developed and so on. Even at the present situation where adventurers were working like magic stone miner, higher-ranked adventurers who could deal with requests like capturing dungeon or dealing with high-level monster would be able to obtain pretty great benefit. "Newcomer registration for one person please." Viro said that at one of the counters. The woman at her late 20s who was sorting out documents at the other side of the counter raised her face. Her almond eyes slightly widened when she saw Viro and me who was behind him. "Is it for that pretty chick or oof, for that kid? She looks really small. Does she has any combat skill?" "Yeah, she has. It's short sword skill." I nodded slightly to confirm Viro's words. When the receptionist saw me nodding, she smiled as though she was being healed for some reason, then her gaze returned to being a glare toward Viro. "Then let's carry out the test." "Is it fine to do it right now?" "That's fine, beauty. Your attitude is too different between both of us." "Test?" The two looked at me simultaneously when I muttered, "Yeah. In order to check that you really have the fighting skill that correspond to rank 1, you will have to demonstrate a battle skill." "You can do it, right?" Viro lightly asked me that, but I quietly shook my head. "I can't use battle skill, you know." "What?" It seemed that the fact that I didn't have skill until just now had slipped out of his memory. "You can't use it even though you can fight that much and also use body strengthening?" "Damn. If you don't mind, how about receiving a short course of battle skill for short sword level 1? Though it will cost you. The fee will be 5 silver coins." "There is that beaut. In that case I can also borrow a place and be the one teaching her." "Is that so?" "Then it will cost you 1 silver coin to use the underground training ground for 1 hour. Will that be fine?" "I think that way will be faster." "Wait, that's right. You can use heal's spell, aren't you?" Viro recalled that and asked me with a small voice. Then the receptionist, who heard that, showed a surprised expression and lowered her voice too. "She can use light sorcery in that age." "In that case you can also pass the test by displaying heal." "We can ask the adventurers around here. There must be some of them who have injury on their body right now." "No. Please wait for a bit." The woman thought of something and headed toward another staff behind her. They talked about something before returning immediately. "My apologies. In case of young sorcerer, especially when their element is light, there is a risk that some unscrupulous adventurers will work them like a slave before throwing them away. It will be a different story if you are joining this person's party, but if you are also going to work solo sometimes, it will be better if your information isn't being spread out for a while. My party isn't active right now after all." "Then, we will have to wait until a trusted adventurer arrive before giving the test." "Viro, I want to learn battle skill." The two of them turned toward me at the same time again when I spoke out once more. "If it's just the room usage fee, I'll pay." "No. I can pay for just that amount as a necessary expense. Certainly doing it that way will leave you a problem for later." "Then, if you have decided, Can I take a look at your tag first? Also please write the agent name of the person who will be registered. 18 years old. Is she 10 years old? It feels like she is younger than that though. It's just a difference of 1 or 2 years, right? And name you. What's your name? From Viro's perspective, it seemed that I looked like 8 or 9 years old right now. Also he only noticed after this late that he never asked me my name until now. He raised his head from the paperwork and looked back at me. Arya. I see. The receptionist who was watching our exchange was looking at Viro with a very stern gaze while muttering. How can you not even know her name? You aren't kidnapping that child, aren't you? Don't be rude. Take a damn good look at the person's face properly first before making your judgment. After being told that, the receptionist stared fixedly on Viro's face. You aren't kidnapping that child, aren't you? Hell no. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 13. Eccentric Blacksmith, thrust exclamation mark. The impact of the battle skill that was thrust out from my knife gouged the log that was 1 meter ahead. Battle skill was a monosyllabic non-elemental magic. It was like a special move for close-quarter combat occupation that was activated through weapon as the medium. Magic power was consumed by its usage, and with that you could unleash an attack with power that was several times the normal attack. However, in exchange of being easily usable, there was limitation in its usage. The higher the skill's level was, the more it would consume magic power and the harder it was to handle. And then there would be a slight lag time to the body right after you unleashed the battle skill. Magic particle would also pile up in the muscles, which felt like heat. If you forcefully used your muscles while the heat hadn't cooled down, you would injure your muscles. The injured muscles could recover using heal, but the pain wouldn't recede immediately, and it seemed that if you forcefully kept using heal, you wouldn't be able to lift your arm for several days. The rank 1 battle skill of short sword skill was thrust. It was used by thrusting a knife with one hand, then the impact would be fired to the front with double the power. The range would depend on the user's technique. It could reach further than 1 meter, which compensated for the weaknesses of short sword, which was its low power and short reach. This battle skill was really useful. I didn't have deep knowledge about battle skill, so I thought that perhaps it would be difficult to learn it. But Viro taught me the form and showed me an example. After that I became able to use it without the scheduled 1 hour had even passed. Thrust was a magic that only launched non-elemental magic power in the shape of blade. I kept in mind that it wasn't a sorcery but magic, and in order to reproduce the flow of magic particles that Viro showed me, I used the image of extending the blade instead of firing magic power. My experiences of learning all the daily life magic although crudely helped with this, but I believed that it would take longer for me to learn the battle skill if I hadn't learned magic power control. Clap clap clap. Very good, Arya-san. That was a wonderful display of battle skill. With that I welcome you as a rank 1 adventurer of the Adventurer Guild. The receptionist who also acted as my examiner sent me an applause before handing me the tag that was already finished. It seemed that originally I would have to wait for a while to get this after the examination was over, but it seemed that she had created this first because I could become an adventurer already with no problem due to my capability to use light sorcery. The receptionist smiled kindly and handed the tag to me. Then her gaze changed completely into a stern gaze that was directed to the man behind me. Viro-san, the total amount of fee for the training ground usage and registration are 2 silver coins. Please pay them fully, okay? Your attitude to Arya and me is too different. Don't you think it's only natural for someone's attitude to change between a young and cute child and an uncle? Shit, I can't argue against that. Was that alright? Well, I'd just consider it as them having good relationship. Arya, let's move on to the next. Yes. Viro walked with loud footsteps to display his dissatisfaction. I also followed behind him and left the Adventurer Guild. When I glanced back, the receptionist noticed me and waved her hand. Come to think of it, in that woman's knowledge, it seemed there was a tradition of an event where beginner adventurer would definitely got into a quarrel with bad-natured adventurer, but thanks to Viro coming with me, it seemed that kind of event was getting postponed for a bit. For now I walked while thinking back on the work that Viro was going to make me do. In his plan, he was going to make the kid he picked to do several short-term errands. From there, if he judged the kid to be useful, Viro would personally train them in combat, and then if he thought that the kid could be trusted, only then he would introduce them to his client where the kid would be given the work. Just like how I didn't trust Viro fully, he too still hadn't evaluated me completely, and so he still wouldn't tell me who was his client and what kind of work I was going to do there. But was it possible that his client was a noble? As expected, I didn't think that a noble would give a work to a child and a street urchin on top of that. But even if it was really a noble, the current me had grown up slightly taller, so I didn't think that I would immediately get found out as the child who vanished from the orphanage. Besides, there was a slight change in my mental state that was on guard against noble. The current me wanted to become strong in order to live, but seeing Feld and Viro, I realized that being strong would also make me quite conspicuous. Perhaps there would be occasion where I got involved with noble. When I became strong, at that point, my life from there on would greatly change depending on whether I chose to run away from all those occasions or tolerating them to a certain degree while still hiding my true identity. That was why I thought that being able to come into contact with noble while having a patron like Viro to act as middleman was a good chance. Besides, even if the client was a noble, then perhaps that noble shouldn't be that influential, seeing that they were making use of street urchin to do some jobs. Besides, thinking back, if at the end I was able to obtain strength that could enable me to escape to other country by myself, then there wouldn't be any problem even if I got found out. And then, I got the hunch that in order to become strong, doing Viro's job would be the fastest way. Then, I'll train you to be able to do the minimum so that you can carry out the job. Understood? For a moment, the memory of training that was definitely not for a kid that Feld gave me surfaced at the back of my mind. But, it seemed that Viro would pay for the living expenses during that training, and not only that, he would also give me one small silver coin as daily allowance. From the perspective of normal commoner, it was a cheap amount, but for a street urchin from slum quarters, it was an excessively favorable treatment, so there was no way I had any complaint. Also, Arya, show me your knife. I felt uneasy handing my weapon to other person, but there was no meaning even if I tried to oppose someone with Viro's skill level. Viro took the knife that I handed to him and he frowned a little with a conflicted expression. This knife, did someone give it to you? That's right. Viro lightly sighed after hearing my reply. Then he returned the knife to me. Only use that for dismantling or as reserve weapon. No matter what you use it for, it'll immediately get dull from clotted blood. But, what am I going to do for fighting? The biggest reason I came to this town is because I have business with a blacksmith here. I'll buy something that suits you. That knife is too heavy for a brat, and its handle is too big for you. Yes, originally it belonged to a large man like Feld, so its handle was also big. I myself was aware of that, so I'd happily accept if he wanted to buy me a new one. Also put this on too. What Viro handed to her was a short pants. Perhaps it was something that caught his eyes and bought from a stall. The size was a bit mismatched, but it wasn't like I couldn't wear it. But, why did I need to wear that? I tilted my head in puzzlement and looked up to Viro. Viro frowned and roughly rubbed my head. Your cloth flap around too much when you fight. Viro said those incomprehensible words and started walking again. I also followed behind him. I didn't understand why, but perhaps it would be better if I didn't touch this topic too much. Come to think of it, did you use sorcery when you fought Viro? Viro chanted something like a sorcery in the middle of the fight. After that he was behind me even though he should be in front of me. That might be his sorcery. When I asked him about that, Viro seemed to recall it too and looked back across his shoulder at me while walking. That one. I can use darkness sorcery, you see. It's only level 1 and I can only use one spell. But that's a sorcery to produce sound at a place that you picked. Darkness sorcery. I seem so it was an illusion from darkness sorcery. It sounded like the effect of making a sound somewhere didn't sound noteworthy at all, but it seemed like it would be useful in many situations in the hand of scout like Viro or me. Teach me darkness sorcery. By some chance I managed to find someone who knew about darkness sorcery that I didn't have any knowledge about, so there was no way I'd let this chance go. When I said that, Viro stopped walking and looked down on me while showing a thinking gesture for a bit. Sorcery, huh? I don't know whether you have aptitude for darkness element, so I can't guarantee that you'll be able to learn it, you know. I also don't know how to teach it, so I can only teach you its incantation. Are you fine with that? That's plenty. In the first place, nobody had ever taught me. As long as I knew the incantation and meaning, I could just spend time and analyze it bit by bit again. We were walking through the main street while having such talk. Then Viro headed to the direction of the residential district for the low-income earner that was near the slum quarters. If I didn't remember wrong, that general store Grandpa's shop was located around here, wasn't it? Come to think of it, that Grandpa told me about an eccentric blacksmith dwarf. Then perhaps we were heading toward that dwarf blacksmith. After that we walked through the low-income earner residential district for a while before I heard the sound of metal being struck from far away. That might be our destination. Viro entered the alley with complicated structure and walked through for a while with a familiar gait. Then we arrived to a workshop made from stone that had slightly bigger size. "Galbers, you there?" Viro let out a loud yell. After a bit of time passed, a loud voice that sounded like a gong rang out from inside the workshop. "Don't yell in front of someone's house, you bastard." I reflexively covered my ears from the voice that stung my eardrums. Then a dwarf old man appeared from inside. His body was small but with even wider width than felt, and white beard growing on his face. He was an old man, right? I too only knew about dwarf from the knowledge, but this was my first time actually meeting one, so I didn't really understand. "What? It's the youngster Viro, huh? Do you come to bring me alcohol?" "Stop calling me youngster already. I have gathered the thing that you asked me before, so I came here with it." "Here, the magic stone of fire-breathing lizard. It's a quality good, you know." "Oh, so ye finally got it." "My hearth's heat won't rise up with that." "I'll try using it right away." "Oi, pay me for it at least." "It was hard work getting my hand on it." "Don't be stingy. Show me the short sword that I made for ye before." "I'll make it look brand new again." "Can't be helped." I didn't really understand their conversation, but it seemed they were really close with each other. I was also watching with great interest about how he would fix the weapon. It was then the dwarf Galbers finally noticed my presence. "Viro, is that your kid?" "No. The kid got a nice face." "Your disciple then?" "Don't insult me so casually like that." "Well, she is like my disciple. I want to make her use knife, so do you have anything suitable for that?" "I got no weapon for this kind of brat, is what I want to say, but pick one that ye like from the box over there." "I'll put it into Viro's tab." "You are going to charge me even though you aren't even paying me for the magic stone?" Galbers ignored Viro's muttering and threw a part of the magic stone into the hearth. Then the color at the flame that was burning in the hearth changed noticeably. Intense heat surged out. Galbers gulped a mouthful of alcohol from a bottle and sprayed it into the hearth. The heat that was scorching to the skin flickered even more fiercely as though it was dancing. Surely it wasn't just a normal alcohol. Perhaps thanks to the fire-breathing lizard's magic stone and that alcohol, the vivid color of the magic particles dwelling in that flame was too enchanting for me, and my voice slipped out. "Pretty." Galbers caught my muttering. He raised his face from the hearth and stared at me fixedly. Do ye understand the color of this fire? The color is red without any impurities." When I answered that unconsciously, Galbers stared fixedly at my face while stroking his white beard. Then he slowly nodded. "That hair eye, the ash smeared that eccentric old man from the general store mentioned before, huh?" So both of them were calling each other eccentric. "Oi, ash smeared." "Your weapon. Ye are using a knife?" "Yes." "All right, got it." "Oi, Viro, don't just look at that kind of trashes that I left there for stupid guys to buy. Answer me this. Do ye still have time until tomorrow?" Viro, who was choosing short sword with a serious face from a box that was placed at the corner of the smithy, looked back with a surprised voice from Galbers's voice. "You made your customer bought trash weapons?" "Well, I have time until tomorrow, I guess. What's the matter?" Galbers nodded at Viro's reply and headed to the back of the smithy. After a while he returned with a thin black knife and handed it to me. "It's a knife that I made in the past. Ash smeared. I'll remake it to fit your grip." Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 14 Training Trip. "Galbers, that knife is made from magic steel, ain't it?" Viro raised his voice when he saw the knife that Galbers brought. "Magic steel?" The moment I thought that, a fragmentary information flowed into my head from that woman's knowledge. Magic steel was a metal that was refined from magic iron. Magic iron was an iron that turned black from staying in a place with thick magic particles for long. It was extremely hard and the price was extremely expensive. The information was lacking. That woman's interest toward weapon was only limited to their price. So in a sense this was only natural, I guess. That's right. It's a garbage that I made when I was young. Garbage scowled while calling the pitch black knife that apparently he made himself as garbage. At that time I planned to create something good, but I got carried away and mistakenly thought that I would be able to create something good if the material is high class. In the end what came out from it is this thing. Galbers looked at the black knife with a look as though he had bitten something sour. Then he lightly waved the knife. This thing is only sharp but lacking in might. I made it while only fixated at appearance, without even considering what this knife is gonna cut. But it's light with how thin it is, and it's tough because it's made from magic steel, so it can repel blood clot to some degree. This weapon is just right for a brat like ye. The length of the blade was around 30 centimeters with width around 3 or 4 centimeters. It was a straight sword with single edge that was growing narrower to the tip. This black knife was certainly made from a tough material that was the magic steel. Even so I got the feeling that it wasn't suited to inflict damage by cutting open hard object or tough muscle. Even so, for the current me who had weak physical strength and fought with the style of attacking only the opponent's weak point, this weapon really felt just right. What the hell do you mean with magic steel weapon that is just right for a kid, huh? Leaving that aside, it's really unusual that you are giving your own work for a kid. Who said that I'm giving it for free? Oi, Ash smeared. I'm selling ye this garbage for 1 gold coin. Pay me back before I croaked. Now, let's do this. Ash smeared. Ye help out too. Go draw water from the well at the backyard. Galbers one-sidedly said that with rapid talking before walking to the hearth with loud stomping. He said to pay him before he died. He thought that a dwarf's lifespan could reach until around 300 years though. While I was thinking of that in a daze, Viro approached me without any sound and secretly told me something like magic steel knife is priced 5 gold coins at the very least. Even if this knife is an early work of Galbers and a badly done one in his perspective, its price should still be more than 20 gold coins. Well, I don't know what make that eccentric old man take a liking to you, but just take the knife thankfully. Yes, I ran away from the orphanage after deciding to oppose my fate. There wasn't just that old hag of the orphanage and that woman who tried to replace me. This world was also filled with many horrible adults in the slum quarters who would target me for what little money I had, even though I was just a child. Even so, there were also people like Feld, the grandpa in the general store, Viro, and Galbers who would give something to a street urchin like me who didn't have anything. Fundamentally I wouldn't open up myself to other people. There were also adults who would sacrifice children in order to protect their own livelihood, like the citizens of that town that pretended to not see the abuse on the orphans. That was why I wanted to become strong, in order to repel the malice of other people. That was why I was thinking to treasure this encounter and repaid this favor as much as possible. When I became strong, after that I drew water from the well at the backyard, carried the charcoal for the hearth, and when I was free I took lesson from Viro about the martial art that was used by Scout. Viro got bored at the middle and went to a bar, but I stayed behind in that place and helped Galbers while practicing short sword and darkness sorcery. When it was midnight, Viro returned back with alcohol and food that he bought from the bar. I ran out of stamina and fell asleep before I noticed. When I woke up at the morning on the dirt floor of the smithy, Galbers handed the black knife that he had adjusted to me. Ash smeared. This is your weapon. Originally it was a light knife for an adult to use with one hand, but its handle had been modified so that even a kid could grab it with both hands. If one day the grip doesn't fit ye anymore, come here with alcohol, and bring money properly too next time. Gaha. Yes, I'll come again. Absolutely. The black knife was slightly longer than Feld's knife, but the blade was thin and it was surprisingly light. It was slightly too big for the current me, but the handle fit into my grip nicely. It seemed that Varo's silver-colored short sword had also been fixed. So after receiving that, we left behind the smith of the sharp-tongued and eccentric dwarf who was also slightly soft on kid. Before leaving, Galbers also said if he ever go to the capital, try going to the armor shop that my little bro opens. He is an oddball, but if ye tell him that I'm the one telling you to go there, he might give you some discount. After an eccentric it was an oddball next. I didn't know whether I'd ever have the chance to go to the capital, but I wondered what kind of armor would be created by an oddball dwarf. Then Arya, prepare to leave this town. I'll train you a lot while we move. Yes. We went to the main street and began to prepare to leave this town for real. But, Where would we go? It seemed that monsters were living at the north of this town. So would we go there to train to face monster? I ran away from the orphanage and lived in the forest, but I never went to a proper trip. But if wasn't mistaken, half a day should be enough to arrive at the northern part where monsters came out. Then first let's head to Count Taurus's territory. We aren't going to use carriage, so keep that in mind. We aren't going to north. When I asked that question, Viro stroked his stubble that had grown longer than yesterday and grinned. Do you think we're going to hunt monster in a ruin just like a proper adventurer? Even I can hunt monster by myself to some degree, and even you should be able to hunt monster at goblin's level. But, at your level it's still too early for you to go to monster's inhabitant. It will be just a waste of my time if you die easily, right? I'll drill some degree of skills for scouting into you before that. Roger. There was truth to what he said. Monsters would come out in a deep forest even in this country. But those were weak monsters like goblin or kobold. Even the strongest would be demon wolf or hobgoblin at most. Goblin was an ugly monster with low intelligence and small build like human child. In a very loose definition, it seemed that goblin was also a type of demi-human, but they were also called beast demi-human by some to differentiate them from intelligent demi-human like elf or dwarf. Well, calling goblin like that was insulting to the beastmen, so in the end they were classified as monster. According to Viro's explanation, it seemed that goblin's combat strength was around 30 until 50. It was a combat strength that equaled to an armed ordinary person. Even goblin that was called as the weakest monster had higher combat strength than me who had obtained short sword skill. So I felt just a little bit dejected. Viro taught me the meaning of combat strength when he saw me like that. Combat skill at level 1 doesn't really affect your combat strength. The obvious difference will only show up from level 2 and above. But, don't overly trust the overall combat strength that you see in appraisal. Your combat strength is low because you're still a kid and your status is low. Bluntly speaking, even the adults that you can find anywhere has higher combat strength than you. But if you fight them, you will be able to influence the battle to be in your advantage. Skill is also important in battle, but the most important thing is the experience to control the skill and the wisdom to make use of it. Just think of combat strength as simply a rough estimate in the end. Understood? Combat strength was just a rough estimate. But as expected, it would be better to run away if there was a difference of 10 times in combat strength. The combat strength of adult in town was around 40. In order to have a rough estimate, I asked Viro to be allowed to appraise him. Viro race, human rank 4, magic power, 170-190 stamina, 278-310. Overall combat strength, 900, during body strengthening, 1094. He was strong just as I thought. He had combat strength that was undeniably 20 times of mine, so my decision to immediately run away before this wasn't wrong. But I understood that even running away was difficult with this much difference in combat strength between us. I used the front gate for the first time when leaving the town. I entered illegally until now, but when I showed the tag of Adventurer Guild, the guard only checked it slightly before easily allowing me to pass. But I was able to come and leave using the tag of rank 1 only at this town where I registered. If I remembered right, we would need to pass several noble territories until we arrived at Count Taurus's territory. A free folk like me would need to pay the expensive amount of 1 silver coin every time I wanted to enter a large town. But it seemed that Viro didn't plan to stop by in town much. If we are just passing a noble's territory, we should be able to pass using my tag with you acting as my companion. If not, then a party that consists of members of different rank won't be able to go to an expedition. As expected, that way won't work to enter a town with rampart. But even though we are going to mainly use the main highway, I'm planning to stay at the inn of small village or town along the mountain road. Well, most of the time we are going to camp out though. But you won't have any problem with that, right? Of course. When I heard that we were going to head south, I was wary, thinking that we were going to pass that town where the orphanage was located, but that town was more at the southeast rather than at south. It didn't seem like it was connected with the main highway. In this Baron Horace's territory, there were only 2 towns with rampart where they would charge a silver coin to enter. The town we just left and an inn town that was nearby the territory of another noble. Even to reach that inn town, with our legs we would arrive there at evening if we left in the morning. but Viro said that we would head directly to another noble's territory without stopping by there. But would our food supply be alright if we went through that kind of forced march? It would be fine if we could hunt animal in the forest, but our journey would slow down if we had to take time doing that, and my training would also get delayed. You don't need to worry about food. Viro said that and lightly tapped the bag that he carried on his back. Its appearance was a bit ragged, but it looked tough and made from an expensive-looking leather. But its size wasn't that different from the bag that I was carrying. That bag doesn't seem to have much in it. You don't know? This bag has space sorcery applied to it. The inside can be filled with 5 times the amount than its appearance suggests, and the weight is also reduced. This thing is outrageously expensive, just so you know. Space sorcery. The moment I muttered that, the lesson from that woman's teacher surfaced from the knowledge. Space sorcery was a type of darkness sorcery. It seemed that by interfering with space, you could do things like changing the weight of object or increasing the capacity of the inside of a bag like what Viro had. However, the sorcery wasn't as easy as it sounded. Doing anything practical with it would need very high-level sorcery, like the teleportation that I recalled just now. You would need at least level 4 or above to do something like space expansion. You would need level 6 to do something like teleportation that sent human to jump to somewhere. I had asked Viro to teach me the spell of darkness sorcery noise, but I still didn't see any sign of being able to activate the sorcery successfully. What did I do wrong? I got the feeling that most likely it was because my image about darkness was wrong. Space sorcery, illusion sorcery, sorceries that didn't seem like they were related with darkness, if you thought about it, normally were classified as darkness sorcery. I got the feeling that this fact would become the key. Just as Viro declared at the start, the rampart of the inn-town came into view when it was nearing sunset, but we only circled around the rampart outside and entered the next Viscount territory. This Viscount territory was smaller than the previous Baron Horace's territory, but the big village and other places there that we stopped by on the way looked like they were more prosperous compared to the small town where my orphanage was located. Like that, 3 days passed since we left the town we originally departed from. After we left from the village that we stopped by at, I was told to defeat 3 goblins that showed up while we walked. I defeated them one by one. Seeing that, Viro stroked his stubble while making a masculine smile that was mixed with exasperation. Guess there is no problem if you can fight this well, Arya. That village's chief said that there are mountain bandits in this area. We're going to hunt those bandits tonight for your training. Another sudden real battle training, Hugh has I thought. This man wasn't soft with kid. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 15. Assaulting Bandits Hideout. Hunting Bandit. It came out of nowhere for me. But it seemed that from the start Viro had planned to break down bandit or brigand group, or perhaps attacking the dwelling of goblin and the like to be used as my training. It was a very harsh training. Bandits and thieves were somewhat different. There was also the difference in their location of appearance. But the biggest difference was that bandits weren't managed by an organization like Thief Guild like the thieves. Thieves were people like orphans of slum quarters who didn't have any other way to rise in the world and lost their hesitation to commit crime. Because of that, scouts of the Adventurer Guild like Viro hired orphans of slum quarters also in order to prevent the members of Thief Guild from increasing. But bandits were often consisted of villagers who were troubled for food. In places like Farming Village, especially Poor Farming Village, the villagers often had a lot of children in order to use them as workforce. But because they were poor, there was no field for the second son and below to inherit. It would be fine if they could find work at the village or nearby town, but the villagers who failed in even that would either become thief wannabe in town and got caught, or became bandit outside the town. But this Claydale Kingdom was a country where it was relatively easy to live if you simply wanted to survive. The tax and expenses here couldn't be said as they're cheap. But the climate was warm and the forest's blessing was also abundant, so the adults wouldn't go hungry unless there was a very extenuating circumstance. In other words, the majority of people who became bandit were people who lost to their greed of wanting to have it easy by stealing from other people. Furthermore, the thieves of Thief Guild had the inclination to avoid murdering civilian in order to prevent the scale of incident from getting bigger. But the bandits wouldn't hesitate in murdering traveler. They wouldn't attack anyone who had guards like nobles and only targeted the weak. Then they would kill them to silence them so that their existence wouldn't be discovered by the feudal lord and the like. There was none of them who had the guts to take merchant hostage and demanded ransom. Perhaps because they were originally villager, they feared that their crime would get found out because they were coward and killed their victim. That's why, when bandits are discovered, the priority is to subjugate them rather than capturing them. Even if you capture them, it will be hard to drag them until a town that has soldiers. And even if you hand them over, the prize money for bandit that isn't in the wanted list is negligible, and they will be sent to a mine to be worked to death anyway. So there is also no meaning in treating them mercifully. Do you understand? Yes. We were inside a forest that in a distance several days away from the nearby village. We were roasting the meat of a wild bird on a bonfire while Viro was talking. I silently nodded to him. Bandit had no human right. They were doing as they pleased in place where the feudal lord's law didn't reach, so naturally they also weren't protected by law. In that regard, I could still understand the way the Thief Guild operated. In order to do as they pleased, they created a large power in the form of the guild and protected themselves until now by keeping to the rules of the criminals. That was why the existence of bandit was just right to be used for my training. We should be going. Roger. I stood up when Viro said that. I poured water on the bonfire using daily life magic water and stamped on it to extinguish the fire. I shouldn't consume too much magic power before getting into action. But if it was just 1 MP that was consumed, then it would recover after several minutes. The sky at the far away was still faintly bright, but the inside of the forest that was far removed from the highway was already enveloped in the darkness where you couldn't see anything at all. Viro's presence was lessening inside that darkness and he started walking. I also erased my presence and followed behind him. I had night vision skill that could be used even within this darkness where nothing could be seen. Viro too naturally had that skill. Viro was suppressing his stealth so that I could still follow behind him. But if it was a child of slum quarters who didn't have night vision skill or search skill, what was he going to do? Just like Feld, Viro also had the tendency to think that what he could do wasn't anything special at all. Normally people would notice Kid couldn't do something like that through the interaction, but after seeing me lighting up bonfire inside the forest normally and moving around without any problem even within the darkness, Viro was gradually losing his prudence toward me. Although he was suppressing his stealth, most likely he was unconsciously keeping it to the level that his usual adventuring party members could detect. It felt like he didn't have any consideration toward a child, me. Even so, it seemed that he remembered that this was for my training, so he taught me various important things. Bandits are different from the members of Thief Guild. They don't really have any specialized skill. The bandit gang this time has a somewhat smarter guy among them and hide the path leading to their hideout, but the camouflage is getting sloppy to make it easier for them to carry their loot. Yes, there was a path that looked like Animal Trail when we slightly veered away from the highway, but the path was too wide for Animal to pass through. Look here. Perhaps there was rain several days ago. There is footstep remaining on the hardened and dried ground. Can you differentiate how many types of footsteps there are here? I can't see that clearly. You have night vision skill, right? Try focusing to strengthen your senses in the same way when you strengthen your body. You should be able to see the shape with the flow of magic particles. Human can only obtain night vision until level 1 due to our racial limit. But you will be able to see this much if you focus your eyes. I see, so that was how you used the normal night vision skill. As I thought, it seemed that differentiating the sight using magic particles color like me was abnormal. The original night vision skill didn't only strengthen your sight, by perceiving presence and the flow of magic particles as reflection and then matching it with your sight. You could visualize the actual sight inside your brain. I was also still continuing my training to detect presence from the flow of magic particles. My night vision was working by matching that with the color of magic particles. The limit of human race's night vision skill was level 1. Surely other races like beastman or dwarf had higher level than human because of the difference in fundamental physical ability. According to my knowledge, rock dwarf that lived underground apparently had night vision skill from birth. But, if it was me who obtained the skill from a different way than usual, then perhaps I would be able to increase this skill's level more if I could obtain the normal night vision too. For now I tried pouring magic power to my eyes in the same way when I used body strengthening. Then I could sense the unevenness on the ground, though only slightly. But I couldn't see clearly with just this. So I tried visualizing the sight too with my night vision inside my brain. With that I certainly became able to see the footprints. 5 or 6 people. It's a bit more than that, but their number won't reach 10 people. These 2 footprints are similar, but this one is slightly deeper. I guess they weighed heavier or they were carrying baggage. The footprint is slightly disordered, so I guess this belonged to the latter's underling. This method can also be used to specify the number of monsters. When exploring a ruin, imagine the opponent's form from their way of walking and stride. Understood? Stop. Viro suddenly raised his hand and stopped walking. Look there. There is an unnatural spot away from the trail. Do you know what is there? When I focused my gaze, certainly there was a spot where the direction of a branch looked unnatural. There was a snapped branch above, and when I imagined what was attached there. Trap? Correct. Must likely rather than for countermeasure against intruder. It's more a bear trap for countermeasure against animal. Someone with small body like you will get a wound that can't be healed completely with heal, so be careful. Roger. I'll remove the visible trap just in case. Watch and learn a way to do it without making sound. As we advanced through the forest while removing the traps, I came to see faint magic particles of fire and light from the gap of the forest at the other side. When I wordlessly pointed at that direction, Viro also focused his eyes to there before nodding slightly. He instructed me to advance with only his fingers' movement. We headed there and found an open space. I had the image of bandits living in a cavern, but Viro taught me using only his mouth's movement that it was a deserted village. I didn't know whether they were the original inhabitants of that village or they settled down there later, but when I silently peeked at that small village, there were desolated fields and several rotting houses there. And then at the center there were relatively better houses. It looked like the bandits were sitting around a bonfire the while drinking alcohol. There are a bit many, Viro spoke with his voice after confirming the location. I also nodded to him. The number of footsteps was less than 10. We assumed that there would be more than 10 bandits if we included the ones staying behind in the hideout, but just the bandits that were visible from here already numbered more than 15. There were around 10 people around the bonfire at the center. There were also several men drinking alcohol on the rooftops some distance away from the where they also acted as lookout. Near them there was a carriage that had conspicuous blood splashes on them. That seemed to be where they kept their loot. It convinced me that those people were definitely bandits instead of mere villagers or travelers. We're going to reduce them bit by bit. If you're scared then you can stay here if you want. No, Viro grinned when I shook my head. No. It would be troubling if you treated me like a kid after bringing me this far, but at the same time, did you actually remember that I was still just a kid? Viro, who had completely erased his presence, started moving smoothly along the flow of the atmosphere's magic particles. Although I knew that he was right in front of me, the best that I could do was following the human-shaped magic particles' color. This was stealth skill level 4. I followed behind him while burning his movement into my eyes. Unlike me with my stealth level 1, Viro was terrifyingly fast when he got serious. He soundlessly sneaked toward a man who left the circle with tottering footsteps, put his arm around the man's neck, then with a movement that made me felt like I could hear the sound crack, the man's neck was snapped before Viro laid him down soundlessly behind a deserted house. I'll deal with the lookouts first. You watch those guys. Come tell me if they start moving toward the lookout. I nodded. Viro patted my head once before he started moving. Then he was completely gone from my vision when he was dozens of meters away from me. Surely Viro wouldn't get any problem just to take care 4 or 5 lookouts. A normal child would get anxious if they were left alone in a place that had bandits nearby. But I took out an crystal in order to do my own job and started observing the bandits in order to do my own job. I only had few remaining appraisal crystals, but I still hadn't obtained appraisal skill. Perhaps there was some kind of trick for it. I'd ask Viro about it later. The combat strength of the bandits was around 40 until 70. There was one person who stood out above the rest, but the others weren't that different from normal villager. But thinking about it, unlike thieves and adventurers, bandits were originally villagers, so surely only a few of them had skill. There was no way farmer had sorcery or such skill. At best they would have sword skill or bow skill level 1. After a bit of time passed, I saw another man from the circle around the bonfire walking to this way. This was a bit bad. I didn't know whether he came this way to pee or to search for the man just now, but if he made a ruckus after seeing the corpse, Viro would have to take on all the bandits simultaneously. Should I notify Viro, or should I do something about the man? He was pressed to make a decision. I suppressed my emotion to the depth of my heart and silently narrowed my eyes. I roughly wiped the ash on my head with my shawl, gathered anything unnatural and hid them among the grasses, and hardened my resolve before walking out. Mr. Wat, a brat. The slightly dirty-looking man was at his 30 with a hand axe hanging on his waist. He looked clearly drunk, so he carelessly approached a suspicious child who suddenly appeared at this kind of place. "Are you a boy, a girl? I can't decide. If you're a girl then I might get a high price selling you. Is that so, mister? Look at this for a bit." "What?" The man nonchalantly approached to peer at the left hand that I held out toward him. Then I poured magic power into the weighted cord that I made from my hair and swung it down. Gun. There was a dull sound and the man whose head was struck by the weight fell behind unconscious. I quickly pulled out my black knife and straddled the man. The man slightly regained his awareness from my weight. The man's hazy eyes shook in fear seeing me holding a knife above him. Before his throat could let out a scream of terror, I stabbed the tip of the black knife from below the man's jaw into his head. "Yuga!" The sight of the man's scared gaze turning emotionless like when I killed that woman was reflected in my eyes. As the man slowly reached out with trembling hand, I pulled out the knife with a twist. Blood flowed out and the man's hand fell on the ground. Phew! It seemed I felt slightly nervous. I let out my breath and wiped the clotted blood on my knife on the man's clothes. There was no problem now with this. If another man came here before Viro finished taking care of the lookouts, I just needed to take care of them. I had no leeway to feel hesitation in an exchange of life, so I didn't hesitate when taking life. Even so, the sharpness of this knife was amazing. The black blade had recovered its luster just from me lightly wiping the blood, so I realized once more that this knife was really a quality item. After a while, when I turned my gaze toward the lookouts, the light was turned off and I couldn't see the human-shaped magic particles anymore. It seemed that the lookouts had been dealt with. The battle until now was done with assassination. But there were 6 people at the bonfire. Surely I would be able to witness the fight of adventurer scout versus a group after this. I had no intention of joining in such group battle. It would be a different matter if the opponent was unaware. It was still too dangerous for me to face multiple opponents from the front. I might simply become a hindrance for Viro if I carelessly tried to help. I decided to keep watch from slight distance away. If someone ran away, I'd track his location. Or if it looked like I could defeat him then I would do so. 6 people? Strange. If I wasn't mistaken, there should be 9 people around the bonfire. Viro and I had defeated 1 person each, so there should be 7 people remaining. Where did the other one go? As I looked around at my surrounding in panic, a voice entered my ears from the darkness. "You there? What are you doing here?" When I turned around, there was a slightly dirty man wearing hard leather armor pulling out his sword warily. Viro still hadn't started the battle. If I caused a commotion here and he called for help, Viro would have to enter the battle with a hindrance dragging him down. It couldn't be helped. In order to buy time until Viro finished his fight, I pulled out my black knife. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 16. Bandit Chief. Just when I wondered what was the noise I heard, "You brat, was it you who killed that guy?" The man found his comrade's corpse inside the darkness and pulled out his sword. He glared at me who was lifting up my knife into a stance. Perhaps the sound when I killed the man was heard. Either way, it looked like it was impossible for me to once more act as a child to make him let his guard down. So I also pointed my black knife toward the man. If I didn't count the goblins that I killed as my training with Viro, this would be my first real battle. Even so, I had experienced Feld and Viro's killing intent. So although the killing intent the man radiated was making me nervous, it didn't scare me that much that I needed to curl into myself. Hard leather armor and long sword. The equipments themselves were old, but they were the general equipments of a warrior. The man seemed to be at the middle of his 30. There was a bandit that was stronger than the other bandits with combat strength that reached nearly 100, but if it was this man, then I guessed he wasn't a bandit or a villager but a deserter or adventurer has been. Even at the great monster outbreak that killed my parents, I heard there were several soldiers who had ever faced human before ran away from the fight against monsters. If he was a deserter, then Otter-san might still be alive if only this man didn't run away. I knew that in the end it was just an opinion based in hindsight, but my gaze toward the man unconsciously turned cold. The man blatantly scowled in response. "You're an eerie brat." "As I thought, you are the one who killed that guy." Even I thought that a child who appeared deep inside the forest like this and didn't look scared even when a sword was pointed at her would be eerie, but I too had no intention to withdraw from here. I wouldn't hate this man even if he was a deserter. But, chilling killing intent dripped out in place of anger. The man held his breath when he felt my pressure. It was still easier to handle a wary opponent rather than an opponent that charged forward in anger. If he had around 100 combat strength, then he must be a rank 2 warrior. With his combat strength, most likely he had sword skill level 2 and defense and martial arts skill around level 1. If I remembered right, his magic power was around 50. If his magic power was only around that much in his age, I judged that he hadn't learned any sorcery. For projectile weapon, if he was a former soldier, then I guessed he could use bow at most, but bow skill was a skill that could be used independently even without throwing skill, so I kept in mind to keep my wariness toward projectile weapon like a knife and the like together with sorcery from this man to minimum. I analyzed the situation with calmness that surprised even myself while both of us radiated killing intent to each other and readied our weapon. We moved our position in clockwise rotation slowly. This man, fine, now I temporarily call him Bandit Chief. I probed his fighting method. If the Bandit Chief's combat skill was really short sword level 2, the small me would be blown away just from exchanging blow with him. I wouldn't fight him head on. I also didn't let my guard down. My sense of judgment was getting strange because of Feld and Viro, but even this man's combat strength was a great threat against me. "Shun you." The Bandit Chief dodged the skewer that I threw suddenly at him in an exaggerated way. Most likely he had been drinking alcohol. He must be thinking that even in his drunken state he would be alright if the opponent was just a child. But that was because his ability to make judgment had been lowered thanks to the alcohol. Even though the skewer that was thrown by me who didn't have throwing skill would get deflected by his armor, I was able to break his balance thanks to him being overly cautious toward me. Using that opening to attack, he didn't do anything stupid like that and leapt backward to open up the distance. "Don't think you can get away." After the distance was opened, I turned around and started running normally. The Bandit Chief also chased after me. I considered what was going through the Bandit Chief's mind right now. He was wary toward a kid who could kill his comrade and radiate killing intent and pressure. However, I was just a kid, so he couldn't do something shameful like calling his comrades for help, and he convinced himself that I ran away because I was a kid who got scared seeing him holding a sword. He intended to be careful even when his opponent was just a kid, but his pride as the bandit leader was holding him back from that. That was why the Bandit Chief chased after me without hesitation toward a place where the bonfire's light didn't reach. There was no need for me to win against this man. It would be my victory if I could bite time until Varro arrived. For me, the biggest problem would be if he caused a commotion at that place and dragged the other bandits into a chaotic melee. There was a difference of speed between adult and kid. But surely there was no difference now between me who had put down all my baggage and him who was wearing armor with his weapon unsheathed. The Bandit Chief followed my expectation and chased after me. His speed was clearly dulling down as soon as we entered the forest where the moonlight didn't reach. He got slightly tripped by a tree root and became unbalanced. Shit. Light. The Bandit Chief chanted a daily life magic and lit a small light that was just slightly brighter than a candle at the tip of his sword. Dark. I fired magic particles from a distance to that light and easily neutralized it. The forest was enveloped in darkness once more. Shit. Additional information of the enemy. The Bandit Chief didn't have night vision skill. Light. Dark. The Bandit Chief tried chanting light several more times after that. I extinguished it with dark every time. The magic particle of darkness element would automatically neutralize the light within its range, so erasing the light itself wasn't difficult. The magic power capacity of the Bandit Chief was around 50. In contrast, my magic power capacity was around 70. Not only that, the Bandit Chief had been using body strengthening all this time since he pointed his sword at me. Around 10 odd minutes had passed since the battle began. Body strengthening consumed around 1 magic point for every 100 seconds, more or less, so the Bandit Chief's magic power kept decreasing even during this. In the first place, I didn't even use body strengthening other than when in battle, So the bandit chief finally gave up using light in this magic power consumption competition that showed no sign of ending. This damn brat. Fight me fair and square. A mature adult was demanding such absurdity from a kid. And then one more additional enemy information. He couldn't even detect my location since we entered the forest, so it seemed that the bandit chief didn't even have such skill. Even so, he must be able to detect presence. When I moved, he swung his sword toward the direction of my faint footstep. The battle skill of sword skill level 1, cut through the darkness beside me. As I thought, sword skill level 2 wasn't a level that I could afford to underestimate. Sweat damply covered my palm because this was the first time a battle skill was directed toward me. Both sides didn't have any decisive move. I wouldn't be able to inflict damage without taking advantage of an opening. But there was a decisive difference between the bandit chief and me. The difference was that I was the one holding the initiative to attack. The bandit chief who was in the defensive couldn't afford to cut off his body strengthening. My objective was to buy time, so I could preserve my magic power without getting impatient. But before the time limit where it seemed that Viro would be finished with his fight had arrived, perhaps the bandit chief's magic power had hit the limit for overusing light, because his body strengthening vanished and his gait staggered slightly. Shit. The bandit chief finally noticed the disadvantage he was in. He grimaced while breaking into the run toward the village. Even though he was stronger than me without even using body strengthening, he was overly cautious toward me and used up all his magic power, and in the end he ran away even though he didn't need to. His judgment was bad. He had no resolve despite having pride. But there would be no meaning to my training if I just quietly let him go. I leapt from behind a tree's cover. The bandit chief reacted to the faint sound and swung his sword to behind him. But his sword's movement was clearly dull. Not only he became unable to perform body strengthening, the bandit chief whose former occupation was a soldier was shriveling in hesitation because he was forced to fight in a state without body strengthening that should be the fundamental of combat. Even then the speed of sword slash from level 2 sword skill was still sharp, but even me who only had martial art level 1 could evade it if it was within the darkness like this. Gwa! My knife shallowly cut the man's leg. Although my knife was sharp, my muscle strength was insufficient to deeply cut an adult's muscle. But that wasn't a big problem. This brat. The bandit chief yelled in fury to threaten me, but I wasn't scared of you. On the contrary, the fear of getting cut within the darkness was rapidly making his swings too wide that even his sword skill couldn't compensate for it anymore. Damn it. After that I took my time to cut the bandit chief's leg many times when I saw an opening. I aimed for his legs partly to not let him get away from the forest, but partly it was because with my height, I wouldn't be able to reach an adult's upper body without stepping in deeply to the opponent's bosom. I myself had the impulse of wanting to test my battle skill, but battle skill was an attack with large movement. It would be wiser to act prudently at this stage. The bandit chief was stronger than me. That was why I would immediately take distance from him after each time I dealt damage. That was why I absolutely wouldn't let him escape from this darkness. None of the wounds I dealt on him was lethal. There were many spots on his legs that I had slashed and now his lower body was soaked in blood, but I still hadn't nicked any of the important organ. However, the situation that I feared finally occurred at that moment. Ha, ha ha. I finally find you, you brat. The morning arrived. The slightly shining in sunlight made my pink hair to twinkle because the ash covering it had been removed. It's over for you now, you shitty brat. So I ran out of time. My training was also over already. Ha-ga, wah. The bandit chief tried to slash at me after he finally found me, but he collapsed on his knees at that spot. The sword also slipped off from his hand. I turned my gaze toward the bewildered face of the bandit chief that was turning deathly pale. It's morning already, you know. How many hours do you think have passed since then? I was aiming for bleeding to death. That was why I intentionally held back from getting in too deeply and only dealt wounds that caused bleeding. I applied heal on myself to regain the stamina that I lost throughout the night. Then I kicked away the long sword that the bandit chief dropped and carefully approached with my knife raised in position. Do you still have any way to fight? I see. Then, sayonara. I received his half-scared and half-glaring gaze head-on while cold-heartedly cut the bandit chief's neck to the side with my knife. I continued watching blood gushing out from the wound with a fixed stare and my knife still held in defensive form until the end when the light of his life was died in despair and vanished. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2021/04/IOO6.jpg. I returned to the deserted village under the light of the morning that had become completely bright while dragging the longsword that was my spoil of war. There I found the unharmed Viro lightly raising his hand in greeting while drinking fruit wine from his flask beside the corpses of the bandits that were piled up at the center of the open space. You are late. Was your opponent strong? Perhaps. He was the bandit leader. This is his weapon. I thought it would be better if you were worried a bit more for me though. Viro accepted the longsword that I handed to him and narrowed his eyes as he inspected it. This is a low-priced good that nobles usually order. There is the insignia of Baron Horus on the handle. I'm amazed you won. Well, the background of the dead bandits doesn't matter I guess. More importantly, lit the fire for me. I have poured oil on the corpses, but the fire of my tinderbox died out and I can't even lit my cigarette. Roger. How about you stop smoking? After making sure that the fire I lit wouldn't spread, Viro, who was enjoying his smoke, and I, who was nibbling on a dried bread, immediately left the deserted village. Few as expected. Staying awake all that night is tiring. Let's book a room in an inn when we arrive at the next town. The bandits have quite a lot of loot. I'll give half to you, so pay for your own room. Thank you. Like that we continued our journey and 3 days later, we arrived at the big city of this area that was the territory of Count Taurus. Heroine Survival Volume 1 Chapter 17. The trip's destination. 2 days had passed since we arrived at the biggest city in this region, the city of Count Taurus. But it seemed that I had accumulated a lot of fatigue. I got a fever as soon as we arrived and slept for a whole day. In a sense it might be just natural because I went to a trip and fought throughout the night with a childish body like this. After I recovered my stamina and used appraisal crystal on myself when the fever receded, there was a small change to my status. Aria, Alicia, race, human, rank 1, magic power, 4777 7 up, stamina, 5255 3 up, strength, 4, 5 endurance, 5, 6 agility, 7, 8 dexterity, 6 short sword skill level 1, martial art level 1, light sorcery level 1, non-elemental magic level 1, daily life magic ×6, magic power control level 1, pressure level 1, stealth level 1, night vision level 1, search level 1, simple appraisal new. Overall combat strength, 39, with body strengthening, 41 3 up. I finally learned appraisal. Perhaps that was why my magic power also increased and my combat strength also increased a bit. The only miscalculation that I made was that unlike the appraisal using crystal until now, the appraisal skill consumed around 5 MP. That was the reason my magic power decreased even though I had just woken up. It wasn't really anything concerning as long as I was careful in its usage, but what bothered me right now was that when I tried standing up, I noticed that my body had been cleaned and I was wearing a thin pajama that commoner girl usually wore. My reflection was reflected on the bronze mirror that was inside the room. There I saw me looking like a normal girl that could be found anywhere in the town. But, as expected, the look of my eyes was bad. The bed had a softness that I experienced for the first time and a clean sheet. It seemed this inn was quite a high-class inn where high-ranked adventurer like Viro would stay. It seemed that Viro paid money to a waitress to take care of me. The waitress appeared when I woke up and gave me proper clothes that were used by her little brother in the past. The simple clothes that I had been using until now had become very battered and it was torn when it was washed. The girl asked me, "Can you tell your father sorry for damaging your clothes? Could it be the setting here was that Viro and I were parent and child?" I felt hungry because I hadn't eaten for one whole day. When I tasted proper human food that consisted of vegetable soup and bread after so long at the first floor's dining hall, Viro, who seemed to have just returned from outside, found me and asked the waitress to boil him tea while he headed to the table where I was sitting and sat down himself. "Ooh, you're fine already?" "Morning, Dad." Monotone. "I'm telling you, I'm still 35 years old." "That's why, that age was older than even my father." "We're departing as soon as you're fine." "Can you go now?" "No problem." I was still feeling somewhat lethargic, but I had no problem with moving. Guessing from Viro's expression and tone, this also must be doubling as a test to see whether I could be introduced to the client and be entrusted with work. Even so, that really stands out. After I stuffed the remaining bread into my stomach, Viro pointed at my pink blonde hair. I see. Until now I had covered the luster of my hair by sprinkling ash on it, but perhaps because I had been bathed properly after so long instead of simply wiping my body with wet cloth, my pinkish blonde hair felt like it was even more lustrous than before. Can I ask for some ashes from the hearth? I'll try asking later. But still, you think the luster of your hair is also affected by the increase of your magic power. Before long you might not be able to cover it up with just ash. I see. I sprinkled ash on my hair so that I wouldn't stand out and get dragged into danger. Right now I had Viro with me so there would be no danger to myself, but if I was going solo later, I would have to search for something to replace the ash. In that case you should learn this. If you have the elemental attribute, you might be able to use illusion to disguise that in the future. Viro handed a piece of paper as though to tease me who was falling into my thought. Darkness sorcery spell? On that paper, other than the incantation of noise that I asked him to teach me before, there was also the incantation of weight that was the other level 1 spell of darkness sorcery written on it. Darkness sorcery level 1 weight seemed to be a sorcery to change the weight of an object. The incantation was Mobus Aui Anidiraku as was expected. It was subtly difficult to memorize. The general meaning of the incantation was change the weight of that thing. According to Viro, this spell was similar to Cure of Light sorcery in that there wasn't many user of this spell. When you used this spell, it seemed that you could change around 10% of the weight of an object the size that you could hold with both arms for several minutes. That was certainly tricky. The other spell noise was also just a spell to create sound, so I got why the user of darkness sorcery was so few. However, by learning about this spell's existence, it felt like the question about darkness magic that I had been holding all this time was slightly answered. I was just guessing, but the magic particle of darkness element was different from actual darkness. Thank you. Don't mind it. Also take this too. You were using skewer, but that thing isn't suited for throwing, so it's difficult to learn throwing skill with that. Viro pushed something that was wrapped in a cloth on the table. When I opened it, there were several knives inside. Their blades were 10 cm long, 7 cm wide, with pommels that were 7 cm long. From the 3 skewers that I used for throwing, only one remained now after I used them several times in battle. I myself had been considering to replace them with something else, but it seemed that Viro had been closely observing the weapons that I was using. This kind of throwing weapon was classified as hidden weapon that could also be used for assassination, so no normal shop was selling them. Viro went as far as the specialized shop to buy them for me, so I thanked him again, but he just waved his hand lightly saying that this was a necessary expense. It seemed that several golden coins were hidden in that bandit stronghold, so I received the reward of 3 golden coins as my share. When leaving the inn, I entrusted a silver coin to the waitress who took care of me as thanks for the clothes. If this was a cheap inn, then there was a risk I might get embezzled, but surely there would be no such thing in this inn that cost 2 silver coins per night. I also carefully put away 1 golden coin in order to pay back Galbas. Then let's hurry ahead. Roger. Several gazes followed me around again when we left the inn. When I checked the sources using only my gaze, I also saw several young men looking at me. Was my hair color that unusual? Or perhaps I looked like a woman now that my hair's luster returned? No, it had been 1 month since I cut my hair, so my hair had also grown by several centimeters, so perhaps my boyishness had faded. It felt like the growth of several centimeters was a bit too long even though only 1 month had passed, but perhaps my hair's growth was also getting faster, similar like my body's growth. For now I entered an alley and sprinkled ash on my hair. After that the number of gazes decreased. The impression of prosperity in this Count Territory city was quite strong. Even so, I felt quite a lot of unpleasant gazes when entering an alley. The darkness would also deepen in a place with strong light. Although this was a remote region, this was still the territory of Count Taurus, and yet even this place was in this state. If I wanted to go somewhere far away, I would have to become very strong in order to achieve that. Hey, will you tell me where we are going already? We exited the city from the front gate and began walking toward the east when I asked that. Then Viro pondered for a bit before he unexpectedly told me easily. I guess it should be the right time to tell you. The place we are heading to is the territory of Margrave Dandel that is located east from here. There is a summer retreat there where a certain noble will visit incognito to recuperate. Our job is to be in charge of a part of the security of the surrounding area. Noble. As I thought it was involving noble. Furthermore, if the noble had to travel incognito for recuperation, it was possible that the noble was quite high-ranked. Certainly this was undoubtedly dangerous for me, but I had to tolerate getting involved with noble to some degree in order to gain strength. Even so, I was amazed that Viro told a street urchin with unknown background like me about something really important like this. I too didn't think that Viro was a bad person, but did Viro also think that a street urchin like me could be trusted? But, why does a kid like me need it for that? About that, it's a request from the client. Well, I have some guesses about the reason of that. Perhaps it's because this noble who will come for recuperation is a child, maybe. As expected, he still wouldn't go as far as telling me the name of the client, but if the noble here was a child, they shouldn't be my relative who was searching for me, so I felt slightly relieved. If my blood relative found the current me, I would be turned into a noble forcefully, and then I might end up like the main character heroine in That Woman's Knowledge, a human who led around various men by the nose and caused misfortune for various people. I understood that it was dangerous to get involved with noble while I was still powerless like this, but I felt that the event this time was a wall that I had to overcome no matter what. If I ran away from that too, then I would surely become someone who continued to run away for my whole life. I would obtain the strength to overcome fate. After that, Viro and I passed several noble territories as we headed east. There were also the likes of bandits and goblins that attacked us seeing an adult traveling with a kid. But all of them were turned by Viro into nourishment for my training. My rank was still 1 and my combat strength also hadn't changed at all, but I was definitely growing in the aspect of experience. And then a week later. This is Dandel, a plain with gently sloping hills stretched until far away with cool wind blowing. This territory of Margrave Dandel was the place where I accepted the first work as me, and then in this place I would encounter with the girls who would be called villainous and get involved in my life. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon, the links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan.